Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Your boy Brandon here, happy, riding on cloud nine. Somebody out there in the chat, you guys all want to just collectively give me a pinch here. I feel like I might be dreaming. I feel like I'm still not awake. I feel like I'm in an alternate universe. This off season has been, I asked to do this, I asked to that. This was my little fan dreamdom scenario that nobody cares about. It certainly would never happen. Certainly not with our Hawks. They're the kings of subverting your expectations. But yet, as we go through this off season, as we continue forth with nearly every signing, with nearly every deal, I sit here and continue to nod and go, my God, I am not dreaming, I am awake. For they are doing just what I asked. Addressing the offensive line as they can. It's been upgraded, although moderately. There's still maybe some work to do and work and room to do this in the draft. They've not really lost anybody major. They've lowered every cap hit down in every way, shape, and form and manner that they could get it done, and I'm sure they're going to do it again here with this Aldon Smith deal. And we'll get into him as a player. But on an overarching standpoint of this now, they have addressed everything in how I wanted it, not just the offensive line, but then you go to the defensive line, and it's been one guy after another after another. And make no mistake about it, Aldon Smith is much closer to a player of Carlos Dunlap's ability right now, in my opinion, than he is to a Kerry Hyder. If we're looking about where on the scale of him as a player he lands. Yes, last season he started out gangbusters after a few years out of the league, 4 sacks in a couple of games, then 1 sack over kind of the back half of the schedule. But when you look at the Cowboys last year, of course, Marcus Lawrence wasn't being very prolific in that defense either. They didn't have a lot of help after they traded Everson Griffin early on. They lost their defensive tackle. There wasn't a lot of other guys out there on that line to get it done. He had to play a lot of snaps. And as we saw this with our own defense early on in the season, when you ask a guy to play 80, 85, 90% of the snaps, their effectiveness as a pass rusher will tend to go down. With that said, even with this little dip that he had mid-season, he still came out at about 11.8% or so as far as his pass rush win rate goes. Now, when you measure this up against Carlos Dunlap, who was at about a 12.8%, this is, again, why I say start to get excited. You've not added parts here that are maybes. Or, if things go right and he has himself a record year and he finally gets his opportunity and he'll shine this year. No. You're adding now freakish level of talents. Aldon Smith is a former top 10 pick in 2011. Started out his career 13 sacks, 19 sacks, and then, of course, his head started to get him into trouble. He started to have some off-the-field issues, and that's derailed his career up until this point. But make no mistake about it, when you go back and you look at his measurables, he's not quite as quick and sudden as Myles Garrett, but his essential combine numbers, his pro day numbers align pretty closely to what you get with a Myles Garrett. And he's not Myles Garrett talent-wise. He's not him in that respect. I understand that I'm not trying to make that kind of comparison as a player, but just as far as a talent goes, and now you're going to put him in a scheme here. You're going to put him in a scheme and a situation here where he's going to have a chance to take off because he's not going to have to play that 80, 90% of the snaps because you've made a lot of additional signings this offseason that's not going to rely on any of these guys to be trotting out there at that much volume of snaps. It should keep everybody fresh on that outside. So there'll be people that downplay this signing because of the reasons I just gave. He fell off. He's in it. He's only 31 years old. Came into this league very young. Because he's had those years where he's taken off, his body is relatively fresh. And let's face it, probably was going to take a year last year for him to get himself back into the swing of things. But that coaching staff is very aware of this player and what he brings to play. Long arms, 34-inch long arms. We saw it back in the day. He could be seemingly blocked up and just get these long, gargantuan arm back around the side and still get his hand on Russell Wilson and throw him off. He brings this to play now. He brings a guy who should fit in over, frankly, at the Leo end perfectly well. Perfectly well. So I love this signing. It's not going to be for a lot. I'm surprised they did it because the Seattle of old would have said, okay, Kerry Hyder, Carlos Dunlap, Benson Mayowa, we've done our job. Al Woods to flip out for Jaron. We'll draft a guy. We'll call it a day. One of our young guys will develop. But indeed not. Indeed not here. And if anything, what's happening right now is you're watching the exit door swing open for LJ Collier. You're watching the exit door open up for Rasheem Green. Because if you guys aren't coming in with your best offseason of your pro career, if you aren't coming in this offseason ready to attempt to try to take this league by storm, your ass will end up on the street because there's no more we're holding you here by your draft status. There's no more, well, you didn't earn it, but God, we've invested so much resources into you. We just got to keep you. Those days are done. Those days are done for this year. Outside of some major injury epidemic situation, and you never know with Ivan the Terrible if he doesn't have that in him. But outside of something like that, we have, in my opinion, standing right now, a top 5 pass rushing unit, should be a top 3 pass rushing unit, and you could make an argument right now we have one of the number 1 units. I understand what the Browns have done with Clowney and Garrett there and Sheldon Richardson, and they've got some good parts and pieces. I understand Tampa Bay's got their front 4 stacked with frontline guys. But I take a look at the depth along with the talent you have here, and then I consider it from the aspect of what happens if one of these guys pops now? What happens if Aldon Robinson takes a moderate step forward and gets up in an 8-sack type of a player next year? And then Darrell Taylor launches onto the scene with some 8 to 10 sack ability right out the gate. And you're adding that on to what you have already. I placed it in my title, and it's not clickbait. You may be looking at not just a reinvigoration of 2013, not just an upgraded NASCAR package. You may be looking at potentially the best pass rushing unit this team has put together in its history. The potential is there. No matter what you think pessimistically about this defense and this defensive line, the potential is there. We are talking about guys across the board that can get pressure. And not just get pressure, but the key to getting pressure is, in this defense, in my opinion, the way that you were able in 2013 and 2014 to lead the league, be 1-2, I think, in pressures in those 2 seasons. The way you're able to do that is with quick pressure. Because quarterbacks are going to try to get that ball out of their hands against this defense. The word's out on the street on that. They'll run flood zone concepts and all that stuff. And you're going to have little dink and dunks, but if you have guys who can create quick pressure, and that's what you're doing last year with the draft. Darrell Taylor, quickness off the snap with excellent bend. That creates quick pressure. We saw Aldon Robinson in most of his sacks last year. They weren't cleanup sacks. They weren't dirty sacks. He was making a move. He beat a guy kind of right off, and he got in there and flashed. And you've got the likewise here with the Carlos Dunlap who can collapse a pocket from one side. And Aldon Smith with his freakish length and some of his freakish athletic attributes. Now you start to create that quick pressure. They can't just lean on those short routes. And Lord knows if you're creating quick pressure, you certainly are going to be there on the long pressure. So now those long developing routes down the field, those St. Louis Rams 15 yards down the field crossers where they flood a zone concept off a linebacker and run him through and then run a crosser back around where it takes a little bit of time for that to happen. You can't just do that in 3 seconds. You don't got the time to do that no more. Those days are done. You ain't getting that time, St. Louis and Matt Stafford. So I am over the moon with this signing. I am so happy with this offseason. It has moved firmly now, in my opinion, to A status. Yeah, I understand that not everything's perfect, linebackers, and you can talk to me about offensive line and all that. But at the end of the day, they've addressed the things that I've wanted most addressed. You've upgraded the left guard position. You've not backtracked at the very least as far as the center position. You have wholesale upgraded the pass rush at this point. Adding Kerry Hyder, adding Aldon Smith on top of what we had, to me, the potential's there. Do they reach it? I don't know. But let's also not forget, we've had all that pass rush we've got there, all the young guys who could blossom at any time, and then you're still sitting there with Jamal Adams able to carve him up, write him in for 7 to 9 sacks a season as well. You're telling me this team can't get to 55 sacks in a year, which would lead the NFL? You're telling me they couldn't even potentially push a little bit beyond that? We can run the numbers on this with these guys, but I could see it happening. All right, let's pop over to the chat. I've blathered long enough. Hope you guys are as stoked as I am. The TJ says the Cowboys should have traded him to us. Now we get him for cash only. Well, they made the same mistake to us that we made with Earl Thomas. Could have traded Earl Thomas for a second rounder and held on to him instead, and that caught us. So it's sort of turnabout fair play. Karma wheels its circular motion back around once again. RSOs, who do we get or draft for our corner position? I'm leaning towards, there's a lot of guys in the late draft as those you're probably going to lean towards. I would think Seattle will hold on in the draft to the 5th, 6th, 7th round territory. My hope is that they sort of look to grab maybe even 2 guys because there'll be some 7th round corners even in there that'll be very interesting. Not guaranteed starters or anything like that, but there's some potential there with these guys and they fit into the Seahawk mold. I've been watching a ton of tape again, continuing in on the Israel Mukamua. He's not a perfect prospect. He's got some issues, part of why these guys drop in the 5th round. You got Rondale Williams. I call him Roberto Duran, hands of stone. But he's there and sticky in coverage, and he's athletic as you could ask for. He's an interesting cat. Trill Williams out of Syracuse is nice. Obi Melifonwu, the corner opposite's pretty good too as well, though I think he's going to be probably taken even up into the 2nd round of things. So I'm trying to kind of look into that 4th, 5th round range. Paulson Asibo, he would be awesome, but I, again, don't know if he's going to quite last to where I'm looking for us to probably pick. Maybe we could get him in the 4th round, and he'd be a good prospect. None of these cornerback prospects that Seahawks are drafting, are you going to hear me going, oh, God, this guy. I'm going to love all these guys. And this is an unusual year for that because normally I'd be going, no, it's a man guy. He's got T-Rex arms. No, he does not have the speed there. I could go through the laundry list of items that would essentially X him off of the Seahawks scheme and what they're looking for. But the bottom line is that's not the case this year. And there are a ton of cornerbacks in this particular draft, just my opinion on this, that are just beautiful Seahawks scheme fits for what we want to do. And we could end up with 2 guys later in rounds, potentially starters a year, 2 years down the road that you now have on cheap rookie deals. And it's nice to start stacking some more of those guys potentially on our roster. It's something our roster needs. DJ, what's up? What's up? Joshua Williams Arero. Jerry Jones is in his $1 trillion yacht crying. I just know it. The Cowboys' strange offseason does continue. I think part of what happened here with the Cowboys is that they've done a go-forward approach, but not in the way of moving cap dollars around over the last few years, but in the way of not paying Dak Prescott. And so they finally arrived at an offseason here where they were going to have to pay him, and that meant the bill comes due. You're now out of the rookie year situation. You're now you're now back into this $35, $40, $45 million deal. Wait, signed like $40 million. But you're in that territory of things, and now it's going to affect the rest of your cap, especially when you've handed out a lot of other contracts. Jalen Smith, contract. Zach Smith, contract. Tyron Smith, contract. They've given some guys some money. And say nothing of the defensive end I was just mentioning a few minutes ago. He's $20 million plus a year. As we know, man, you run out of cap quick, especially when you pay frontline guys such high-end money, such kind of market-setting deals at the time. Maxwell Stern says, rank our pass rush. Could it be like a top 5? To me, on paper, it's a top 5 unit as it stands right now. Nobody's got this kind of depth to add to the talent you've got. You can keep rotating guys in and keep them fresh. So on paper, in my opinion, it's a top 5 unit. I think they could easily vault up higher than that, and really it's built upon one of those young guys popping coming into training camp. So what if one guy finally comes on, I don't think the light's turning on for LJ Collier, but Darrell Taylor, Alton Robinson, these guys blow up. Even Rasheem Green, who's going to, he'll be 24, 25 this year. I mean, he's, I think, a couple years younger still than than LJ Collier. So he could still come in and pop. But now you've set the stage for that. Now we go back to that thing I've always wanted for, and we talked about, is competition. Remember in the early days of Coach Carroll, it was about the best man winning and stacking up the talent, not getting frontline guys that were your starters and then just another guy behind him who you knew wasn't really going to ever get close to that guy and was just kind of a camp body, just a dude. And now you're getting guys that are actually going to be in a competition state where it's like, look, we're going to have to cut a couple of you guys. Yeah, you might go get another job out there in the NFL somewhere, but you're not going to be on this team because on this team we want some quality and guys that are not just here in a developmental state, but here in a production state. RSOs, are there any backup running backs left in free agency you see Seattle getting? Well, I know that the Seattle here recently just played with the kid out of Cincinnati that played with the kid. We're thinking about going after Giovanni Bernard from Cincinnati, who's open on the free agent market. A lot of people are sort of making the logical deduction that this means that they are out on Rashad Penny. I don't know that it necessarily means that. I think they were looking to try to find a specified third down back role and a talented third down back, because we look at this team, you have to go almost back, I think, to Leon Washington days of having a guy that was just a specialized third down running back, and he could just do that thing and all that it incorporates. It's I think, going to be maybe the next position in the NFL that starts to gain more traction as far as its importance on the football field, because this guy needs to block. He needs to be able to be a receiver in running routes, and then still able to run decently between the tackles if it calls for it, especially out of sort of read option looks. So I know why they went after Bernard. He's been a fun back for me to watch for years. I never understood why Cincinnati was sometimes so hesitant to feature him a little bit more often. But I understand why they ran on him, Matt. I just think that making that jump that you think it's necessarily that they're going to get Penny's gone now, I don't think so necessarily. He might be, but I'm not certain of that. Are there any running backs left? Not really. There's really not much going on with any of the running backs right now. I would estimate, Azos, that outside of there being another third down back like guy that gets onto the open market, and I don't think that there's necessarily going to be one. Bernard was sort of a special was, being a really talented guy and a guy that fit that role kind of perfectly. I mean, he's got the good hands out of the back. He's very sudden, like you'd like. Just he's got that element you're looking for. It's almost hard to articulate it exactly, but you know it when you see it from those third down backs. But I don't know that I see another one necessarily out there right now. Everybody's been basically scooped up at this point. And with Seattle already signing Carson to a deal, they're not going to look to want to invest a lot more money into the position at this point, especially if Penny remains on the roster carrying his bit of cap hit. Randall McDaniel, how you doing, Randall? He says, I like the signing. It's a nice story. I'd be hesitant to bring on Gordon too. Can only have so many reclamation stories on the team. Odds are both won't make it. Well, I mean, I and welcome on the chat, Randall, I can make the argument to the reverse side of that within your logic, being that if odds are both don't make it, well, if you buy two and you know you've just improved your chances on one of them hitting, we'll bring in two then. I don't think on any of the reclamation potential projects that exist out there, being Aldon Smith, Josh Gordon, Antonio Brown, guys with some questionable off the field histories, I don't have any worries on any of these guys. And I always fall back a line on there's not a lot of guaranteed money you're giving them. They're on short-term deals. They still have a lot of talent and upside to who they are. And if they step out of line at any point in time, you cut them at a very minimized cost. I can't imagine that impact or effect would be that great on the team. And if you're talking about it being a matter of cutting away a prospect versus bringing a guy like Gordon on the roster or Aldon Smith on the roster, well, if we're going to get specific and say that prospect is, in Aldon Smith's case, Rasheem Green, I'm okay with that. If we're talking about that with Josh Gordon being Freddie Swain, who's now going to get his pink ticket, red ticket. What do you get? Is it a pink ticket or red ticket when you get cut? I don't know. He gets released as well. I'm okay with that too, because I know that there's risk there, but I don't think Freddie Swain offers you a whole lot right now. And Rasheem Green is a talented guy, but hasn't offered you a whole lot right now. And that leads me back to I want more certainty on this team. We're in a go-for-it stage this next year, and while there's an uncertainty in what they could bring off the field, and I will totally give you that, that's the point of all this, is that there's risk involved in all this. There's risk in pushing cap money down into the future. You know, there's risk in you release a guy like Rasheem Green where the light bulb does turn on in year 4 and he suddenly becomes a good player. But you want guys that you know what they're going to give you, and you know what Aldon's going to give you. You know what if he stayed on the field all 16 games, I believe, last year. He was out there available. There was no stuff I've heard about with him off the field. He seemed to keep it pretty clean by all accounts. He's transformed his body and just worked on himself. I'm gonna lean back towards that, and maybe it's my optimism towards guys thinking they can turn around. But I'll go to that. I don't have any concerns with this stuff. If I was putting money out in multiple years, and if I was Oakland Raiders pulling Antonio over and giving him a 3-year big time money deal, that I'd have some more trepidations about this. But a 1-year deal, minimum guarantee doesn't scare me in the least, really. Devin Martzel, man, I was hoping you'd do a live. I figured you'd probably be pumped like I am, and now I see you tonight. Devin, we were on the wavelength, brother, and I'm pumped. This has got me, I'm hyped as hell, y'all. I mean, I've spoken so much about the way this defense operates. You go to foundational levels of things, foundational philosophies, foundational elements to the way that the game's going to play out. And what you come down to again and again when I look at this defense, and we've had so much time to analyze it and look at it for so long, it's created such a very intricate picture. It's not like you get a new coach in for a year or 2 or 3 in a scheme and you haven't had a lot of tape to see, and he's doing different things and it's tough to get a beat on. We're very simplistic in our nature of things, which makes it easier to get a beat on what they're doing out there. So when I go back constantly to the biggest thing this defense needs at its base to hold up, those 4 pillars around it need to be the 4 pillars of our pass rush. And it needs to not just be 4 guys or 2 guys who just kind of get it done a little bit here, but it's got to be actually, as I spill coffee on myself, it's got to be 4 guys who can go get the job done. 4 guys that can get it done, and then depth behind them, guys that you can rotate in. You need to have a defense that cannot just get worn down over the course of the game because they're, as I've said, playing too many snaps. This is what Seattle's built as their defensive line now. Aldon Smith, Dunlap on your frontline starters. You can flip in anybody from Taylor to Alton Robinsons to Colliers to Benson Mayoas to Kerry Hyder. Hyder says he's come here to want to play the Michael Bennett role, so whether or not he can do the things Michael Bennett could do in this defense, he's certainly going to be willing to be kicked inside. We know a little bit of maybe LJ is going to be tried out inside there as well. Let the best man win. Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm a little hyped right now, and I think everybody has a right to be so here. Everybody does. You should be. Michael Parker says, many mock drafts, and hey, Michael. He says, many mock drafts have Kellen Mond and some even Najee Harris available at the Seahawks second round. Do we really pass them up? It would be hard for me to see Coach Carroll passing up Najee Harris. I think that there is a little bit of value from Seattle's standpoint and how, I can't say this for sure, on that with Alabama running backs, because they certainly were in on Henry. They had him visit, I think, the VMAC at the time. But I would think with Najee Harris, that would be very enticing for our Seahawks. Very enticing. Kellen Mond in the second round, no, I don't see it. You're doing all these moves with the go for it now approach with seemingly a lens of the door more than cracked open, being at least halfway open to trying to keep Wilson here long term and hold this relationship together for not just the now, but into the far future as well. So if that's going to be the case, you're not going to make a move to go piss off Russell Wilson like the Love thing pissed off Aaron Rodgers, which has continued, by the way, is continued to push forward and roll forward and gain more momentum. And now we got him freaking hosting Jeopardy, like maybe threatening retirement for Jeopardy here. I don't think Seattle wants to get into that same lane of things necessarily. So I don't think so. And here's the other thing. Kellen Mond's not going to last to the second round, not certainly to the second round pick where we're picking. Mond's going to go in the first round, in my opinion. You may even see David Mills creep up into this first round. That's how crazy this is getting right now with these quarterbacks and some of these teams in their desperation to find the next quarterback and them talking themselves into it, essentially. Azoz, do you think we can draft Elijah Moore or Daz Newsome in this draft? Azoz, Daz Newsome would be available for us. I don't think Elijah Moore is going to last to where we pick in the second round. I don't think he goes in the first round, but he does probably go somewhere ahead of us in the second round. Daz Newsome, I meant to watch his tape this week. I just didn't get to it because I'm in the middle of my move. And Chase Stern, I forgot to say hey to you, Chase. And Dustin, how you doing? With the obligatory 37, you got it in. Chase, it's going good in Maui, but I'm actually about to move. So I'm running all over the place trying to get stuff packed up and shipped and back over to the mainland here. Kyle Mulkey, fresh to death Brando, just like the Hawks defense. That's right, baby. That's right, Kyle. We rolling, baby. We rolling. Why? As soon as the offseason started, we talked about how 2 solid defensive end vets would make this defensive line. Dunlap and Smith were on the top of that list. We have that plus Hyder and Mayoa. Very nice. This is what's got me so hyped about it. Why is because from our standpoint, we were like, just give us as a base minimum here, you guys. Keep Dunlap in the fold and add another one that's legitimate across from him. And you're right. We had a list of 5, 6, 7 guys on that list. It wasn't that it had to be Jadeveon Clowney. It wasn't that it had to be Yannick Ngakoue. It wasn't that it had to be any of these guys that we were necessarily looking at that we were thinking you might come in a little bit lower than top of the market that you could afford to then add into the roster. But then to bring back Mayoa then on a low-end deal and then add Kerry Hyder into the mix as well as for some of the flexibility he offers you, for the tantalizing potential of what he gives you at the 3-tech in the NASCAR package. He gives you that defensive tackle pass rusher in the NASCAR, which is very vital to making it work. That was Michael Bennett in some ways kind of making that work. He was the throttle to that particular engine at the time. And if Hyder can become that role or Collier can become that role, key being, or even Poona Ford can be that role potentially, who they're going to give a try to. So you've got a lot of guys to maybe, and all you need is just 1 or 2 of these guys to get along. We don't need everybody to pop, just a few of them. And we'll be on just being dangerous. We will be, again, a lethal unit in this league. Maxwell Zern says, what an amazing offseason. You betcha, my guy. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. How you doing, Jose? Good to see you. Saw you got a video posted. I will check it out after the stream. Arzoz, do you think the 49ers are going to draft Mac Jones? Because I would be so happy if they do. They traded 2 firsts to get him. I've been long said, you guys will see me. I will be dancing on live stream if the 49ers draft Mac Jones. I will straight up I'll be doing dance moves. I'll be whipping out some disco stuff. I will be so happy. It will make because there's a part of me that's like, just, it's too good to be true. So it's going to be Fields, and he's fine, and he's a good developmental guy for them, and maybe he gets it done. But I would be so very happy. It would be so very amazing if you 49ers would select Mac Jones. Oh my God. I cannot think that Shanahan's that dumb to do it. I can't. But then some coaches get that hubris Negro comes in. It's like, I can coach him up. I can get through his limitations as long as he can do A, B, C. I can handle the EFG missing. And I don't think you can in this day and age, personally. Jace, so excited I don't feel I am awake in this reality. Someone slapped me, I might be dreaming. Boom, boom, so excited. That's what I'm saying. Give me some pinches over here, man, because I'm in a wonderland here. My team's adding pass rushers. Like, we're going to have a top 5 unit on paper right now as a pass rush unit. You know how good that's going to make the secondary look? There's going to be guys that we've long chided and torn up a little bit. Your Trey Flowers type guy who looks suddenly a lot better now with the type of pass rush he's going to be given, in my opinion. This is going to help all the rest of the defense. That's why I say the pass rush is so vital, by the way, is because I long contend having great secondary play, but a semi-weak pass rush means that great secondary play doesn't really give that semi-weak pass rush time to get it done. That's what we've seen play out over the last couple of years. That's been the lesson to be learned. So now you don't really take much of a step back on your secondary. You could still potentially even throw in Sherman. Oh my God, think about that. And now you get the pass rush built up. Well, a pass rush is going to speed up a play, speed up a quarterback's mind. The 7-step drops a quarterback's going to take, which are longer developing routes, now they just get thrown out of a playbook. We're going to stick to 3-step drops, and if we go to 5, it's off of first read. Do not make a second read because you do not have the time to make that read with this defense, my man. You get that ball out of your hands. This is the thing that starts to make this defense that everyone tells us now is completely, or not everyone, but there's a lot of people out there that feel it's outdated and can never be a vital again and can never come back forward to being a dominant unit again, and that Coach Carroll's defense has seen his day and it's no longer innovative and it just doesn't work. Well, watch how that gets turned on its head. Watch how that gets turned on its head when for the first time in years, you actually put a vital pass rush together for this team. I think it's going to change things in a big-time way for this defense. Not just this signing, but the collective signings this offseason, what you did, to go along with the young, up-and-coming talent that's just sort of back there maybe bubbling. Just back there bubbling. Gino says, I'm still waiting on Antonio Brown. They got the money to do it. This is not going to break the bank. This is a third-wave free agent. I know we haven't heard the numbers as of yet on the guy. They could add in the voidable years as we've seen. I would all but guarantee you're going to see some voidable years. We can still afford it. And we've not yet heard Russell Wilson's base money being converted to bonus yet. So that still is a card that's waiting to fall. Dustin says, imagine if our 2013 team got to play the division we saw in the 2000s decade. The Niners and Cards were bad almost all those seasons. The Rams were only good through the first 3 years. It's very true. Very true. This is a wholly different division, Dustin, than it was in those times. And the one thing I was mentioning a couple weeks ago, Dustin, on it was, this may be a year where everyone is predicting, the division is definitely going to be the best again in the NFL. But how long does that last? How long do you get 3-4 years straight of one division in the entire NFL just dominating everybody else or being the best division? I can't think that there's going to be a time or another where we start to see a little dialing down of that. I think that there's some things that make me think potentially this season you could see that, where things are getting a little overrated within this own division with some of the other teams, and they're not quite as good as some people are saying. And I'd look specifically, to the 49ers, to the Rams, and even to a lesser degree, a little bit to the Cardinals. Master Chief, what's up, y'all? What's up, Master Chief? Ethan's Tech World. Hey. He says, I like this move. At first, I'm like, well, I want to see Taylor and Robinson more, but the thing is, I believe there's a lot of flexibility with these pass rushers. D-line looks scary. I think there's some guys in this unit. We know with Collier, he's an ability to move to defensive tackle. And what it really means, Ethan, is you've got 4 pass rushers that are young right now. Then they've all got reasons for optimism with them. But you can't carry all 4 of these guys going into this next season and just hope wish I might on these 4 guys. LJ Collier, Aldon Robinson, Rasheem Green, and oh my God, I just blanked on the name. Darrell Taylor. Those are 4 guys that all can play the outside. Darrell Taylor's more of a Leo. Aldon can kind of do both. LJ's more of a 5 tech, but you're going to need 2 of those guys will make the roster. 2 of them get cut. Let the best man go. Let the best 2 guys come up forward, because you just can't have another year of 4 developmental guys on the roster. And what if just one of them pops, or what if none of them pops? And now you're sitting here with 4 and you're going, yeah, but we drafted them, so we've got to keep them on the roster. No, if there's a better option out there, if you can upgrade the position in another way, then do so. And you weren't going to do it in this draft. This is another good thing about this, is that we stay away from the defensive ends in this draft, which I'm perfectly happy to do, because I don't like the talent, especially once you get beyond the frontline guys. And even the frontline guys have a lot of questions with them. So this also opens that door to that. But you're absolutely right, Ethan. The D-line looks absolutely scary right now. It's going to cause a lot of teams a lot of problems in this league. And not just scary in the way that it's just, well, it's, the rush of the pass are okay, but man, teams are going to run the ball on us all day. No, not necessarily. You got 2 big, you could come out on early downs right now. And you could run just what you did in 2013, which was you put Tony McDaniel in there with Brandon McBain. And I think McBain would play he'd play the 1 tech in there and take on the double team, because he was immovable at that time. And Tony McDaniel was sort of your 3 tech, but he was actually a 1 tech. And that's when you'd flip him out for the NASCAR, where you'd go with 2 3 tech defensive tackles on the NASCAR. And so this gives you that door to be open back up to that, because you can go Monet, 345, Al Woods, 350, early downs, flip them back out, put a Puna and put a LJ, or put a Puna and a Carey. And then you got your other guys on the outside rotating around to keep themselves fresh. Seamless. Beautiful. Singularity. But Kyle says he's a very young 31-year-old. He only missed 4 seasons. That's, not as much tread's taken off this tire here. You're getting a guy because he did have those years where he didn't play, some suspensions, admittedly. He still has a lot left, in my opinion. And he looked good last year. I think he wore down over the year. His first year back, no training camp, no mini camps, nothing to get your body prepared. And I think that he wasn't quite, fully up into football shape. It's one thing to be out there lifting weights and getting your body right, but it's another thing to, week 8, you just hit the wall. I think that's just what happened to him. TJ Wilburn says Smith could be here to play linebacker because we need one unless we re-sign KJ, but we drafted Brooks for a reason, but I don't see him playing Sam. I don't think so either on that. He could be a guy that plays Sam, but you're not going to really trust him on flat route coverage, which is mainly what the Sam's going to do. He's going to be up over the guy at the tight end, set the edge. If he sees it's a pass and the tight end's leaking out, he'll go into zone out towards the sideline, a nice short route. Theoretically, Smith could do some of that, but you're going to want probably more of a linebacker-ish type guy in that role doing that. This to me is more about the Leo end position. When Carlos Dunlap, you've got a 5-tech guy, really. Carlos can go over there and do some Leo, but he's really, because he's not a bend quickness guy, he's more of your Calais Campbell crush the pocket type, which I would offer is a little bit better utilized over on the other side of the formation. So over here, you want the little bit of the more quickier, twitchier guy, which is what Aldon Smith gives you. So he'd be more of that. And this way, you don't have to rely on Darrell Taylor to be that starting Leo out the gate, where he would probably slot in at that spot. Because again, Kerry Hyder very similarly is more of probably that 5-tech left defensive end type than he is the Leo in our scheme. The Leo gets positioned out a little bit wider, so the Leo's got to be a little more twitchier, a little bit longer. The 5-tech can afford to not have to have those attributes as much. TJ Smith could be here to play. Oh, sorry. Michael, did Clowney bamboozle the Browns? It seems risky for such a big contract. Congratulations to Clowney. I mean, he's getting paid and he's getting money. That's probably too rich for me in Seattle, frankly. For a guy, I'm a little worried there to kind of paying that guy for the last couple of years and what we've seen. But from the Browns standpoint, I think this is a win-win. I think, you probably gave a little bit more than you should have, but the Browns came into this offseason, I believe, having folded over some money from the prior year with their salary cap situation. So they had the money to go out there and make it happen. They're in the window right now of playing with Baker Mayfield on his rookie deal, so they can afford to add a couple extra contracts onto it. When you look at them right now next year, and especially adding a signing like this, this certainly... This certainly seems like a good move, though. I'm sorry, I got a text there. Oh, shoot. Lost my train of thought. But no, it's a good move for Clowney. Browns are a Super Bowl contender here, and they had to compete with the upper echelon teams out there in that AFC conference. So they had to make some moves to get up there if they wanted to, in my opinion. They got to kind of get beyond the game manager that they kind of have, in my opinion, a little bit in Baker. And they need to surround him with a lot of talent, get that defense beefed up, and it was already great last year. It's a good move for them. But did they overpay a little bit? Yeah. I got a text here. Patriot Sports Car. Oh, shoot. Just missed out. Oh, shoot. Emmanuel Mendane. Thank you for the $3 donation, my patron. I hope you're liking the content we're getting out there. I'm going to continue to kind of beef that up, Emmanuel. So thank you for your patronage. Completely, I appreciate it. Hugely. But thank you for the $3 donation, too. You're already a patron. Whoa, Carl coming with a 40 drop? Carl, you gonna 40 drop me, bro? Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Thank you for the $40 donation to Carl Nerney, one of our OGs of the channel, folks. Coming in strong. Carl's been a very, very giving guy before, but my goodness, my man. Woo! He says, yo, Carlos Dunlap brought me out of my funk. This solidified it. I'm back, laughing out loud. Really wanted a new quarterback, like a rookie contract. Would have even took Sam Darnold and wanted Tyler traded. But this, I can get on board with this. Carl, thank you for the $40 donation. You're awesome, brother. I'm going to be back over in the Spokane area. We definitely got to meet up at some point over there once I get back up in your neck of the woods. But yeah, I'm with you. I had thought, as you thought, that we might see a Tyler trade. Thought it was actually kind of likely with the scheme change over, but I'm perfectly happy to bring him back in. You lowered his first-year cap hit down because when we talk about priorities and what's at the top of my top of priority of where I'm at, and I think it's where the majority of Seahawks fans are at, is let's go for it now. Let's not get to a rebuilding state. Let's really try this year. We can talk about after this year if we've got to now reverse course. If we got to be on that train track and pull back on the thing and switch the gears and have the train go down a different direction, we'll get down to that a year from now. But if we truly go for it this year, we truly push this thing forward as hard as we possibly can. Let's see if we can just maximize every inch, every cent of salary cap space that we can get. Let's see if we can do that. And that's what they're doing. This is what they're doing. They're doing what the fans are asking for. And I think it's going to be to the ultimate success of this team, to a success that we've not seen in the last 6 years here. And that should get you out of your funk, Carl. And I was right there along with you. This offseason didn't have me super hyped kind of coming into this free agency with all the stuff we've been led into. Is Russell going to be traded to the Bears? The Bears are going to take Russell? What the hell? What are we talking about here? But we've wound around, man. We got through the forest, We got through the forest of despair. And now we're in the clear. And it's nothing but meadows. And now we can feel that optimism, Carl. They kill this draft, a couple little moves to tighten this down. I mean, you're going to watch people really start to get hyped or you see Sherman brought back in. Oh my God, what if they got the best center in the draft? I mean, we're starting to talk about that. These are round out moves we're saying now that if we put that together, like, oh my God. Oh, now you're not just more talented. Now you don't just got more depth. Now you don't just have more scheme versatility, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Say nothing for the defensive side of the ball because now you have all the elements to run all of the old school cover 3 stuff that you ran in 2013. But you've been running all these blitz packages that aren't really in the playbook normally that you've added on now. And now instead of just hammering those blitzes constantly like you were doing last year, now we get a mix and match. Now we truly get to use deception to our side of things. This is the beauty of it, Carl. And again, brother, get hyped. Get hyped. But I'll be back in town in a week, man. Hit me up. Hit me up for sure, Brody. And thank you for the $40 donation, man. Barry, man, everybody's being so nice today. We got a lot of hyped up folks today. Thank you for being so kind with your guys' donation. Barry coming in with a $10 dono himself. Thank you, Barry. I appreciate it. You're always very kind and generous. He says, dust off your Sherman and Thomas jerseys, boys. I love it, man. I love it. You wouldn't shock me, man. If they pulled this kind of moves out, I would not be surprised. All guns are blazing this offseason from Seattle's standpoint. They're leaving no cannons under tarp. Every wick has been alit. Every cannonball has been thrown to the air. They're going for it. Nothing you can ask more than a fan base than go for it as a franchise. I don't want to hear about trusting the process. I don't want to hear about your 3-year damn plan. I want today. I want now. I want you to go for it. I'll deal with the losing season down the yard. If that's what it's got to call for, I'll go with that. But give me a year where I feel like you put that pedal to the floor and you said, damn the torpedoes. I could care less about the cops in my rearview mirror. I'm going up I-5 and I'm 165 and that needle is about to spin to the other side of the dial. And that is what our team is doing. Get hyped, folks. Get hyped. Because this is what we ask for. This is what we beg of our teams. This is what we come away from year after year. Nah, they didn't do it. Why didn't they just go for that thing? We heard about it last year where I added on inside sources within the locker room myself on this, that KJ Wright and Bobby Wagner went to John Snyder's office and kind of cussed him out before the season started when Clowney signed with the other team and they didn't do anything. They knew where that state of that team is. There ain't going to be no cussing out this season. Nobody's coming to John Snyder at the start of this year. Well done. It's a well done. Does it guarantee success? Does it mean a Super Bowl? No, there are no guarantees in the NFL. We know that. But control and handle as much as you can possibly control in an offseason. Do as much as attainable within your grasp, and then let the cards fall where they may. Thank you so much, you guys, though, for being so nice on the donations. I really do appreciate it. Peter Sports Car says, Brandon, do you think this defensive line could be the best in the NFL? Yes, I do. Because I don't think anybody's got the depth that we are going to be able to throw at this situation. I think there's a lot of teams out there that can give you better frontline guys, but I don't think they have as much behind that. And in those frontline guys that they have, you're going to see some aging guys in there that have got probably a high chance of falling to injury. Is Ndamukong Suh at 35 years old going to get through another 16-game season? Jason Pierre-Paul with his 7.5 fingers and getting older, is he going to get through a full season? Had back problems in the past. And we can say the same thing with the Cleveland with a guy like Clowney and Sheldon Richardson that they're relying on. So yeah, I think we do. Why do I? For those that think we have too many defensive linemen, this is the NFL. 100% that certain guys will get injured in training camp, let alone as the 17-game season goes along. Sorry there. Couldn't get that out. Solid point by Why Do Why. Like right now, you don't know what's going to come along in training camp. Guys do get injured in training camp. Holding on as many as you can with this kind of quality right now. I mean, this is what we did back in the 2013 days where you had Antoine Winfield Sr. out there on the team, and he was going to be your slot guy that year. But because you had stacked up so much talent at that point in time, you ended up cutting him. A guy that may eventually get some Hall of Fame votes on the senior committee, a guy that, in my opinion, is, in my eyes as a fan, has been the best tackling cornerback I've seen in my lifetime. And you cut him. You cut him because you have that kind of talent on your team at that time. He was older at the time, probably not the player he once was, but you're at that place now where you'll be cutting good players, but that's the place you want to get to as a roster. You want to get the place of the roster if you got guys on the roster just sort of hanging around. You want them to have it to be a hard decision come cut down time. That guy's going to get signed by another team out there. Yeah, it's a good place to get your roster to. It means you have a very good roster at that point. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, who do we put at Sam? Well, Seahawks, I keep going Seahawks Jose. I just got Jose. Sorry, bud. It all just kind of blends together. But Jose, they're going to try out Darrell Taylor over at Sam. He would fit into that a little bit better than perhaps Aldon Smith would, being that he's a little bit faster. So maybe he can add a little bit of that to his game. We saw with Bruce Irvin, he wasn't a Sam linebacker coming out of West Virginia. He was a guy that was a pass rusher, and they moved him out there and implemented that into his game. What you can do with the Sam, because he's playing the 4-3 under, which means he's heads up on the tight end, right next to the tackle. He's not where the will is, where the will's off ball next to the middle linebacker in space. And so the will ends up going up seam routes with the tight end, whereas what you tend to have with this guy here over on this side, the Sam, is that he's going to go out into a flat route most of the time and take those type of things away, or drop back in space straight back in coverage on just a simple zone back. But then he normally within our scheme also is going to have Jamal Adams, the strong safety, coming up into the box ideally, right? Because you have the single high safety. So Jamal comes to his side as opposed to normally coming to the other side of it. They'll mix it up a little bit with that, but normally he's going to come over. So he's got even a little more help out there, the Sam does then, in his zone coverage ability. It's like an extra guy to that side most of the time because the safety is going to tend to drop out where the space will then be over here, if you're a quarterback. This is kind of in simple terms, and this is on a majority standpoint. They certainly flip it up to different things. But because of that, you can move a guy a little bit more easier to Sam if he's in that mold of a Bruce Irvin, Darrell Taylor type. Twitchy, bendy kind of guy with just enough length and speed to hold up over there. Fish, I love this pickup. We might move Darrell Taylor to Sam. He is 6'4", 245. Ding, 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 ding. Exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying, man. Ethan, and the really exciting thing about this pass rush is if they're as good as they should be, at least on paper, the complement to the secondary will be amazing. Very much so. Teams have been able to thrive not just because they've learned to dink and dunk and nip at our defense by just getting little bites to get themselves up the field. They've also been able to do it by allowing these long developing plays, especially on the flood zone concepts. And a flood zone concept, again, in simple terms, is you've got a player A who's got his own responsibility, his little circular sphere of influence that he's responsible for. Now here comes this receiver. This receiver's coming into a zone, and what normally is going to happen with that zone guy, if he's not picked up a player yet, you're 3-4 seconds into a play, here comes receiver A, he's going to carry that receiver with them. He's going to stay with that receiver and where that receiver takes him at that point, emptying his zone. They then run another player into that zone. Bingo, bango, you got an easy completion. And this is why when a lot of times you see guys in wide open spaces in our defense, this is essentially what's happened. The Rams are an absolute master of doing this type of thing. So it's hard to run those flood concepts if you don't have the time to execute those type of plays. And that's exactly what we got here. Just not they're not going to be able to get those plays out as long. Certainly they'll be able to still dink and dunk, but this is going to absolutely require teams to be completely patient. And of course, as we've seen with Quandre Diggs lately, outside of Barry Soetoro being right and we bringing back Adams, is he's been pretty good about keeping that stuff cleaned up over the top like Earl Thomas was a master of. Brendan Eichrick says we're going to be eating quarterbacks for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and don't you forget dessert. I love it, Brendan. I love it. Brendan says, how would you sort out the depth chart of the front seven right now? Well, when you were able to truly implement the NASCAR package, it's not about starters anymore. Because the key ingredients on this is it's basically, rather than thinking about it as who's the starter, think about it in, are they showing us a run front from the offensive side of the ball, or are they showing us a passing front on the offensive side of the ball? So did they come out with 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, I formation? What are they giving us? So, if you're in an I formation, and the reason this is prevalent is you go I formation, you go, okay, I want my 2 run-stepping defensive ends on the field first on either side. So you go, it could be Carlos Dunlap, could be LJ Collier if he can develop into that role, which I had thought would at least be his bottom 4. And then you bring in Aldon Smith on one side. And then in the middle, your defensive tackles, like I was saying, you stack 2 one-techs. So you've got your Al Woods and you've got your Brian Monet because it's not going to be a passing down, so you don't need the pass rush on those plays. Now we get to a 3rd and 9. We flip them out, right? Now we flip them out. Now Carlos Dunlap maybe in, maybe out. Maybe you got Alton Robinson in his place instead. You got Ben Samaya, maybe Kerry Hyder flipping in there. Okay, now Aldon Smith comes out. Now you got Darrell Taylor in there. And then it's just the guys fit to the roles at that point. So it's really less to do with the starting aspect of things with the front 7 and more the rotation to what the offense is showing them. So if you come out in a run-heavy thing, hey, we're going to come out in even a run-heavier defense to stop you. And if you come out in pass-heavy, we're going to come out in our ultimate pass rush NASCAR package to come after you. So you're really able to then attack those teams. Just go right at them, right at them in the proper way. As opposed to just having your guys you're just trotting out there because you only have 5 total guys in totality. So there's nothing with rotations. It's just like who's fresh, who's winded, who needs a blow. Maxwell says in 2019, the Seahawks sack leader had 4 sacks. Now we have an amazing unit. We took a weakness to a great strength. It could be a top 2 unit. You also can't forget about Adams. Bingo. Exactly. It's got that potential to be there. This is not overstating it to say it. And I'm gonna go on a limb and say we're not going to see a lot of NFC West fans here in the chat today. probably not going to see a lot of them. They've been popping up a little bit here and there now, but I'm guessing that maybe that point that I was trying to drive home a week or two ago about us taking kind of a good little lead right now in the divisional favorites side of thing is just sort of kind of getting a little bit further. We're not lapping anybody, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's my confidence, but I'm feeling myself. I'm feeling my team right now. YG White says, can you see the flood zone side zone blitz coming with Smith, Taylor dropping on one side and Adams, Wagner flooding the other side on a blitz, still have 7 in coverage? I could. I think it's going to be the upshot of them being so blitz heavy over the last couple of years as Carroll's adapted something that he didn't have through the first 8 years of his time here in Seattle and didn't utilize much, the blitz game. He's implemented it in, I think, partly recognizing that he has to in this modern era to a degree, partly out of necessity and partly because you brought Jamal Adams into it. But keeping Jamal here long-term means you keep the blitz game going. Not to the degree last year it is, where you're in top 5, top 3 state as far as how often you were blitzing last year, but into at least maybe more of a middle road state from where it was in those first 8 years where you were 31st, 32nd in the league in the amount of times that you blitzed in a given season. Sean Harker says we need a center, cornerback, and 2 wide receivers in the draft. And those just happen to be 3 of the more deeper positional groupings in this particular draft, Sean. I agree with you, but it also happens to be one you're able to get your hands on and take at that point in time. So I'm liking it from that standpoint, and that I think is also by design. If we were asking John Schneider, that this is going to be all purposeful, just like getting another defensive end in a draft that's not very talent-laden rich with defensive ends. Ethan, Thomas Cox, do Seattle trade Green or Collier or keep them plus the other players from last year's draft? Your best case scenario with both of those 2 players, Thomas, is getting at best a 7th round pick. I think both players are probably not going to get you much of anything in a return for trade. So at the end of the day, you're going to have to probably cut them, where that leads to is you don't cut them now. You get through training camp. It's to let the best man, the best man survives. The best 2 men survive. And out of those 4 guys I talked about, Aldon, LJ, Darrell Taylor, and Green, you'll probably end up keeping 2 of those guys, maybe 3. It depends on if they decide to move LJ Collier to the 3 tech, as some people have been thinking they might just do. Ethan's Tech World, adding on to the aggressiveness from Schneider in free agency. I'm more optimistic he will continue this in the draft. Maybe not trading up, but making the decision to not get a regular practice squad guy. I think they're targeting, Ethan, and I don't know if that's maybe what your point was on that, but I think that they are targeting certain guys, certain positions in this draft, which is a good thing in a certain realm. It's a little bit scary to me at times because you do get, Ethan, a little bit out of the best player available place. You arrive in the second round and maybe Creed Humphrey is there, but then maybe another prospect like De'Ame Brown is on the board and you're like, oh my God, Diame's lasted to here, but then Creed's here. And they're like, well, we kind of really need a center to pair here with Posick because Posick's not a certain item, and we're already too deep here at the receiver. But that's where again I've talked about it. You operate so much better when you are in the standpoint of best player available on the board. But you're going to see, I think, Schneider get some more picks here one way or another. I think there's another deal or move here he's going to make to try to get some more picks before this draft. Certainly would be not be the least bit surprised to see them trade down in that second round. But we'll see. Michael Ryan, does this make KJ Wright's situation over? No. You certainly are eating up some cap space. Probably with this deal, you're down to right now in workable cap room, somewhere in the neighborhood of about $3.5 to $4 million or so. Would be maybe a little bit more. And again, you can put voidable years, so maybe that lowers Aldon's first year hit down. So maybe you even got up to like $5 million still left. You still can, Michael, convert Russell Wilson's base salary at any time that the front office wants to bonus and then pick up an additional $10 million. At which point you could fit in KJ, you could fit in Sherm, you could go buy a boat, you could go put a down payment on a jet ski. So we got some room to make still there. I like to watch NFL. Do we have a top 5 pass rush? You better believe it. And I like that you said pass crush. I think that was a Freudian slip. I like to watch NFL, but I think it was a beautiful Freudian slip. Go Ox05. Matt Stafford crapped his pants a little bit today. He did. He sharted. He did. He was a little sharp. And it just sort of hit him. He picked up his phone and he saw the scroll come through. And he's just, it's like, oh my God, I've been eating kale. What's going on? Ruvim says KJ isn't coming back, and that's good. I'm not certain on that yet, Ruvim. Not certain on that. We still got some room to make, and he was never going to make any money. The thing we had with KJ and the thought process of bringing him back or him coming back was built upon the fact that he made peace with the fact that he wasn't going to be paid at what he thought he was going to be paid at the beginning of this offseason. That's turned out to be the case. Nobody's out there offering him anything really, by all accounts. That's up to what he was thinking he was going to get. Probably waiting to after the draft to see if maybe there's a team that gets a little needy that thought they could get a linebacker in the draft, because there are a lot of guys that you could put at a Will or a Sam in this linebacker over him that'll be much cheaper options. So I think there is still a chance here. Maybe not a high chance of what it was before the signing, Revim, a little bit, but I don't think that this necessarily X's that out. Ethan says practice squad guys in the sense of trading back for like six round picks, and then those players we never really see. I'm thinking he won't do that. Instead, a smaller trade back potentially. Yeah, to me, you trade back in the second round, Ethan, to like the top of the third, let's say the fifth pick in the third round. You probably can pick up like a fifth round pick at that point. And that's the money spot to go pick up an extra pick from, because that's the spot of the guys who opted out a year, great tape in 2019, question here, question there with them, but you've got the potential with them there still, which is not usually what you're able to get in the fifth round. Fish says, I want to run a 3-4 scheme. You'll never see Coach Carroll run a 3-4 scheme. He does say this, though, Fish. Carroll says he runs a 4-3 scheme with 3-4 principles. So you kind of get a 3-4 scheme right now. But Coach Carroll's 4-3 to the bone. He comes from the Bud Grant tree of 4-3 defenses, the Purple People Eaters. You'll never see him go outside of that mold. Fish, Aldon and Darrell on the outside with Bobby and Brooks in the middle with Kerry Hyder, Aldon, Robinson, Poona Ford, and Ben Samoa on the D-line. I like it, Fish. It's not that I don't like it. It's just Coach Carroll is a guy at 70 years old is not going to adopt to a new scheme for the first time in his coaching life. But I'm with you. I probably gravitate on more often than not, Fish, as I get older, I start to gravitate more and more to 3-4 scheme. And I can see why you do that. That get both Bobby and Brooks on the field in natural positions out the gate. So smart from that aspect of it. Ethan, if Pete and Ken can't take this to a top defense in the NFL, I don't know anymore. I'd like to think Pete still has those strengths. Lots going to get proven out this year. Ethan, lots going to get proven out this year. Russell's going to get a new offensive coordinator. He's going to have potentially the best assemblage of offensive talent around him, front to back, that he's had in his entire career. As I've said, the pass rush on paper is potentially as strong as you've had in the history of this franchise. This coaching staff cannot get that out of these players. Russell can't take off. The coaching can't take off. We learn a lot more about these guys and what the answers is to some of these questions that has been debated about throughout this offseason as it pertains to Coach Carroll or Russell Wilson or to the approach of the coaching staff in general. And that's the nice thing about this. That's part of, again, the reasoning behind the go forward now approach this offseason. Oh my goodness, did we get another donation? I missed it. No, we're good. Michael Ryan, what are the ideal starters on defense this upcoming year? I think you see early downs, you'll see something like along the realm of, if LJ is here, he's out there left starting defensive end. If he's not, you have Kerry Hyder here, and then you have Dunlap on the right side, Al Woods, Poona Ford. You'd have Al Woods and Brian Monet as your early down guys, and then Poona comes in as your third, 3-tech pass rusher. I think that's what they're trying to set the stage for theoretically here. But then pass rushing downs, Alton Robinson and Darrell Taylor are your guys that flop in. I think Rasheem Green probably gets cut. But that's kind of how it would look in general. Maxwell Stern, what do I think of the Connor to the Cardinals? I think he just had some pretty big time. He had some kind of surgery there. James Conner, who did go to the Cardinals. And a guy that's really never been, I think if you talk to Steeler fans, they'd say, we've had better backs through here. I mean, they've seen some great running backs throughout the eras there in Pittsburgh. And I don't think that anybody would even put him on the level of Willie Parker. I think that James Conner is just a guy, not very explosive. Certainly you wonder after surgery how explosive he's going to be. If you're going to tell me that you're going to go from Kenyon Drake, who at least does have some speed and some of that explosion, to James Conner, I'm going to consider that just a little bit of a backtrack. Just a tiny bit. Seahawks Gaming, you wanted 2 good edge rushers. Now we got 3, Hyder, Dunlap, and Smith. And you held on to Benson Mayowa, Seahawks Gaming, who's not fancy. But like I've said, Mayowa's value to me gets much higher when you're talking about him playing 10 to 15% of the snaps. If we're talking about him playing the O'Brien Schofeld role of 2013 in that particular defense, a guy who got some snaps in that defense as a pass rusher, I'm okay with that. And I am happy. I'm over the moon, man. They've done what I asked them to do. And not only did they do it, they went beyond what I asked, which is even better. I want you to hammer this position group. You guys destroyed the position group from a good standpoint. They went at it. They went, we can't let this happen again. This cannot be a problem for a third straight year. We can't get caught in a situation where we land at the start of training camp and we scratch our heads and we're like, man, everything we counted on didn't come to bloom. And now we got to go make some crazy trade to try to offset this, which is going to hurt our future. The lesson was learned. This is what you want from coaching staffs and front offices. No one's going to be perfect, but when you make a mistake or when you have a tendency to continue to make a mistake over and over again, change course, change your strategy, try something new. That's what they're doing. Again, this is why I'm so happy about it. Rosalind Smith, I don't think they're going to bring Sherman back. He probably wants too much money. Potentially. The key with him comes down to Rosalind, just like with KJ, they are very much in the same boat out there rowing in the ocean. And that ocean is an ocean of not a lot of suitors, not a lot of people that are willing to pay that type of money. So who's going to give him that money? Who are we competing against? I don't have a good answer on it because we haven't heard any real interest out there for either of these two guys really. But it's possible. I don't think I'm going to put in a likely stance, Rosalind, if only because I like the draft so much with corners, and you go and draft a couple of corners, and there's really, really no need at that point. But certainly bringing in Demarius Randall, for instance, doesn't preclude you from signing Sherman. You're not going to go with Demarius and be like, okay, no Sherman because we got Demarius Randall in here. So it still could happen. Maybe not likely, but it still could happen. Fish, I'd love a third down running back. I would too. We saw a couple years ago when they drafted the kid C.J. Prosise out of Notre Dame. That was a guy they were drafting almost specifically for that role. You know, for all the things that I talked about, a receiver convert, guy could still run between the tackles. You know, injuries took him down, but they've just not been able to cover it. And it's a position that Carroll, as he came in the door here and went out and got Leon Washington, does covet within his offense. There's things I've talked about in offense because Coach Carroll's not just a defensive guy who ignores the offensive side of the ball. He likes big receivers going back to his USC days. He likes to usually have multiple running backs, likes to have a joker move tight end type in an offense. And the same thing is true with the third down running back. Likes having a third down running back as well. Joshua Williams-Aero says, I think there's a 90% chance Gerald Taylor moves to Sam linebacker now. No way we carry 5 Leos. No. And we're more stacked of a 5 techs than we are Leos. Because really, Alton Robinson can do Leo. He's kind of a tweener between Leo and 5 tech. Darrell Taylor's more of a pure Leo. I'd say Rasheem Green is not really, to me, a Leo in his skill set. He's not sudden enough. LJ is not a Leo. So, you know, Aldon Smith's a Leo. Kerry Hyder's a 5 tech. I kind of wouldn't go there. Why you think Kendrick Green could be turned into a starting NFL center? Well, he's a great left guard. I'll say that. And I always, you know, with me, I've got a little bit of I'm a little allergic to taking guys that play a certain position in college and then moving them to a new position at the NFL level. I'm not a fan of doing that. With that said, there is success to be had at that, not just with the Seahawks, but teams around the league do that. There's nothing in his skill set that tells me that he can't play left guard in this league and be an upper-level left guard in this league. He's going to probably be selected in the second round. And if the Seahawks select him in the second round, though I wouldn't necessarily be as hyped as I would be for Quinn Miners, he's not that far off as a player and could very well be in a very similar place as far as his potential and how good he can be in this league. I loved his film, everything you could want kind of from a left guard in that stance. He certainly has the skill set and the abilities there to slide in inside to center. But he's good. He's one of the better left guards in the draft. I don't know if you'd have to do that. I could see it would make a lot more sense to take a guy like Robert Hainsey out of Notre Dame and kick him from right tackle to center with his athletic limitations and some of his strength limitations. But with Kendrick Green, it's like, man, he's pretty pure over there at the left guard. Maxwell Stern says Mo Hurst could be good off waivers. Could. I don't think they want to spend money on it. I think they want to go younger and cheaper there if they go. They've already got some money invested in your frontline Carson guy. You got money invested now in Penny. Unless Penny gets traded, hard to see him adding any more money on the running back room. Joshua William Ojero. Sorry, Joshua, mispronounced. Aldon gained 30 pounds from his 250 that he was at on the 49ers, so I could see him playing some 5 tech. He could. I also wouldn't be surprised, Joshua, to hear them tell him to just go to lose lose 11 pounds and go down as well. I think that they're just as likely to tell him to go do that because they've got Carlos Dunlap to go play that edge over there. And Carlos isn't going to be a Leo. He's not a sudden guy as much as I think Aldon is. That's why I maybe move a little more to Aldon being over there, and I think they probably will have him go down in just a little bit of weight. Just like they did with Frank Clark, kind of. Frank Clark was at Michigan playing up at damn near 270, and they had him down at 259 once they brought him in here. Seahawks Gaming, now we need to get AB. 2 negatives make a positive. You can't have 1 negative. I love it. It took me a second to land for me, brother, but that was good. Oh, we need 2 AB. You know, we get 2 negatives, we got to make a positive. Love it. You need a matching pair, right? Michael, who do you think gets cut on the defensive line, or do we keep all of them? If I'm going to put my magic ball in place right now, Michael, I think LJ Collier and Rasheem Green are going to be playing elsewhere next year. I think Darrell Taylor and Alden Robinson are the 2 guys that remain. And so you Alden Robinson, LJ Collier, Kerry Hyder, Benson Mayoa, Carlos Dunlap, Alton Smith. That's 6 defensive ends. You know, I'm going that direction. JDM, if by 1/4 of the season and the Hawks lead the league in sacks, we need to make a C sacks trend. I'm on board, JDM. You put the plan together. I'll sign off on it. That'd be great to see. Ethan, we aren't going to get anything for Penny. In my opinion, you see how well we can do in Waldron's offense. You see how well he can do in Waldron's offense. You can't go much lower with Penny. Hopefully Waldron can turn Penny into $1. Laughing out loud. Nice pun. Love it, Ethan. Yeah, it's. I think if there's no trade value to get, I'd say if there is some trade value to get with a Penny at this point, you would consider it. But at the end of the day, too, if he's where they think he is and where I think he is as far as being a real good scheme fit here for the outside zone principles that Waldron's scheme is going to lean into way more than Schottenheimer's scheme did, then keep him, because you're not going to find a better option in that respect. I don't think you'll find a better option in that 5th, 6th, 7th round. The guy you'll find in the 5th, 6th, 7th round is the Carson type, the guy pushing the 4.6 40. But if we're talking about the guy pushing the 4.4 40, like a guy like Penny can kind of get into, well, that's a unique talent set, and that's something that you need to run those outside zone. We've seen with a guy like Homer trying to run it, can't get it done, doesn't have the speed, or DJ Dallas doesn't have the speed. This guy's got the speed. He can do it, as bared out by the stats in his career and the little sample size times he's had the opportunity to run it. But agree with you, I doubt that there's any real trade value for him right now in the market. C's Velasquez. Carl Nerney, you're crazy as F. New quarterback, you're not a real bandwagon. You're crazy as F. You're not a real fan. Carl is definitely a real fan. He's been an OG of this channel going back in the day. I know he's active as hell on YouTube. He's part of people that and he's not alone in people on this. There's a lot of people that got whiplash on this quarterback situation. Now, the fences have been mended, but a lot of people were looking at the situation from a real base standpoint that was not incorrect and remains not incorrect, which is that if Coach Carroll is unwilling to open up from what he's been willing to be at throughout his coaching tenure, if he's not willing to let his quarterback, Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime, truly cook, truly be utilized, truly have the most value taken out of him for what he costs, then it makes so much more smarter sense to move on from that guy that you're spending $35 million a year on. $35 million a year on, because at that point, you're not building your offense around him. You're not catering to him. You're not doing what you should be doing if you're going to spend that money on that quarterback. And that's really where I think it comes down for a lot of people on that. Now, it looks like Coach Carroll didn't go in that direction. So Carl, as intelligent people do, has changed his mind on that. You know, the intelligent people do not stay fixed on an item and say, this is what I think and believe, and I can never be moved off of it. That's what you get. That's where you get the people that are rigid and just they want to just stick in confirmation bias and believe what they believe. But he was, as I was, open to this process of opening up and showing itself to be where, hey, look, they're finding compromise here. They're finding a middle ground here, and that's the thing that we hope they could do. So, but if they hadn't done that, if there had not been a middle ground found, if your quarterback's still pissed off because he's not being allowed to cook and his chef half sit in the garbage, well, it's not as much that you want to see the quarterback moved on from. It's not as much that Carl or myself doesn't want Russell here. It's as much as you've got 2 immovable forces now. So one's got to go, and guess who just signed a 5-year extension last season? Guess who's general manager just signed a 5-year extension? Guess who doesn't have an owner on the organization front right now really watching over things very closely? Carroll. And he's not going anywhere. So it's kind of was a logic thing as much as anything else. Crazy Loner was patiently waiting on your live. I'm so excited about this move. Crazy, get excited, brother. Get excited. You should love it. And I'm hyped, man. I'm as hyped as I've been all off season. I thought I was hyped on the Dunlap move, and I mean, this is just, look, he's not as good as Dunlap, but he is not as far away. You've added like 2 Dunlaps this offseason is like how I would relate it. Ethan's Tech World, I've heard Darrell Taylor played Sam in college for a while. I don't know too much about it, but I just love that the team has so much flexibility as many of the rushers can play all over the place. They do. You've got guys that you can put on either side. You can flip them around. I mean, it's nothing is fit or set. It's you can attack weaknesses. You can have a guy in Dunlap who's a power guy, and you got to tackle maybe this week at the blind side who's weak against power. Like he just can't handle power at all. He's good against bend and stuff, but he can't handle power. Well, this week Dunlap plays Leo, and then on the other side, maybe you've got a right tackle who can't handle bend. Well, flip over Darrell, give him some more snaps over there. Let's test him out with the bend. You get to attack those weaknesses of those offenses now as far as their offensive line's concerned. Just so much to be excited about from that standpoint. And this is the cherry on top. This is it really brings the room together like the Big Lebowski's rug. It's just like that. This Dunlap brings the room together. Jesus, birds going crazy outside. Maxwell says bring back KJ, sign AB, get some corners. That would be a team with a Super Bowl potential. Hey, it's a Super Bowl potential team right now, in my opinion, Maxwell. But that would certainly help as well. That wouldn't hurt matters. Kyle says, bro, fake cut, fresh faces on the D line, love it. I just put 100 down to win 2,600 on my bookie if Seahawks win the Super Bowl. Oh, Kyle's going all in. He's pushing his chips to the center of the table, and I love it, Kyle. I'm going ballsy this year. I'm gonna be confident this year. I'm not gonna be like, well, maybe we just. No, I'm feeling it right now. I'm feeling this team, and I'm going to say it. John Robinson says, Rob Stanton told me personally he thinks Darrell Taylor will never play a snap or amount to anything. There's no evidence for any of that. Sometimes he just talks S, I'm finding out. There's times he seems to have inside sources where I'm not sure if he does or doesn't. So I don't know on that. I had thought that at one point last season, John, when they weren't getting him on the practice field, and by all measure, he was supposed to be recovered, but it was still feeling away. But he got on the practice field during the week of the playoffs, just didn't have enough time to ramp up to get ready for the game. But if the team was on the standpoint of feeling that he wasn't going to play again, why wouldn't they have just shut him down all last season? You would just let the leg rest, let him train and rehabilitate around it. Don't have him on the practice field and risk it at that point. Let's just see if it calms down and cools down. But I don't admittedly have much information on it with that because the team's been relatively quiet. Carroll spoke about him bouncing around the practice field during the playoff week. But maybe you're right. I don't know. Sorry, the birds are fighting outside, folks. Emmanuel Mendahane. Hey, guys, Maurice Hurst, who says no? I've got to look a little bit more about Maurice Hurst, Emmanuel. So let me look into him a little more. I'm not really as much knowing on his game too well. XE Dubstep says, Sam, our pass rush is beefy this year. Can't wait to see them knock some heads. Me neither. It is looking beefy. It's a big, beefy pass rush. Maxwell Stearns, if they don't get KJ back, will they move Smith to Sam? I don't think Aldon Smith's getting moved to Sam. That's a possibility. I think Darrell Taylor is the number one option at that point to move over. You don't have another guy on the roster to do it. Cody Barton really struggled in that role in 2019. You want Cody more at the will if you're going to bring him on the football field, or even maybe the middle linebacker if you get caught in a pinch. But you don't really have a Sam right now on the roster. So, hey, I mean, we still have not had even Bruce Irvin yet announce his retirement. So, what if Bruce suddenly decides he's ready to maybe come back in training and it's coming together for him and you can have him play some Sam? We don't know. There's still some options out there. It's not as hard a role to fill necessarily as you might think with that, I think, on the open market. I think you can find a Sam to do a certain set thing early down. You're not in base a lot in the NFL. I mean, you can subscribe to being a nickel 65% of the time, and that's going to have that guy off the field a predominant amount of the time at that point. So it's important as a position, but it's not as important as getting these other things done necessarily. Mighty Joni Boy, if we have 6 picks this year after some John Schneider magic, what 6 positions do you want? Off the top, I want 2 corners. Give me 2 corners, Mighty Joni Boy, because you're going to find 2 awesome Seahawks type corners in this draft if you pick the right guys. Give me a running back. That's 3. These are later picks. Give me a center early on. Give me a tackle who can play a little swing with maybe a little bit of talent and maybe some upside. That'd be 5. Give me a receiver. That would be 6. And if you can't get the swing tackle, go back to receiver again. So if you go 2 receivers, 2 cornerbacks, a center, I feel pretty good about that type of draft if they do something like that. And I think that'd be easily the way it could scale, because you could get the two receivers and 2 cornerbacks later on in the draft from rounds 5 to 7 and get those 4 type of players and get some pretty talented guys at that value. Michael Ryan, which receivers do you like in this draft? So it's where I'm torn a lot, Michael, because the guys that I like in this draft are sort of the top, even beyond the top end guys, they're still the top end guys. You know, I think I'm scared with Rondell Moore in the 5-7, but I still like his talent, and I'd love to have him on my team. Same thing with Kadarius Toney. But of course, you know, these guys are gone. De'Ami Brown, love De'Ami Brown, but I just don't think he's going to last until the 2nd round. If I'm going to gravitate towards a current set couple of guys as we get in and just being realistic, I guess, Michael, of staying in the realm of reasonability here, I like Marquez Stevenson quite a bit. I don't think he got to shine as much because of limited quarterback play. Dwayne Eskridge is an interesting guy. I do have some questions about him, and I'm not picking him earlier really than the 5th round, and I'd like to try to get him in the 6th if I did. The Cade Johnson kid's pretty cool, is pretty nice as well. Ilhar Marset Smith is another guy who I think you get later, who's got some talent, who can play in this league, and he's got some upside to him too. Like, he's a guy you get later on who actually has some legitimate upside to him. That would probably be kind of a small list of guys off the top of my head. I like Terry Tamarian out of Florida State. Fought through an injury last year, but in 2019 really dominated. You could pair him as a big receiver on the outside with DK. You'd have a couple of twin towers over there at that point. And I think he was really one of those guys fighting through injury, and so he'll be so much better next year when he starts to get kind of his legs back under him. But he's big, and he's still pretty fast for how big he is. But those would be kind of like a small set. If I can think of somebody else, I'll mention it. But there's some good receivers in this draft. Even getting into Head Bebe from Illinois, I think, and some of the other guys later on. There's some good ones throughout. Ethan and Pete likes to do lots of rotating with his pass rush, so it's great having what would look like too many pass rushers, but really it isn't. It's not a mistake for this team to add talent. No, I'm of the opinion that you never can have too many pass rushers. I just don't believe that. I think guys get worn down in the course of the season. We've seen our team be one of the more injured teams in the NFL over the last couple of years. Like it or not like it, it's smart to maybe adjust towards that and to make sure that you have some depth flexibility there to be able to deal with that when that happens, as opposed to being in, oh crapville, we don't have anything we can do for this horrible thing that's just happened. We're just going to have to sign a guy off the street or grab some 35-year-old pass rusher who hasn't played in a couple of years and hope he can get in there and do something. So this doesn't put you back in that territory of things, which is smart. Because again, the defense is so reliant on rushing the passer and generating that quick pass rush. Fish says we could get Smith or Dion Lewis as a 3rd down running back. Dion Lewis would be interesting. If he's got anything left in him, he'd be interesting, Fish. Wash, you not doing the call in today, buddy. Sorry, I've got some packing I got to do. I'm heading back to mainland, so we're going to be in and out on this one. Ravim, I think the only free agents we should sign is Sherm and AB, and then just draft, and then our team will be stacked and we are set. Man, if you do that, Ravim, what you've done at that point, which is really nice again, is you put your... Jesus. Birds freaking out outside. If you do that, you set the stage at that point to go into the draft to draft best player available on the board, because you've got the receiver now. The third wide receiver's in there. Swain drops to number 4 at that point. You bring in Sherm. Now you've got depth at the cornerback position. So while I'd like them to draft a corner, you're not pressed to have to do so. Again, that's the best drafting strategy to be in BPA, best player available. And it's a place that teams will tell you that, yeah, that's what we do every year. We're always best player available. That's how we always been. Nah, a lot of times you're reaching. A lot of times you're trying to fix things, and that's where you get into Troublesville. Mighty Johnny Boy, Ito Smith just got cut. He doesn't do much for me. Jason McEward, how you doing, Jason? He says, front seven is going to be lights out for opposing offenses. Absolutely going to be tough to deal with. I wouldn't want to play against him. You're going to see him generating pressure on and you can't wear him down either. You can't just hope to, we'll run them, we'll get their front line guys tired out, and then by the third, fourth quarter, they're not going to be able to get to us. And no, we'll be able to keep guys fresh throughout. So we're going to send waves at you, just waves of pass rush. Just this guy, and now this guy. You can see games with like 5 guys with 1 sack, or 6 guys with 7 sacks. You know, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be biblical. K1 is shaking in his boots. He is. You're gonna be KO after this, Rosalind. Oh! Bam! Sean Harker, would surprise me if we don't take a look at M. Hurst. Well, Sean, you're the third one here. Tonight I will go watch some tape on Mr. Hurst, because I have been missing this guy for some reason. But it sounds like this is where the chat's kind of pushing on. So I'll take a look. You're not the first on that one. Fish says Ito Smith's the perfect third down running back. He has the speed, the receiving ability, and he is pretty young. Well, it's another guy maybe I got to watch a little bit more on. He never wowed me before watching him, but again, I haven't locked in on him either. So Wheeler says, how can the 49ers draft Fields if the Jaguars are going to take him? Yeah, right. Yeah. No, Urban Meyer's had a love affair with Trevor Lawrence. That's literally why he took the Jaguars job. Rosalind Smith, Mac Jones is definitely going to the Niners. I think that he is as well, Rosalind. And it's going to be a beautiful thing. It's going to be it's going to be like just a nice, beautiful cut of steak, a nice filet mignon, just right with some mashed potatoes there. Just every chew, Oh, they really drafted Mac. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Because it's going to set that organization back a couple of years. I firmly believe that. It's not the smart way to do the rookie quarterback thing. You want the talented rookie quarterback who can do certain things really great. You don't want the game manager quarterback whose top end is a lesser version of Kirk Cousins. Randall McDaniel says, think we make a run at Edelman? No, I think Edelman probably would go to Tampa Bay. If Tom Brady still didn't exist in this universe and there was options of him going somewhere else, maybe we would take a look at him. But I think also his body's pretty beat up at this point. I don't think he's got a lot left in the tank anymore. I mean, he still played pretty well. He was on the field last year. But no, I think he goes to Tampa Bay if he does come out, Randall. Gerard Godfrey. This is very reminiscent of the offseason where we signed Averill and Bennett. Something special is brewing. Can you feel it? I can feel it, Jared, and hey, welcome on in. Yes, this is absolutely reminiscent of that 2013 offseason, 2012 offseason, whatever you want to call it, and you better believe I can feel it. Something is coming, Mr. Wayne. That's it. We're at that place. This is it's and you should feel that way, Jared. I mean, hell, you've almost gone beyond that because you've gotten the Mayowa and the Dunlap brought back, and then you've added an Aldon Smith on top of it. Then you've added a Kerry Hyder on top of it. You've almost gone one more. One could say you needed to go one more because you got a little bit more in the tank on that defensive scheme and the guys you had in there with the Clemens, the Irvin, the Brandon Mabane. But all that being the same, this is that. This is exactly that. You've added a multiple, and that's what we talked about the potential of this offseason existing, Jared, is that this was the unusual offseason where you just had a big, huge, just avalanche of defensive ends and pass rushers flooding the market. You had so few teams with so few money to spend, which was just going to depress a lot of people's value. And the biggest position that probably got depressed above all else probably was the pass rushers, simply because there were so many of them on the market. And that is the way that this is played out. And smart of Seattle, very smart of Seattle to take advantage of the situation as they did in 2013. That got them a Super Bowl. How this bears out, I don't know, but I think there's a lot of reason for me to feel confident given the recent history of making a similar move at that positional group in Seahawks history in the last 10 years. And yes, Edelman did retire, but Edelman does have the potential of coming out of retirement at any point in time if he wanted to. He's released. He is a street free agent. Just because he said he is retiring doesn't mean that he can't potentially come out. See Gronk. James Valvis, best offseason since the pre-Super Bowl Seahawks that brought Michael B. and Averill here. Too bad, only 3 picks. Well, only 3 picks right now, James, and welcome on in. And you're right, best offseason since that year by far. By far. It's not even close, number 3 behind that, by the way. But yeah, they're right there, and I'd expect them to end up with at least 4 to 5 picks somehow or another, James, even if they've got to mortgage a little future draft capital to get that this potential draft. But there's no way Schneider ends up with just 3 picks here. I guarantee it. Leonardo Cruz says Edelman didn't pass the physical. It's very true. Doesn't hold him back from maybe passing a physical in a couple months. So yes, he's retired, but these guys go in and out sometimes. And, you know, it's one thing to be retired right now at this time of the season as the season starts to approach and that body clock starts ticking and that itch starts itching. Sometimes things can turn around with that. Michael Ryan, do I think Russ is happy? I think, Michael, anybody making any determination about where they know Russell's mindset to be right now or Coach Carroll's mindset to be right now is operating in the dark and making guesses in a situation where you should really hesitate to make guesses. It should be more on trying to speak with a little more certainty and knowledge. And when they give us tidbits like I think Brandon Marshall gave us where it's, you know, and this was also obviously fed by Wilson saying, you know, Coach Carroll and Wilson's relationship's better than it's ever been. It's never been this good. Well, I mean, some of that feels a little PR to me. Do I think he is as in the happiest state as we could ask for, given where he started out this offseason? Yes. Does it mean that he has fully jumped back on board the ship and he's going to be ready to captain this thing for the next 10 years forward? I'm not so certain of that as of yet, Michael. I think I need a little more data to make that determination. But as far as whatever the front office could do this offseason to get him in that mold, getting an offensive coordinator who's going to improve the offensive scheme, improving the offense, even if it's just moderately in the talent around him, they're doing what they can to get that done. And so at that point, it's kind of out of the grasp, and fate is up to determine and choose what's going to happen. Brandon McDaniel says, how much was Aldon's deal? I don't disagree on the low risk. I just think there are certain roles and personalities with teams. I don't mean on the field. Admittedly, I can be wrong. Oh, you might be right there. I mean, he's maybe a guy that you could make that determination on. I don't know that we can know. That's the thing with that, Randall, is I just don't. Do we know one way or another with Aldon if he's poor in the locker room or if he's not an all-in guy at this point in time in his career? I don't. I can't say for certain on that. I don't know the money as well on what he's gotten paid. The thing we can ascertain here is that we're in the third wave of free agency. And when you get to the third wave of free agency, you know, you're really not going to make that much money. The Clowney deal at $10 million a year is pretty crazy, frankly. Like, they definitely gave a lot of cash there to make that happen. The Browns did. But let's face it, you're Cleveland. You've got to offer usually $5 million more than you should have to bring a guy in to play for you. So it's the nature of the beast if I got to go play in Cleveland. But I don't think that this is going to cost more than $4 or $5 million a year for this next year's deal. And I don't think it's probably going to be even up around that. I would be surprised if it's anything beyond that, Randall. And if it's beyond that, they've added probably voidable years, and the first year cap hit here is only really around that $4 to $5 million point. Magic Vlogs, hey, what's up, Magic? Good to see you. Bango Bongo, hello. He says, I still wish we had the Legion. Well, we may not have the Legion, but you have the Legion of defensive line here, because this thing's going to be Legion-like in their performance and their production on the field. So Bango may not have the secondary of yesterday, but you got the defensive line of today, and that one could be even better than the one of yesterday. So get hyped on that, my guy, because you might see a dominant defense just in a little bit of a different style from that of yesterday. Wheeler, I want to say Aldon was $4 million, but I can't confirm. That sounds about right, Wheeler. So if that's where they were at, that sounds about right for me. Remember the time, 92. NFC West and the AFC North are definitely the better divisions in football. Oh, and they're pretty far as the wide margin ahead. I will say, as we looked at a couple weeks ago, remember the time, and looked at the offseason moves that were made with the Niners and you know, some of those deals where we saw the talent drain in certain teams where you have the Rams who've had so much talent drain out, and yes, you've added Stafford, but Look at all the talent you've lost. And the Niners have lost a lot of talent. You've added on an old center, an aging center, and not a whole lot else. A linebacker from the Rams. But again, they haven't, or does maybe the NFC West this next year, remember the time, take a little bit of a step back with a couple of these teams as we maybe take a step forward, which would be actually good to see from my standpoint of things, because you guys know I have my theory. I call it the feast factor. And that is the theory that for those teams to get to the Super Bowl and win it, they usually have got to have the opportunity to feast on a couple of teams within their division. Not the whole team. This doesn't have to be the AFC East of the last 20 years here with the Patriots, but just a couple of teams, just a couple of little, eat them up, go 4-0, just write it down right at the start of the season. It can help. And we might have that if these teams don't get a little bit more done here with this offseason. Randall McDaniel says, it seems like we're making moves to be better and not reluctantly just to counter what the rest of the division is doing. I got to think the aggressiveness is tied to the Russ drama, trying to get a trophy. I agree with you. And I think it's 100% that, Randall. I think you're seeing the front office realize the sense of urgency that's not been there over the last couple of years, understanding that there is no more room now. You've muddled this through over the last couple of off seasons with your 2 and your 3 year plan. There is no more 2 or 3 year plan. There is the now plan. There is the this year plan. And if you don't take on the this year plan, guess what? You're going to be in a rebuilding state for the next 3 to 4 years, no matter what your stupid 2 to 3 year plan is. So throw it out, get it done this year. And that's what it is. It becomes where you've got to, from Snyder's standpoint, you've got to focus in on the now, more than you ever have. And I think this has forced him to do that, which is a beautiful thing. And part of the thing where I've reserved judgment on Russell of saying, I'm being hard on Russell right here because you're throwing teammates under the bus, you're saying things I'm not liking, bop-a-bop. But I also reserve the right to say, hey, if this was the push, this was what was needed to happen from the front office and Carroll's standpoint, to have an outside factor come in and force their hand a little bit because we knew ownership wasn't going to do it, then I'm going to be standing there right, willing, and ready to also give Russell Wilson credit for having pushed that forward and taking that on, taking the PR hit that he took to force the action that has now been forced. Paydirt Sports Car, Aldon Smith is signed for a whopping $1.75 million 1 year. Well, how do you feel on that, Randall? How you feel on that? 1.75. I mean, come on, buddy. My goodness. Folks, Schneider's killing it. We got the general manager of the year award is his. That's his. 1.75. So now we have somewhere in the neighborhood of operable cap space of $6 million still, and you can still wind out $10 million of Russell's base. You can still get $10 million off his base. You can still have $16+ million in workable cap room right now. Tasting good. Brendan Eicherick, very underrated point with the run defense. Smith and Dunlap are both 270-ish. Got to be one of the biggest duos in the league. Couple of freaks. Big and long, Brendan, which is one of the better things. Length helps you in pass rush, but it also tremendously helps you in the run game when you're trying to set the edge of a defensive end. Watch those guys, right? You get a guy locks a guy out, and he's got to set an edge where he can't let a running back get around his outside shoulder. So he's got to widen that thing out while not getting pushed off the ball to force the running back inside of the defensive tackles. Well, when you got those long arms and you can keep I always say it's like the offensive lineman with the 32-inch arms against a guy with 34-inch arms. His little fingers are just going to be tickling his chest. He's not going to be able to get his hands on him. And that guy can basically control all the action at that point. He can do whatever he wants to do with that offensive tackle. And both of those guys have that in their game, which is part of what makes them good run defenders as well. And you're absolutely right. They've got the size to do it, the length to do it, and the skill. You've not backtracked in your run stuffing to beef up the pass rush. Kerry Hyder's also a good run defender. In fact, Kerry Hyder was the third best edge run defender in all the NFL last year. He just happens to be that as well. Randall, Taylor, Alton, Green, Dunlap, Collier, and Hyder. That's 7 defensive ends, not counting Puna, Woods, and Monet. I love that you spelled Monet with the extra T, by the way, Randall. 10 on the defensive line, unless I'm forgetting someone. How many do we keep? All right. We keep Taylor. We keep Aldon. We keep Alton. Green gets cut. Keep Dunlap. Collier gets cut. Keep Hyder. That's 5. And then you got your 3 up front. Something like that is the way I see it. And Mayoa. You left off Mayoa on there, Randall. See, we got so many pass rushers, Randall, you can't even get them all on there. So Mayo is the last guy that gets kept. But I think Collier and Rasheem Green probably end up getting cut or traded. Master G feels like KJ is out the door because one of these Leos will most likely play Sam, for example, Aldon or Darryl. They could. I think it's more built upon the back of them being willing to release or trade two of the four young prospects at defensive end that they currently have. So I don't think it's necessarily an indictment of that necessarily. And again, the thing to consider with KJ is it's not just Sam that he's playing, Master Chief. He plays early down Sam. He plays pass coverage Will. So he's a 2-for-1 positional player. And right now you don't currently have a pass coverage Will on the roster. You have early downs Brooks to be your run stuffer. But if you go to nickel, you want to have a nickel Will right now. And that's what KJ gives you as well with that. So I don't think this precludes us from necessarily bringing back KJ Wright. Darius Brown, why not Smith at Sam? I don't think Darius, he's ever done much Sam in his career at this point. You can maybe transition him over to do that. There have been reports that Seattle's looking at moving Taylor over to Sam and really working him in over there, which is more likely what I see them doing because you want more of what Darryl is at that point. You want more of the 4-5 guy. That's what Bruce Irvin was, more of the 4-5 guy. A little bit of that ability to still get out in space and coverage if you need to. Get to the sideline, take away those flat routes, which he would have that ability, I think, to do that. Maybe Smith could, but you'd be trying it anew with him. Why? Seattle could really use a proven starting cornerback. The more they improve the D, the more a glaring hole it becomes. Well, this is the benefit, though, of building up the defensive line first over, let's say, getting the cornerback first, is that they speed up the play. You get that clock in under 2.5 seconds for that quarterback. Now those corners don't have to hold on for long. They don't have to cover for long. Just be good for 2.5 seconds, Trey. Can you hold on for 2.5 seconds? Yeah, a lot of cornerbacks in this league can cover really well for that amount of time. We talk about 4, 5, 6 seconds. Well, that's when the guys are going to start to really cover and you're going to see those wide gaps of separation between the receiver and the cornerback. But move that quarterback's clock up, speed that timer dial up. They don't have the time to take advantage of weak cornerback play at that point. Nathaniel Parks, how you doing? What's up? Randall McDowell, 33.5 sacks in the first 2 years. Total freak, was on a Hall of Fame projection. I love it. Absolutely, Randall. He was going to be the next great freakish pass rusher in this league. And it wasn't injuries that derailed him. So he's not lost a step because he tore an ACL and he's ripped his Achilles out. It was off the field stuff. So if that stuff gets removed, all the physical tantalizing prospects that he offers are still there, still remain. 31, in the middle of his prime. And Washi, you're right. He can play both. Aldon can play both positions, just like Carlos can. We've got a lot of flexibility on this defensive line. And I agree with Brandon Smith's probably too big to be a Sam. Probably not quite fast enough. You know, he's probably more closer to your 4.65 range right now at this point in time in his career. Nathaniel Park says, how much do we pay Aldon Smith? Somebody's reportedly saying it's 1 year, $1.75 million, Nathaniel. Not bad. Not bad at all. Darius Brown, so first choice in the draft is between center, cornerback, and wide receiver. Yeah, Darius, I think so. I think you're right on the mark with that one. I think you're one of those three positions is the one they're picking. I do. A dark horse candidate could be a 3-tech, a guy like Levi from Washington. There's a couple of interesting 3-techs maybe, but I like your list. Those three look good to me. Wheeler, what do you think the Hawks will do if the Hawks don't sign KJ or draft linebacker? Do a bunch of nickel and dime, let Jamal fill in with the spot, let Jamal fill the Will spot? You're opened up to do that because you did bring back Neal. You got Marquise Blair, so you got some guys that can play the safety if you want to bring Jamal up and let him up into that box doing the Will a little bit more often. So that door is opened with the Jets. Jamal did play quite a bit at the linebacker position. He's got some familiarity being that close to the line of scrimmage in that role. So they probably would lean in that direction, Wheeler. You'd probably see them do something like sign a guy that's a little older, that's not a lot left, but you're going to just flip him in for the passing downs at the Will. So like a Malcolm Smith type, right? That's been here with Seattle before, aging player, not a lot left with him. You know he's a good cover guy, or at least he was a good cover guy in his career. That's what he could do well. So you set him up in that position to do just that at that point. They probably find just a cheap option to come in that one little like limited role. I don't know if they would look to draft a linebacker again. They've drafted so many recently with so few resources. I don't think they go that spot. So there's another creative way, Wheeler, I would see they would see them going than necessarily that direction of things. goodness, I got behind, didn't I? Goodness. Big time behind. Randall coming in with a $20 donation. I knew I missed a dono in there, Randall. I'm so sorry, brother. Thank you for your $20 donation. You guys are being super kind today. Thank you so much. I was missing that, buddy. I thought I was going to miss a dono. I'm like, But thank you. You're always very kind and generous, Randall. Appreciate you. Randall says, I'd rather have Aldon at $2 million than Clowney at $8 million. Facts. It's smart roster building, right, Randall? It's the way we talk about smart roster building. You got player A and player B. Player A signs for this contract. Player B signs for 1/4 of player A's contract, yet gets you 95 to 100% to potentially even more production than player A. That is smart roster building. Rosalind Smith, the Browns gave too much money to Clowney. They had to. It's Cleveland. You're overpaying for free agents if you're going to bring them in. No one goes to Cleveland willingly. No one says, I want to go to Cleveland and play my NFL career in sub-zero temperatures with the wind, outdoors. No. Dustin says, Mr. Hawksnest, usually I defend Coward, but when he says Edelman is a Hall of Famer, you need to knock some wisdom into him. This has been one of the more ridiculous takes that, Dustin, I have seen recently this offseason. And I'm glad to hear you're in the same boat of just, come on, really? Julian Edelman is not a Hall of Famer, and it has been fun to watch everybody go second in NFL postseason history in receiving yards and catches. So I don't care. He's got half the amount of yardage, half the amount of catches, half the amount of touchdowns he would need to even be in consideration of the Hall of Fame. It's not Hall of what you did in the postseason. It's all what you did in the regular season too. And unfortunately, a lot of injuries, not a lot of full seasons, small amount of time, if any kind of time where you could say he was really, truly dominant. No. He will not get on there in the veteran committee. There's no way Edelman's getting into the Hall of Fame. And it's just pure silliness, Dustin, And yeah, I agree. Hilarious they did that. Joe Manick says John Johnson and Troy Hill too. Yep, Joe, they've lost a lot of guys. You're talking about the Brown signing. Yeah. That's why I say the Brown. I like the Clowney signing. It is an overpay, but I like it from Cleveland's standpoint of the talent they've added. Look at what they're bringing back into play, as Joe says here. John Johnson was a great signing by the Rams, one of the huge losses for them this offseason. Only just very closely followed up by Troy Hill, a very good cornerback for them, a true dog for them. These two are their dogs, their defense. These are two of their Rottweilers on their defense. Gone to the Browns. And I think the Browns done a great job, not just with that. They get Grant Delpit back from the draft, lost him all year last year. Greedy Williams, a very talented corner. They get him back out nearly all of last year. They are stacked up to make some noise, the Browns are. I give them some crap, but they certainly are a talented team. They could go some places. Michael Grohor, Chavez, we are loaded with a similar setup to the 2011-2016. Agreed, Michael. Agreed. We're right in that mark. The target sign, the reticule is sitting right there in front of you now. So I'm 100% with you. I'm a guy hesitant to get to this place of excitement. It takes these type of moves that we've seen to drive here, and they're doing things that they've never done. They're squishing as much cap as they can. They're voiding years. They're renegotiating contracts to lower cap hits as much as they possibly can. And at every move, it's very hard to knock any of these moves. Who out the Seahawks fandom is going to hate $1.75 million for Aldon Smith? Me and Randall were just talking a second ago about, if he's up at 5, 6, 7 million, maybe you feel okay about that. 1.75 million. It's like, okay, sign me up. Kerry Hyder, $2 million, sign me up. You halved Carlos Dunlap off the $14 million I was willing to spend down to $8 million. Sign me up. You took Lockett off of the $14 million down to $7 million. Sign me up. There's really not a lot of room here to pull these apart and knock them. Even the most ardent haters of this front office and the way that they run things has got to at least golf clap. At the very least. Or a Queen's Wave, one of the two. Tommy Eaton says it's my anniversary, but I made it. Go Hawks. Oh, thank you for checking me out on your anniversary. I hope you're not taking too much heat for watching me. I hope so indeed. And congratulations. What about Shaquem and Sam? I think Shaquem's going to Jacksonville with his brother, Tommy. So no more Shaquem. And I'm not going to knock Shaquem for the thing here, but the main thing the Sam's got to do is he sets the edge on usually a tight end, because the tight end's going to be on the strong side of the formation, which is usually where you're going to have the Sam. And so he's off the line of scrimmage. He's not off ball, but he's right there, right over the top of the tight end. And what you've got to do with that Sam role then, set the edge and not allow the guy to get past you on the edge. But if you don't have a hand to set the edge, it's going to make it tougher for you to have that kind of job. So Keem really in this league's got to be a will or a pass rusher to get that accomplished. Even when you're as a pass rusher, you're not setting an edge usually as a pass rusher. You're just trying to hunt the quarterback. Crazy Loner, Edelman probably gets in if Tom advertises for him to be in. The Hall of Fame is broken if Edelman gets in. It's broken. I'm sorry, he's a fine player. Hall of very good. But he doesn't have even Welker's production, and I don't know if Welker's getting in. And he doesn't sniff Welker's production. But, right now there's a logjam of receivers that 10,000 yards plus and 90 touchdown catches, guys like Roddy White, who don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, but who, if you're going to put a guy like Edelman in at that point, it's like, well, how do you not put this guy in who had double this guy's production just because he was this in the playoffs on a very short subset of games? No, I can't give it that. I give the playoffs credit. I give being a gamer in the playoffs credit, but I think that would be not great. Robert Pennington says, Aldon Smith signing party. You better believe it, Rob. You better believe it. you better believe it's an Aldon Smith signing party. I don't think Baker is a game manager anymore. He still has work to go with not forcing the ball, but he has a crazy arm and knows how to extend plays. And maybe it's maybe I need to fight putting people in a little bit of a box, because you're right, he's a little bit expanded outside of what you'd have as a normal game manager. I guess if I had to just choose, if I have to go to Ultimates Wheeler and choose between a guy that's a guy that's going to really be able to change a game on his own and be able to do some things in the quarterback position, like let's say a Lamar Jackson taken in the same draft, or a Deshaun Watson can do. He can't do those type of things. He certainly can be very, very prolific and proficient within a system where he's got a run-first centric nature to him, and he's allowed to have a nice offensive line in front of him, and everything's set up well for him. But let's make no mistake about it, Wheeler last year. I mean, he had good receivers, two great upper line running backs. They have a stacked offensive line with Conklin and the kid they brought out of Alabama. And that was to go along with already what they had in Joel Bitonio there. So they had a really nice offensive line to pair with it. So he had a lot of stuff in front of him to be successful. And I think sometimes with him on the extending plays, he gets himself into trouble. It's been some of him getting away from extending plays and just sticking into just what the play is scripted and called for. And if it's not there, sort of throw it away rather than trying to do your Russell Wilson imitation. That's been really what him learning that's helped him to get a little bit better. But he's not maybe a pure what you would have as definition to a game manager, but there's some game manager traits to him. There's some stuff to him that's game manager-y. Darius Brown says, I've never considered Edelman even a top 5 wideout, no matter the year. Same, Darius. I don't know why these people are even on this trip with the Edelman's Hall of Famer stuff. It's kind of silliness to me. And Randall, thank you so much for that $20 dono. Randall, Carl, you guys killing it. Dono game today. Thank you. Jeff Archer, pretty excited to watch how this all unfolds. As a Seahawks fan, I should be looking forward to last-minute stress-filled yelling at my TV. Jeff, they could kill an offseason, sign all the greatest guys. They're bringing us back to the heart attack Hawks every year. We've all made our peace with it at this point. We just essentially lose a couple years of our lives. There's a movie like that. I relate it to the movie, this is an old school movie for some of your younger guys, but the Princess Bride movie, right? And the guy gets put on the rack machine, and the rack's got the guy's year's age and whatever it's doing to him pain-wise, every time you twist it one notch, it's, and then it takes a year of his life off. That's pretty much what like watching the Hawks is. I know by the time I get to about the age of 50, I'll probably have had like a decade worth taken off my life by that point in cumulative watching Seahawks games, like smokers that, you would have gotten to 85, but instead you're going to be kicking the bucket at 70. But I'll tell you, if I got to kick the bucket at 73 because I love me my Hawks and they took that from me, it'll be a price worth paying and one I will pay 10 times over. Michael Parker, what's up with his Hawks not doing voluntary workouts? Is this a disadvantage or a nothing burger? A complete 100% nothing burger, Michael. Voluntary workouts are just that, voluntary. Guys don't tend to show up for them. Fewer guys tend to show up for them. Certainly it would be better to have guys in the building and be able to do it, but this is the new world we're in now. You know, it's not the same world it was before. And I don't think it's going to have necessarily that much effect. I will be more worried about Michael if the off-season programs, the mandatory workouts get canceled. That's when I will get a little bit more concerned because you're trying to implement in a new offense this offseason, and these guys are going to need some time to learn that. Michael Ryan says, what do you think about Maurice Hurst? I don't know a lot about Maurice Hurst. Michael, I'm sorry. I am not as familiar with Maurice Hurst. So I will absolutely put him on my list to scout up, and the next time we go live, I will have some feedback on that. So sorry, I don't know too much on him. Randall says, I was disappointed we opted out of OTAs because we're putting in a new offense. We need the reps. Not going to get on the COVID stuff, but the dudes are vaccinated. I think it's a reasonable risk. I'd like to see it, Randall, but the voluntaries are voluntaries for a reason, and some of this is just going to play out as it's going to play out. But I'm agreed. You want to see them getting that playbook on. I'm with you on that. You know, you get worried because this is a wholly new playbook. And these guys need to get up to speed quick. So, but I think just get worried if we get to the mandatory side of things on this. If they start avoiding that, then we're maybe can get worried. She's saying there's a chance. That's right. Clara, how you doing, Clara? Says hello. Love the facial hair, looking good. Thank you, Clara. Make me blush as always. Hope Aldon Smith have no off-field problems going on. Richard Sherman. There's been nothing we've heard of Aldon. He's been a good citizen, good NFL citizen since coming back. Nothing that we've heard about him as far as off-field or being in this party guy or whatever else. So he seems to have figured out what he needs to do. Sherman is still a possibility in my opinion, Clara. We're learning now that it looks like it's about a $1.75 million deal here for Aldon. You were already somewhere in the neighborhood of having about $8 million in cap space to spend prior to that. So this doesn't preclude you from Sherman, doesn't preclude you from KJ Wright. We're in a good place. We're in a good spot. Justin Elron says, is Bobby a first ballot Hall of Famer first 3 years? Yeah, Bobby Wagner's the first ballot Hall of Famer because he's going to be the middle linebacker of his generation. He's going to have, 2 to 3 more years of production past what Kuechly had, 1,000 career tackles. He'll have the sack numbers and turnover numbers in addition to that. I think it's going to be a guy that's been an NFL champion. I don't know how you can't say he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. What are you looking for in first ballot Hall of Famers at that point if he doesn't hit all of the marks? He's added the last couple of years in that production that just makes it a certainty. And what's odd is past Sherman, both him and Sherman are really the only two certainties out of that Legion of Boom era defense. Go Hawks 05 says, I want a Super Bowl so bad. You and me too, Go Hawks. I want it desperately right now. So we're there, man. We're on the trek. We're not Bottomsville here. We're not Loserville. We're not the butt of this division. You're the division frontrunner right now. You're one of the teams that the national media is going to talk about in that Super Bowl contention talk at the start of the season as we go into it. So it's not one of those ones that this is a homer talk and this is what we're going to have nationally spoken about as well. And again, as I've said, that's what you can ask of your team. Just get to that point as a team. Put together a Super Bowl capable roster and let everything play out. It's no guarantee, but all you can ask as a guarantee is you guarantee you've done the most you can do. You don't leave, some meat on the bone like you did last offseason, your bargain basement shopping, going to the dollar store. No more of that. Fish says, I want to play Barton. He was a 4th-round pick. He has been developing on the depth chart behind KJ. I think he should start to play. I'm a little bit down on him, Fish, myself. That Viking game was pretty bad with him last year. And this is to go on top of he didn't have a great show the previous year prior to that either. He's got some time to develop. I'm open to seeing a little bit more of him, but he's not impressed me so far in the times I've seen him on the football field. And specifically, he really struggles with guys coming onto the second level blocking him. A guard coming downhill, he just does not have any sort of wiggle to get around the block, and he just takes it on and gets blasted 5 yards up the football field. Part of the reason why the Vikings were able to run on us in that game so easily. So if he can develop that part of his game a little bit better and not just be a good cover guy, as it's said that he is, I'd feel much better about him. But he's a high pick, as you said. I thought he was even maybe a 3rd-round pick, Fish. I could be off on that, but I thought he was a 3rd-rounder. Mark, except for the Jets, I don't see many weak teams with what they are all doing. Unless there are a lot of injuries again this year, it could be interesting. Every team records. Seattle's Big D will lead the way. There are no weak teams, I don't think, in our division, Mark, but certainly the Rams have taken some losses. You add on Stafford, but you lose a whole lot of really good role players on that team, frontline starters on that team. 49ers, I think, is a little bit of the same way. Sure, you brought back Trent Williams and you added a center and you got a linebacker from the Rams, but then you lost a lot of your secondary as well. You lost Solomon Thomas. So, I think I'm still need to be convinced with some of the teams in our division, Mark. I think Arizona's done some decent moves, but I'm not completely at the point where I'm going to say we're absolutely by far and away, it's got to be a certainty that this division will be the best in football next year. Maybe. John Vondermolen, we're putting together a savage rotation. You're right, John. This is going to be a savage rotation. Savage, savage, savage. Every down. No rest. No rest. No, it's early downs. We could just try to run the ball. They don't got their NASCAR package in. We'll be fine. No, you won't. You aren't going to get an inch. We're going to stack up two big, fat man mountains at the defensive tackle position and two absolute long dogs on the edge that are just going to set it all day, and you ain't doing nothing. Spencer Smith, I'm back for my Daz Newsome take. Spencer, God, I'm so sorry. It was the one guy I didn't get to this week. I'm in the middle of moving right now, and so my time on my scouting has been just a little bit reduced. I promise you, my guy. Next Thursday when we go live next, I will watch minimum 3 games on him. Okay, I will watch 3 full games of Daz and get a better idea on him. I promise you. So sorry about that, my guy. What's up, Boom Shakalaka? Boom, let's see if we can meet up tomorrow if you got some time, bro. So hit me up on the deal. I know I'm meaning to get to you this week. The packing has been crazy. Wheeler says, I don't want to play Barton. He's been with the team 3 years and hasn't shown a lot. At best, he's average in coverage, but he's usually a liability. I'm pretty much with you on that, Wheeler. I'm fairly solid in the same camp. Crazy Loner says Barton was a waste of a 3rd-round draft pick. He's not strong enough or big enough to play linebacker in this league. I think this is you guys are very much probably onto it here. Nathaniel Bark says, not only do we have talent, but we have depth. Over, under 55 sacks this year. I'm taking the over, Nathaniel. Maybe I'm just riding high today. Maybe I'm just so gobsmacked by the surprising news. But I'm going over 55. Like I said, I think this could be the best pass rushing unit this team has had in Seahawks history. And I don't think it's an overstatement. On paper, it's there to be had. Crazy Loner, no one's talking about this, but the Hawks need to add some depth at the linebacker position. Barton and BBK are strictly for special teams. I agree, Crazy. They do need to add some talent. Usually there's some linebackers out there in free agency that you can get out there late. It's a depressed position in the NFL. It's not highly sought after or very lean year in and year out, especially the outside linebacker in a 4-3 scheme. Because there's only, so I'm not as worried about it, but I do agree it's something that needs to be addressed at one point or another. This is part of the reason why I still don't think the KJ Wright door is closed. And you'd probably feel a lot better crazy at the second KJ signs in the respective he's a 2-for-1 at that point, positionally wise. Randall says Sherman's the best tackling cornerback can remember. He is certainly one of the better ones up there, Randall, and it developed in his game as he went out. It got better and better over years. It wasn't bad to start, but just he got really, really good with it. Crazy Loner, don't leave out the other A. Smith we drafted last year. Alton Smith will be a force next season, Alton. Alton Robinson is who you're meaning, Crazy Loner. And I don't. When I put the 4 guys together, I say 2 of the 4 are probably going to get cut with the guys you've signed because Mayo has been brought in and Hyder's been brought in addition to the Smith and Dunlaps. It means that Green, LJ, Darrell Taylor, Alton Robinson, 2 of those guys are probably getting cut. But the 2 guys I see cut are not Darrell Taylor and Alton Robinson from last year's draft, but rather the other 2 guys. LJ and Rasheem are the 2 guys I think that are on the chopping block. But I still think Alton's got some upside. And as I've said, Crazy, one of my points with this is what you've got in certain pass rush. Kerry Hyder's a professional pass rusher. Dunlap's a professional pass rusher. Smith's a professional pass rusher. They will get you production. What if one of the young guys pops? What if Darrell Taylor comes out of the box 10 sacks? What if Alton Robinson takes a step forward to 10 sacks? And then you're pairing that with these guys in addition. Look out. Look out. JS, I'm not sure the defensive line is going to be that good. We'll see. JS, I don't know how you can't look at these moves this offseason, what they've added, and know what they've got, and say that the defensive line is not beastly right now. This is a top 5 unit on paper. And it would be, you're going to have to explain to me how it's not at that point. And Sandy mixes, people overreacting. Smith, he's not going to start. It's, for me, not about starting. This is where I think people get too caught up in who's starting, who's not starting. It's about rotation. It's about being proficient in the pass rush. Last year, you had a pass rush where your top guy had a win rate, and that's in that he gets pressure in under 2.5 seconds at 12.3% of the time, and that was Carlos Dunlap. You know, if you add this guy in, Aldon Smith, he was even with his 5 sacks last year, but with his 50 pressures, he was at 11.5%. And that would have been number 2 on this team last year if Aldon Smith had been on our team. This is an impactful signing. Is it a signing of a guy who's going to dominate the game? No, but that's not the way that they're building this pass rush. And frankly, that wasn't the nature of the pass rush in 2013. You built a league best pass rush without having a frontline Myles Garrett, without having a name. You didn't have an Aaron Donald on the defensive line, but you were number 1 in pass rush and generating pressures. That's what you're trying to get back to. That's the goal. AI, Aldon is going to go all out against San Francisco. Aldon. You guys are confusing Aldon and Aldon in the chat. But you're right, AI. He's gonna be beasting on San Francisco. You got to feel like it. Jay says, last year Clowney said that he wants to go to a winner, denied Browns 3-year, $50 million contract. This year he goes to the Browns. Well, I think the Browns had something to prove still, Jace. They had not been a winner yet. They had not gotten to playoffs in 20-odd years. Last year they went to the playoffs, and not only to go to the playoffs, they won. And they're a team on the rise, and they're a team that's added talent and done some very smart moves. So he was flirting with them last year, but he needed to see a little more legitimacy before he decided to go there. And if you can't look at the Rams right now and don't see a playoff team as we stand right now, I don't know what we're looking at roster-wise with them. They're bringing back talent that they didn't have last year. They've added more to the pass rush. You're not going to be able to double-team both Clowney and Garrett. They got Sheldon Richardson coming up through the defensive tackle position. They got to figure out their linebacker room, but their secondary is pretty lit. I think it's smart for both sides of it on that. Nathaniel, did you hear we pursued Giovanni Bernard heavily? I did hear that we pursued Giovanni. I don't take much away from it, though, Nathaniel. They were looking at it for a third down running back role, probably not to supplant is what I meant to say, Rashad Penny. So they're looking for a third down running back. Not surprising to hear, Nathaniel. And smart. Crazy Loner, Clowney has played out at this point. I'm going to make a bold prediction for y'all. I bet Clowney goes out this year and he cracks 10 sacks. I bet he gets 10 sacks this year. You watch. He's not going to be double teamed at the same rate that he's been, historically speaking. He's not going to be moved around all over the defensive line like he was with Tennessee. He's going to be put out there wide in that scheme, and he's going to go hunt. Randall McDaniel says, Brock Hewitt is convinced we sign Adams by the draft. I can either confirm or deny Jacob Heels is his source. I still expect a re-signing this offseason, Randall. I'm not in the camp that thinks Adams is getting traded. I think he's re-signed. I think they bring him in, and I think when they do, they're actually going to be able to lower his cap hit off of what it's due to be at right now. So I'm looking for that to come down the pike too, and the timing makes sense, getting it done just before the draft. Jeffrey A. Thistle, did the Cowboys really let him walk? What the F are the Cowboys doing? You let me know, Jeffrey. When I look at the Cowboys and what they've done in the last couple of years, they'll go for it with moves, but they also start signing guys they don't have to sign to big contracts like Jalen Smith a little bit too early, frankly. So if you want to talk about a front office to me that's not necessarily appropriately run or isn't necessarily doing things the right way, I'll point to you with the Cowboys. And then specifically, let's point to the fact you have ownership serving as general managers. When in what realm should an owner of a football club ever be a general manager? And Jared Jones and Al Davis are proof positive as to why, as we move into a modern era, it just doesn't pay to have guys doing that. And so I don't take anything away from the fact that they let him walk. To me, they make mistakes all the time in their roster building. I think that this is a place that they're making that same mistake. Go Hawks says, I don't know, man. A fresh Aldon can get us 8 to 12 sacks. Absolutely, he could. Absolutely. And Hannah Parks, how much would Sherm want? Plus, how much do we got left to spend? So if it's $1.75 million we're spending here, we're probably sitting in the neighborhood of about around $6 million or so in workable cap space. Don't forget, Nathaniel, you can convert Russell's base and create another $10 million of cap space at any one time. So that also exists. Sherm probably is going to want, I'm guessing, somewhere around $7 million a year. You could probably get him on a 2-year deal where you void out the second year of his deal, but you get him down to like a $5 million cap hit or so. That would probably be somewhere around in that neighborhood, if not a little bit more, a little more cheaper. Jeffrey A. Thistle says, starting to feel bad for the Cowboys. It's turning into an absolute clown show. Well, it's always been a clown show over there for the last couple of decades. Ever since they kicked Jimmy Johnson out the door, it's moved more and more into Clownville the further along that they go, in my opinion, in a lot of respects. Randall says, got to think Collier slides inside the majority of the time. Well, he's going to get a try there, Randall, but how he does there, is he able to be good in that role? We'll see. He flashed a little bit out of 3-tech in NASCAR last year, a little bit. But he wasn't put there a lot, which I thought was weird, was despite those points and times we saw him flash, the coaching staff didn't ask him to do a lot of rushing the passer from that point. But he's going to be in a prove-it time now. He's had 2 seasons to come in and show out, and it's not showed out. Now season 3 here, here's your chance. Here you go. Crazy Loner says, Adams stated he wants a new deal, but does he want to be paid more than the safety from the Broncos? I think Simmons is his name. It's a next man up thing, Crazy Loner, especially with the safety position, which is a depressed position in the NFL. So when you look at Simmons, I believe he signed for $16.25 million on average, which was just a little bit ahead of where Budda Baker's signing was. So likewise, you'll see Adams go a little bit higher than that. Probably signs for about $16.5 million per year, where it all settles out. That would be where I would think it goes. So, and I'm perfectly happy paying that. Michael Parker, is it too early to give our defense a nickname? The Legion of Zoom? Maybe not. Hey, I love nicknames, Michael. So the earlier the better on that stuff. Maybe a hair early. They got to come out there now and dominate a little bit. But if they get to dominate, I think we got to start cooking up something appropriate. And we got to go off Legion of Boom. It's got to be its own name. Can't be piggybacking. It's got to be its own thing. Nas says, the funny thing is people aren't seeing how many moves we're making. I'm seeing people all over the social media who think the Seahawks won't make the playoffs. They just don't understand the value of things either, Nas. They don't understand. They're looking for the splash signings in the offseason. They're looking for these deals that are the big money market moves that'll move the needle. And it's not really those moves that you're looking for in free agency to make. The big splash moves don't tend to work out really. But the secondary moves, the third wave free agent moves, those do tend to have a lot of success because you're usually buying for value, rather than overpaying for past performance as you're normally doing for the frontline guys in free agency. So I'm not surprised the media are missing the boat a little bit on this. Let them keep selling on us. Let us keep being the underdogs. We thrive in that role. Ravine says Jamal will probably be like 17 to 20 million. He might creep up into that. He's not getting to 20 million. He's the next man up, Ravine. The next man up's always going to be a moderate 1 million more maybe per year at the very most, especially with the safety market, which again is just a little bit of a depressed market. Randall says all these moves and aggressiveness are a leading indicator John has final say over Pete now. I don't know, Randall. I can't take that same. It could as well just be Pete getting a little desperate to the fact that he realized he almost pushed his quarterback out the door, and maybe he didn't consider that ever a possibility. Maybe coming into this offseason, Carroll operated from the standpoint of Russell would never go anywhere. He's too loyal. And now Russell cracked that door open and to cause Carroll to move off his spot maybe a little bit. Nathaniel Parks, I saw a mock draft where we take Joseph Osai at 56. Thoughts? I saw Liam Eichenberg was still available at that point, so I'd go with a left tackle over another pass rusher. To me, tackle becomes more of a need in that point, Nathaniel, and I think that Eichenberg's probably a little bit of a safer pick than Osai. I want to double check on my notes with Osai as I'm talking about him. He's fine, and he definitely does prescribe out to being a will. Texas, Joseph played all over their system. So he's over on he played both defensive ends. You see him at middle linebacker. You see him over at will. You see him at will be sort of the Sam. And he did him pretty well. When he arrives the ball carrier, he arrives with force. He's got some thump to him. His hits often in the highlights reel here watching him was dislodging fumbles and whatnot. So he's got size, ranginess, speed, ability to hit. As a pass rusher, he's not really refined. He's more of a high-effort guy, but that's more the fact that he's more of a linebacker than he really is a pass rusher. He doesn't have very much bend around the edge, and sometimes he looks like he's moving in mud when he goes side to side. He's a real forward-back, fast guy, but you start going side to side, and it's a little slow. So he's at his best kind of coming downhill. I thought in my bottom line on Joseph Osai that his best fit would be an outside 3-4 type guy. I don't know if in the 4-3 I really saw it because, again, that agility is really not there as much. That's something with the KG that people don't, I think, buy much into. Is for being as tall and long as he is, he was really a good guy getting side to side in his movement. And this guy, I think, with that struggle, that's where I wonder with him at that will. Maybe you could be looking at him at the Sam at that point, and you're just drafting him to be that. But then again, when we talk about an early down Sam that you're drafting in the second round, who's going to play maybe 30% of the snaps, maybe. Is that smart value in the draft to pick there at that point? Again, for a guy, for me, probably fits in best at 3-4. He can do 4-3 stuff, but he didn't wow me that much. As a pass rusher, he got the job done, but he gets it done with sort of just length and just effort and stunting. It's not a lot of that. Whereas Eichenberg, he's got some holes in his game too, Nathaniel, but at least I think he's going to have a relatively high floor. He could come in and be a good backup tackle for you with Dwayne Brown right out the jump, I think. Randall McDaniel, how many total defensive line do we keep? Less than 10. So what do I got? I got Alden Robinson, Darrell Taylor, Dunlap, Aldon Smith, Mayowa, Kerry Hyder. So that's your 6. I go with 9 because then you got Puna, Monet, and Al Woods. So I'll go with 9. Rosalind says, let's Evan go. Let's go, Rosalind. Mark, move Taylor to Sam linebacker. What is what a lot of people are talking about. Wish Irvin would come back, though. I hope Irvin's at least open to it. I hope he keeps rehabbing. I hope he hasn't closed that because Irvin's a guy I do still like at that Sam role. I think he can still play it decently, even if he's not doing much in the pass rush game anymore. He has a sort of a safety background to him. That's why I like so much of Irvin. He played safety at junior college, so it's like it's a nice little fit for him. But I'm fine with Taylor, Mark. I'm finally giving him a shot out there. Boom Shakalaka says, bro, why are you leaving the island? Just job opportunities back on the other side of things. The job I came out here for wasn't as awesome as I had thought it was going to be. It's sort of less than awesome. It sort of sucked. So I got something on the mainland. I want to get back to mainland too. I don't like being this far off mainland. I like the island all right, but there's some factors, Boom Shakalaka, that are, AI, I want to see 4 defensive ends on the field on 3rd and long. I'm with you. I think you're going to see at least 3 AI. I think they're going to go back to doing some of that NASCAR stuff. That's for sure. Juno White, what's good, Brandon? Should we look into Mo Hurst and Arden Key from the Raiders? Think they got cut? I'm going to look at Mo Hurst, Juno, because there's been a few folks who brought him up. You're not the first one on that, and I don't know a lot with Mo Hurst, admittedly, so I'm sorry haven't seen a lot of his tape. Arden Key, I think, is more of a run-stuffing defensive end, and I don't know right now that we've got any more openings on our defensive end at this point. Or is Arden Key a defensive tackle? Isn't he a defensive tackle, maybe? Either way, I think we're both defensive tackle and defensive end are stocked up at this point. I don't think that there's going to be any more filling done on either of those positional groupings. I'm going to get some more coffee. Just bear with me 1 second, folks. Okay. Boom Shakalaka says, can Seahawks keep all these pass rush dudes? Don't they have a limit? Yep, there is a little positional limit here. And I'm putting it at probably you're going to cut 2 of the younger guys. So, if you look at the 3 possibilities of being cut, LJ Collier, Rasheem Green, Benson Mayowa. Benson, you could cut out, you're on the hook for the bonus money you gave him, but you could be out of it. I don't think it's likely to happen, but let's say you come into camp and both LJ and Rasheem are freaking beasts. They're just beasts. Well, then maybe you could squeeze both of them on, cut Mayowa at that point. But that's kind of what you're looking at to me is 2 of the younger guys out. So 2 of the young guys pop, 2 of them don't. The 2 that don't, bye-bye. That would be the way I would probably see it. Mark Hoppercorn, what do you think happens to Sam Darnold? It doesn't sound good. Sam Darnold. Aaron Donald, I think is who you mean, Mark. So I think you're meaning Aaron Donald there. It doesn't sound good for him or the Rams. Well, he got in a fight. I mean, there might be some disciplinary action put on him, Mark, where they suspend him for 4 games. The NFL could definitely do that if this goes this route with it. I don't think it's going to be anything past that. It probably more likely at the most, really maybe a game where he gets a suspension with it. So it'll hurt a little bit, but I don't think they're going to have him sit for a whole year. The NFL is not going to suspend the best defensive player in their sport. One of the more exciting defensive players in their sport. You just won't see that, I don't think. Randall says draft is less than 2 weeks away. I'm excited, aren't you, Randall? It's going to be some good times. It's going to be some real good times. Gino White, also, does the Smith signing close the doors for KJ? Thoughts on the odd man out in the defensive line room? I hope it's not Taylor. Hawks Twitter is scared he won't play another snap. I'm not on the Darrell Taylor board with this. This is more the Seahawks front office and Carroll admonishing, in my opinion, the lack of development in LJ Collier and Rasheem Green. And the fact that those two guys have had some time here to come along and that they've not come along. And that I think that the front office's patience with them is kind of starting to run out a little bit. This is me reading this a little bit, but that would be my belief here, is that there's a little bit of a tiredness and that they're not putting these guys forward there, and they want the best guys out there. They don't want developmental guys on the roster anymore who are taking up a roster space but giving you no production on the football field. And, I wouldn't worry about Darrell not playing another snap. If that was going to be the case, you wouldn't have had him practicing at the end of last season. The fact that they had him practicing in the offseason, he was finally signed and cleared to play when they were being so hesitant with him throughout all of last year. So you can feel okay with that one. Go Hawks. What happened with Darren Bale? Did Darren Bales do something? What's up with happening to Darren? Darren, sorry you got deleted there. I don't know what happened there, buddy. Are we getting some drama on the chat here? Go Hawks. Raiders cut Mohurst today. What do you think about him at the D-tackle position? Don't know a lot about Mohurst. Go Hawks. You're probably stacked at the defensive tackle position as you stand right now. So you're not going to probably bring anybody else in at this point in time. There's only so much room. You're already going to go a little bit deeper at the defensive end position. You're going kind of one extra guy out there. So you got to pull that from another place. And you're probably not, instead of having 4 defensive tackles, you'll probably go with 3 defensive tackles, which historically speaking, Seattle usually rides with 3 defensive tackles on the active roster at any one given time. So they don't tend to carry 4 defensive tackles for the most part. Randall says, are we the second best in the conference at this point? Tampa has got to be the top. We've added vastly more than the Packers. Nola in flux. NFC East does nothing for me. I think the Packers, not by a large margin, Randall, but by just a little bit more. Just by a little bit more. I had us neck and neck, like even going into last week as far as where we stood, but I think this does kind of put you a little bit above them. So yeah, I go number 2 right now in this conference. Nathaniel Parks, could we still trade Diggs and like a 7th to save $5 million and get a late 3rd? Then we could get KJ or Sherm, or even better, both. You can get both of those 2 guys without moving on from Diggs at this point, Nathaniel. So you have the money to do that if Seattle wants to do that. Yes, you could trade Diggs and save $5 million for him if there is a market for him or a team that is looking for him. We don't know that there is necessarily in that respect. But again, I don't think Diggs' contract is holding up Sherman or KJ. KJ can still come back. The signing today doesn't preclude it. It was $1.75 million for Aldon. He plays a different position from KJ Wright. You could still bring KJ, can still come back home. So, and probably even a likelihood I would offer at this point. Don't trade Russ. I think that our defense is 2 good cornerbacks away from potential dominance. Do you think that's their main need right now, or do you think it's something else? I think you got to round out the linebacker room right now. Don't trade Russ. I think the starting Sam and the Will are more of a need right now than cornerback. The thing that I always consider when I look at this scheme is I say that it's a depressed position within our scheme, the cornerback position. It is not as much of a needy position that is reliant on uber talented guys. The reason that I believe this is because you predominantly play zone, and not only do you predominantly play zone, you predominantly play cover 3, which is a defense that essentially asks cornerbacks to go and play off coverage, and then off the snap, take another 5 yards take another 5 yards of depth to cover up against the deep ball. Essentially, you're hammering it into the cornerback's mind. Do not get beat deep. Do not get beat deep. Do not get beat deep. So there's not a reason to have to pay high quality of assets for that. That's not requiring you to go get a pricey addition to make that work. There's a lot of guys who can get that type of role done and done at a much cheaper rate, which is part of the reason why right now we're not spending a lot on our cornerback position. And even if we brought Sherman back into the fold, you collectively would be spending somewhere in the neighborhood of about $10 million on the cornerback position. Within this scheme, it's not the same as it is in a man-on-man based scheme, where you'd have a guy having to stay sticky in coverage and press off the line and flip his hips and be right there in the back pocket of a receiver 24/7, or travel with a receiver wherever he goes. You're not going to do that with this scheme. The right cornerback's the right cornerback. The left cornerback's the left cornerback. They're going to play cover 3, play zone. So don't overpay for that position. And Seattle has learned that lesson, and it's another nice thing that I like seeing. So I'm okay. I want to see him get more cornerbacks in this draft. Don't trade Russ, but I'm not looking to spend for guys. I don't need a frontline guy. I don't need to put a lot of assets towards it. Tommy Eden, I actually like Mayowa. You hear his name called on a few Sundays, not bad for a journeyman. Yeah, he's fine, Tommy. And I like him more in the role of where they're going to slot him now versus the role of where they had him early on in the season where he's playing 90% of the snaps. Now you get him to 10 to 15% of the snaps. Now he can be completely fresh coming in there. He can go all out. And that's got, and he's also kind of a guy to give you some insurance if you have any injuries as well. So I like him in that role. That role, it looks good. Randall McDaniel says, Hawks arrow pointing up like Dogecoin. That's right. Dogecoin is going crazy. Dogecoin, whatever, is going crazy. James Conner, AJ Green, part of the all-doubtful squad. Yeah, the Cardinals have definitely gone for a little bit more injury-prone players. They've gone for older players. I don't know if that's exactly going to be a recipe for their success. Wheeler says DJ Reed's really solid, though. No, I think we're okay at the corner. Akeelia Witherspoon, DJ Reed, Trey Flowers. Your slot goes too deep with Ugo and Marquise. Yeah, you could add another guy on the outside. You got Demarius Randall coming in, and you could add another. There's room there to add a Sherm, but it's not completely empty, you know. Kyle, Stafford sharded. Kyler completely essed his pants. Jimmy G's hoping he gets traded. And Fields and Lance hope the 49ers take Jones after the news today. Facts, Kyle. Big facts, brother. Seahawks Nation. What's up, Seahawks Nation? Randall McDaniel, third down back. Where's James White? He'd be another interesting guy, Randall. He'd be an interesting guy. I'd like him. Tommy Eden, I don't see why we can't compete for the number 1 seed at this point. Personally, the only real hole is maybe center, maybe cornerback. Yeah, Tommy, you need. There's a couple other little holes here. The coverage will, a Sam linebacker, a little more cornerback depth, a little more competition at the center position, but they've got still a draft to get these things done, and there's still some room cap-wise, and there'll still be guys that are going to get released throughout this offseason, I've maintained. And as we're into the third, fourth, fifth wave of free agency, as it will come about this year, you'll get guys that are going to be really cheap. So it's still plenty of time to get some more things done, but they are in contention for that, Tommy. They are. There's no doubt they're right there for that number 1 seed right now, in my opinion. Seahawks Network, I don't really like Miners, though, by the way, but I love David Moore as a late-round pick. I like both guys. I love Moore. Moore's not going to last, in my opinion, Seahawks Network to the late round. He's a third-round pick right now as he stands right now. To be honest with you, Seahawks Network, if the Seahawks pick David Moore in the second round, I'd actually be ecstatic. He is one of the risers I have on my board as far as I would be willing to overdraft him for where he probably should be drafted at because I think so highly of him as a football player. So David Moore is that guy that fits into that role for me as a guy that would come in and compete with Gabe Jackson at the left guard role right out the gate, I think. Oh, Nathaniel, thank you for mentioning that. Please do smash, just absolutely destroy that like button if you happen to be watching right now. If you could for me, please. It helps me show up on all those search algorithms for other Seahawks fans looking for Seahawks channels, and I really, really, really do appreciate it. Seahawks Network, have you watched Nashawn Wright? I absolutely love him. He's super fluid with his hips for his massive 6'4" frame. Kind of skinny and struggles with physical receivers, but a great developmental piece. Seahawks Network, I watched him actually this morning a little bit. Admittedly, I need to watch a little more tape on him. Like you said, his hips are pretty good for the fact that he's 6'4". He's actually 6'4 plus. He's got like another quarter of an inch on that 6'4" frame. He is a big, big dude. And let's face it, when you get a 6'4" cornerback from Oregon State, you've got my attention. You know what I mean? You got my attention. And for you, those who don't catch that, that's a Browner reference. But the thing that jumped out to me is like what you said there. 6'4" and the lack of physicality bothers me a little bit. I was watching wide receivers when he would go into press, hit him on the press and send him back 4 yards. That was a little bit bothersome for me in that respect. His back pedal is a little rough, a little bit too much of a pitter patter rather than a smooth back pedal. Some of that may be a little 6'4" frame, but a guy like Israel Mukumu has a very smooth back pedal at that 6'4" frame. A little bit more, I would offer a more fluid athlete than Nashawn, but as well, Nashawn's going to go much later, I think he's going 7th round, whereas I think Israel's probably going like 5th round. But as a big cornerback who fits our scheme, Seahawks Network, who's played in zone, like I've talked about with all these corners in this draft, seemingly everyone's like, so many of these guys have been played in even a cover 3 look. But I liked what I saw out of him. I think I need to watch a couple more games. I watched the Washington tape this morning, so I usually like to have 2 or 3 games with a prospect before I get to a final conclusion. I need to see a little bit more about where his ball skills are at. But, he was okay. That's the thing with him you're 6'4", you should be able to press a guy into the dirt. You shouldn't be getting blasted off the line of scrimmage when that happens. Fat Daddy Stacks, good to see you, Brandon. Hey, just wanted to quote Shannon Sharp when he said Smith was not used to playing a full season and got a bit burned out after the first half of the year. That's how it seemed to me too, Fat Daddy Stacks. I mean, they were playing him a lot of snaps. You saw it in the Seahawks game. I mean, he was out there, I think, almost every snap in that game. And for a guy just coming back to football, that's going to wear him out. It's going to wear him out. Probably dealing with a couple of little just annoying injuries then you go along. And that's it. It wasn't a good football team by the Cowboys. The defense wasn't very good behind him and around him. So I still think that there's some upside here to him, not just topping out at that 5 sacks last year, but still being able to tap back into that freakish 10-sack potential that he offered at the beginning of his career. Go Hawks 05, I think LJ sticks around. I think Carroll is probably pretty high on him at the 3 tech. He could. I think that you touched on something that's probably the key of it, Go Hawks, is that he's going to have to take a step forward at the 3 tech position to stay on the roster. He comes in as trying to be just that 5 tech, 4 tech run stopper over at the left defensive end position, then that's not going to get it done this season. So if he doesn't come into camp able to get it done 3 tech, then you are probably seeing him gone. But I agree with you. If he shows out and he can actually be the NASCAR 3 for us, the NASCAR 3, he probably does remain. Rose too saucy. Rose, KJ Wright. This doesn't preclude you from bringing back KJ Wright, Rose. You only paid $1.75 million. Aldon Smith, only $1.75 million, which is nothing. That's peanuts. That's peanuts. So KJ can still come back. You still have about $6 million in workable cap space. Steve Donovan Schwartz just got here. Good to hear your input as always. Can our defensive end get any more stacked? Just rotation for days or what? Brother, it hasn't gotten more stacked in the history of the Seahawks, in my opinion. I'm well aware of where we've had great pass rush. You've had the 80s pass rush with Nash, Jacob Green, Jeff Bryant. That was a pretty good crew. And you had the crew out there back in the days, the early 90s, where Tez was your defensive player of the year and Sam Adams right next to him, and Phillip Daniels and Michael McCrary. Pretty good crew. We got the NASCAR package from 2013, Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill, Clint McDonald, Chris Clemens, backed up by Bruce Irvin. Pretty good crew. But this one might be the best of them all. Because top to bottom, fluidly stacked as you have it, you've never been this deep and this good to go with them both. You have legitimately on this roster right now 4 guys that could crack 10-plus sacks in their potential. Darrell Taylor's a 10-plus sack potential guy. Dunlap there. Aldon there. Alton Robinson's even there. They can do it. So you should feel this way, man. You should feel this way. And welcome on in, man. Good to see you, Steven. Jose Alvarez, how you doing? Boom Shakalaka, way better than the Clowney Ziggy offseason. Yeah, this is what this is finally fixed. This is 2 seasons of broken fixed. Because it was 2019 that you initially broke this, trying to count on LJ Collier to come in as a rookie and give you some kind of pass rush, trying to count on Ziggy Ansah with the fork sticking out of his back to come in and give you any pass rush, and then necessitating you to panic and then go trade for Clowney at the beginning of the offseason, as you panicked and traded for Jamal Adams at the beginning of this last offseason when you made the same mistake 2 years in a row. There will not be a 3rd year in a row. This trend dies now. And I love it. Nathaniel Parks, Tim Jobs got a second account, I see. James Valva's best move this offseason is still not biting on that ridiculous Bears offer for Wilson. We should never deal with Pace again for trying to sucker our best player from us. No, we shouldn't. That kind of deal was dumb for them to offer that. It was a slap in the face, a complete slap in the face. You know, there's a place you're in negotiations. When you enter in negotiations and you get an initial offer on the table where you're taught and trained, if you ever done these type of things, to just get up from the table and walk away. You shake the guy's hand, you say thank you very much, but we're nowhere near in the same realm. You don't counter that offer. You don't give that offer any legitimacy. You take the offer, you crumple it up, and you throw it back in their face. And that's what we did. Smart of us. Presley, you're definitely there. Tommy Ian says, considering the money we had to work with this offseason, all the drama and our needs, is this the best offseason of work JS has done in your opinion, or do you think 2012, 2013 was better? And I'm giving this contemplation right now, Tommy, so that's why I haven't answered quick on this. This offseason is a better offseason, Tommy. And the reason being is that you didn't come into 2012, 2013 with your arm tied behind your back. You weren't missing a first-round pick and a collection of other draft choices. Your salary cap position didn't have you pressed up against it because you had a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal. So your flexibility and your ability to be successful in that 2012, 2013 offseason was so much better set in front of you. You had the yellow brick road in front of you, essentially. This offseason, you had a marsh in front of you, and yet you were able to attain the same kind of speed getting across that you did down that yellow brick road. So this is a more impressive offseason. This is more of an offseason where it's like every move you look at has been a knockout move, has been a great move. What is it that you can take apart here? They've not overpaid for anyone. They've not lost anyone yet of really any true value. If you lost KJ at this point, well, you haven't lost KJ yet. No, I don't consider Shaquille Griffin some great loss. I think he's overrated by some in the fan base and certainly overrated by the Jaguars and what they paid him. You're sitting in such a great territory. So he's done his best work this offseason. It's been amazing to watch. Randall says, heard the one about the two bulls on the top of the hill, looking down at a field of cows, old bull and a young bull. Hawks about to walk down and get them all. I have heard that one. It's a nice reference. Nathaniel Park's schedule comes out after the draft, so predictions coming then. You better believe it, Nathaniel. And I had us before this move at 13 wins. Do I push us up to 14? Do I have that kind of balls? Maybe. Got to give it some thought, but maybe. Seahawks Network, I remember people were excited out of their minds about Ursula because he made a few catches and wore Doug's old number. Yeah, people definitely got a little overhyped on the Ursula train. And I never kind of understood that one myself, Seahawks Network, and was thinking, you kind of got Lockett, one of the better slot receivers in the league when you need a slot. Kind of doesn't give him room to open because Ursula can't play the outside. He's 5'9" with 30-inch T-Rex arms. So he only can play slot. Wheeler, bro, name the third receiver on the Rams. They have two big name receivers, and that's it. And the receiving core is fine. They use both right ends a lot, and the Hawks are stacked at tight end. Oh, they use both tight ends, I think you were saying, Wheeler. The third wide receiver that you're wanting me to name is going to be, well, they signed Deshaun Jackson, if you want me to be, but I don't think that's going to scare you, Wheeler. It doesn't scare me. But Van Jefferson's solid. He's the third guy they drafted. Pro-rated kid came out of last year's draft. Can do it all. He's not a spectacular guy. He's not going to have a lot of top end to him, but he should be still solid for him. And he was okay in their rookie year. Seahawks Network, I love Terry Tamarian. Me too, man. I love him. Love him. Presley. We had our troll today. I thought it was Terry Tamarian too. Seahawks Network, is it not? Is it Tamarian Terry? Oh my goodness. Well, my bad. I've been saying it wrong this whole time. I've been doing it right the whole time. Jose Rodriguez says, the people that were typing Maurice Hurst, why would you bring in a guy who couldn't make it with the Raiders? Well, it's you certainly never want to just say if a guy can't do it with a team, because teams can misuse guys, right, Jose? So you take a guy, Minkah Fitzpatrick with the Dolphins a couple of years ago, and he's misused by the Dolphins. They're putting him at every different position in the book. They don't just let him set at one position. It really held back his development a little bit. He went to the Steelers. They made him the single high safety there, and he's really taken off in that role. Hurst, likewise, has actually been a pretty well-graded player by Pro Football Focus, I believe. with the Raiders. But with that said, I think, Jose, for me, it's more of the numbers game in the recent history of things. We have 3 defensive tackles right now on the roster. They're all solidified in there. There's not a cut candidate between the 3 of them, really, in my opinion. And you don't tend to carry 4 defensive tackles on the active roster. So this would just neutralize the need to even go out and look at a 4th defensive tackle. Nathaniel Parks, Trey Hill, draft idea, center in late 3rd, early 4th. Let me see if I got him. I think I got him scouted. Some of these guys, though, you got to understand, I can't remember all of them off the top of my head. Trey Hill, I've got him as 3rd round value right now, the kid out of Georgia. So he's 6'4". He's got some good size to him. He's very much kind of a mountain of a man at the center position, which you always like when they're not those small, squatty body size guys like Joey Hunt. He's a big dude. Solid all-around center. He's really good on pass pro. I saw him singled up on a 1-tech a lot, and he did well. That's kind of my measurement for centers in pass protection, is not how well they combo block the 1-tech with the right guard, but how about in those situations where they get allotted against the 1-tech one-on-one. 1-tech's not usually going to be a pass rusher, so you should reasonably well be able to hold up against those guys. And the specific place you want to see with them is that a 1-tech's going to usually try to crush a pocket rather than be sudden off the snap or bendy. So can they hold up against that strength? Can they lock it up? That's one of the reasons I like Creed Humphrey, is because he can take a 1-tech and he's not going to give up a single step. He's not going to be backed up a single inch off the line, off the snap. Now, Trey's not quite that good. He's not going to get to that, but he's very close in as far as what he does against those 1-techs in those situations. I put in my notes that I thought he was probably the safest center prospect that I'd seen so far at the time I looked at this, and I'd seen Humphrey and Dickerson, being that there's not injury concerns with him. You don't have athletic concerns that you might have with Creed Humphrey. Does he move enough? Does he move well enough for me in space to fit into his own scheme? I don't have that with this guy, so I like him quite a bit in that realm of things. He's not super quick or fast for his position, but he's not lumbering. He's a big guy, so they don't tend to be super sudden in that respect. He handles guys a lot in the same way like Creed Humphreys does, where he's got the wrestler approach to him. He'll take a body and twist him around. It's part of how he maintains and not gives up ground, is he just takes all that force, it takes on the force and the hit of the tackle's punch, redirects it back down and twists him and sort of gets him in that position. It's a nice little technique that you see just certain centers being able to pull off. Not all guys can do it. He's got good pop off the snap. He smoothly handles double teams as well. He can do all the stuff you need to do as far as doubling in his own scheme and knowing how to double properly, not just putting a hand on a guy, but actually delivering force with the other guy to get a guy pushed off the line of scrimmage. I do wonder with him a little bit sometimes about getting to the second level, where he's not always going to arrive on the guy on time on the second level. But again, he's a little bit quicker to me at times than what I saw with Humphrey. So I think he'll be okay with that at the end of the day. But he'd be good. He'd be fine. Again, I think he's a pretty clean, somewhat safe prospect. Somewhat safe. John says, no, Rob Stanton straight up didn't have inside info on Taylor. He just talked about how he couldn't get on the field. Stress fractures aren't career threatening. You just have to stay off your feet. Yeah, I would say the same on that. I just didn't, there was hints of this, there was sort of hints and talks of it around mid-year, but once he gets back onto practicing, to me, that's a good indicator that they feel pretty good about it. UE2K, we need an upgraded wide receiver that's undeniable. Plenty of talented wide receivers in this draft. Don't think we have to take one of 56. Prefer an offensive lineman with the first pick. Agree with everything you said there, UE2K. I think we will come out of this draft with at least one wide receiver. I think Antonio Brown's still a target. I think Josh Gordon's still a target. I think if we take away all 3 of those options, I think you could still come out of the draft and potentially look at trading for a wide receiver on a team out there that's willing to move off from a guy and still upgrade that way after the draft. So I'm expecting them to do something there. I don't think that this is going to close it off. Boom Shakalaka says Aldon and AB would be roomies. Yes, they probably would be. Wheeler, but they're not starters. Enrique says, if we don't go deep in the playoffs this year, it's going to be because of Russ or Waldron. We have a great team right now. I hope we aren't a first-round exit once again. Well, part of the reason you were a first-round exit in the prior years, I believe, Enrique, was because you were always a guy or two short. Always could have used another offensive guy or another playmaker on the defensive side of the ball. And you've done that this year, which is what I think will help you crack through that. But I also agree with you in that if it doesn't go through, it's probably because you're going to be able to point back at the limitations of either quarterback or the new offensive coordinator you brought in. Hard to see how this defense fails at this point, in my opinion. It's not just stacked up with talent. It's not just stacked up with talent that's certain and that's also in development, but it also has the depth behind that upper-level talent to sustain itself. Food Gamer, if this defense proves they are a top 10 defense this upcoming season, what should the new name of the defense be called? We're thinking of nicknames here, Food Gamer, but I think we gotta kind of dwell on it. It's got to be something like you're inundated constantly, no rest. The relentless defense, something like that, because it just keeps coming at you in waves. We got to sort of like the Legion of Boom captured the hard hits that they could deliver. We've got to find something that fits applicably to the nature of this potential defense. Presley, I'm more worried about our cornerbacks than our wide receiver depth right now. Don't think you have to be as much, man. I'm probably a little more worried about our wide receiver depth because, in my opinion, that's bit us more on the butt over the last couple of years than where the cornerback play has been necessarily. But you've got some stuff to work off of. It's not like they're paper thin there. We just need to add some more guys into the mix. And there are guys out there. If there's not a Sherman, you're not that far off with a guy like Casey Hayward that you bring in. And that'd make a lot of you guys that are worried right now about the corner slot. You go get Hayward, you draft a corner. You guys would be feeling warm and fuzzy really quickly with that kind of move. Oh, Randall coming in with his Wayne Gallman 34. Randall's going to make the Wayne Gallman signing happen. Like he's doing the secret here to try to just speaking into being. I love it. John Robinson, what's your scouting report on Aldon Smith? Wasn't he playing in the 3-4 with the Cowboys and Mike Nolan last year and throughout his career? Would he be better from a 3 and a 4-point stance? I tend to think he would. What you like with, yes, he was a 3-4 guy with the. I think if you go back to his Missouri days, I want to say he did some more 4-3 stuff with them. But yes, with the 49ers, he was more 3-4. With the Cowboys, they did a little bit of mixing and matching. I think they did a little bit of both last year, frankly, there with him. I do think he's better as a down lineman in that respect because I think with the 3-4 outside guys, I think that you get past the 6'3" size of things, and it's not as easy for you in the leverage game when you're standing up and coming at the tackle. Whereas when you've got a down lineman who's 6'4" and you're starting down low and kind of exploding off, you sort of have a natural ease at that point to press into the leverage game and to win the leverage game a little bit easier. So I think it melds well more to him to doing that. I wouldn't always say that. John, a lot of those times I'm going to land on the stance of saying, you got a guy in a 3-4, that's what he's been in, that's what we've been going to keep him in that. But this guy's a little different with that. Because of his size and stuff, I wonder if he wouldn't be a little bit better more into the 4-3. Seahawks Network, we should be terrified of our wide receiver depth. DK or Tyler go down, Penny Hart or John Ursula is your wide receiver 3. That's not acceptable. I agree, Seahawks Network. I agree. The one nice thing is that your tight end rooms looks pretty good, and you do need to get some more stuff done, but there's reason to believe you can get it done. You've got room in the draft. There's still guys out in free agency, and again, don't forget that one part that might easily be forgettable, which is that you can still maybe go make a trade for a guy that you might not have thought of would have been available after the draft. Say you get a team out there that drafts for guys, and they fill out their receiving room, and they're like, oh, we don't have to pay, we don't need this high-priced guy, or this guy's making a little bit of more money than we want. We'll move on from him. I've mentioned an Odell Beckham type as a guy that suddenly could be available and maybe he's willing to rework his contract, et cetera, et cetera. So, it's definitely something that needs to be addressed. Much like our pass rush has been addressed this offseason, I'm fully expecting it to be addressed. UE2K says, once we need to thank Russ for saving the Seahawks again. Without the spotlight he put the Seahawks under this offseason, doesn't happen. I need to see it play out to the full spectrum of this 2EK. So it's on the road to that, and I'm open to it being that. But it's we gotta see it fully play out fully. Seahawks the Food Gamer. Who should we get in our first pick? Wide receiver 3 or cornerback? Also for wide receivers, should we get in free agency or draft, and who? I would Food Gamer lean towards going after Antonio Brown, bringing back Josh Gordon, drafting a wide receiver, but drafting him later on in the draft then. So you've now added 3 guys into the mix at that point. I, with my first pick, go more towards center or left tackle because that's where the value is. When you get later in the draft, you're going to have more corners available than you're going to have the left tackles and centers available. So the value will be there for cornerback, but won't be there for interior offensive lineman or even tackle. So I would go more of that route if I was to play this out. Looks like we're having a nice lively debate in the chat regarding receiver rooms. Nathaniel says, Joseph Asai, I like him, just can't take him with our second. Your thoughts? That's kind of it with me. It's not I don't like him as a player. It's just when I start looking through the lens of picking him in the second round, I go, and he's going to be picked right about there. You know, you've got a couple of the other guys, the upper level guys, JOK out of Notre Dame, and even Jarman probably goes before him, but he's going to be the next guy online, and that's right about the place where he will be probably selected, if not even a couple picks ahead of Seattle in the second round there. But boy, it would be so underwhelming to get Joseph Asai for drafting going with another linebacker with so many picks that you've selected for the linebacker position recently. It's not great in my opinion. Randall says, Russ making those Twitter vids with the Hawk helmet on, plus the Manziel Pro Day pads. Nice. Nice. I didn't block anybody. I'm not blocking anybody. If the mods did some blocking, I'm sorry if you got blocked. They're usually pretty good about not, so I don't know what happened. Jeffrey Thistle, I think Ramsey and DK were pretty even last year. I agree. There's a lot of Rams fans who've come in and told me that DK got absolutely shut down by Ramsey last year, but I don't know. I don't know about that. I think there was times we just didn't target him. Russ just forgot to target him in the first game completely, and that's not on necessarily DK getting covered up like crazy town. Just, I don't know. The Citizens today, Seattle Seahawks, great team. Citizen today, welcome to the chat. They are a great team today. Fantastic team today. Really behind in the chat. So sorry, folks. If you're new on the chat, I get behind because I try to respond to everybody in the chat that I can. So it does put me a little bit behind. So I'm sorry if I missed your question on this. I'm trying to get through these as quick as I can, but it happens. Fish says, I'd like Tutu Atwell. He's the definition of a poor man's Rondale Moore. A little bit. He's way more slight than Rondale. Rondale's a thick 5'7". Tutu Atwell's like a paper-thin 5'9". UTK, I'll give a good golf clap. Good job cleaning up your own mess. A good offseason so far just makes me wonder what the team could have accomplished if we had attacked previous offseasons like we've attacked this one. Yeah, I mean, you can. I guess that's a board. You can definitely land on that side of it, Dewey. I don't land on that side of it. People come to their place and learn and understand their growth at their own speeds. And if it's led to them getting to this growth and improving, then I'll take the golf clap from you, though, brother. I'll take that. Tommy Eden, you're all right about Princess Bride. Most games when we were down and we were only mostly dead. That's it. That's why I think it's relevant. Tommy, is you're on that rack and it's, and the evil guy's twisting his mustache going, that will be 1 year of your life. That is another year. Now maybe we can find out how more you can take. It's basically like that. Sean Harker, Brando, is the one guy realistic? Who is the one guy realistic you wanted in this draft? Realistic. I do continually go back, Sean, to being realistic in this draft, saying, man, I really like Creed Humphrey. And if not Creed Humphrey, I think maybe Javonte Williams. Because I think Javonte Williams has gone from being depressed in his value at the start of this offseason to starting to get hyped up, to now you're starting to see people try to pick apart his game as we go through the end of this draft process. And I think Williams is truly he's the definition of a perfect Seahawk running back. But Humphrey would be the number one on my board because I think he's an upgrade over Posick, and he would continue to upgrade the offensive line. You've whole hog upgraded the defensive line. Now you could also, in addition to that, whole hog upgrade the offensive line, which were my two most vital position groups that needed to be addressed this offseason. So that would probably be the route I'd go. Nathaniel Parks, think we signed Frank Gore? I mean, that man can't go out playing under Gase, right? Probably not. I think he's probably done at this point. Clara, what's going on with Aaron Donald? I got in a bar fight, Clara, in Pittsburgh. There's a picture of a guy with his eye super swollen up, and supposedly he's going at him about it. I don't know if it's going to come to anything legally wise as far as him being having charges brought up. It could be a situation where the NFL could suspend him for getting into shenanigans in the bar, but I don't think there'll be a lot that comes out of this one way or another. Lil Aban, how you doing, Lil Aban? Do you think they sign more free agents for the offensive line now that the defensive line is stacked? I think they're going to look at the draft in the offensive line, Aban. That's where they've usually looked to how they've looked to upgrade offensive line in the past, and specifically the center, left tackle positions with the left tackle swing tackle type who can maybe play a little right tackle too. I don't think they'd be adverse to getting a right tackle. So just those would be the three positions on the offensive line, but that's where they're probably looking in the draft, not to where they're probably going to. I don't think they'll sign that out there in free agency. There's just not a guy out there really that's very tantalizing. Y2KJ says, love the signing. Hope we can still bring in Sherm for around $5 million. Me too, Y2K. Sounds about right to me. Sounds about right to me, man. RW3, Undercover Goat. Sherm is 33, smart as hell, dissecting offenses. Can he stay healthy? And if injury is a concern with his age, $4.5 million one-year deal with incentives if he balls out and coaches the defense. That's what I'm thinking, RW3. No, I mean, that's pretty much what I'm thinking. And I'm okay with that risk. And again, even when he came in last year, coming off the injuries at the start of the year last year, he came in and he graded out pretty well by Pro Football Focus. Got himself an interception or two. So still playing out. He still is not, he's games falling off a cliff thing that some people want to give you as a narrative hasn't nearly been proven out yet. It may be the truth this year, but it hasn't shown itself as of yet, really. John Pearson should have been working on the offensive line for years. Well, John, it's not a matter of they've not worked on the offensive line. If you look at the last 6, 7 years, they've put as many resources into the offensive line as any NFL team in the league. And they've done that specifically through draft resources. The problem is that they've not drafted particularly well. It's been a failure of theirs in drafting the offensive line. And I agree with you in that respect that it should have been better. They shouldn't have failed as much. But it wasn't a lack of putting resources as much as it was a lack of getting the right guys. You drafted a guy, Ethan Posek, who you didn't get him starting at center until he's into like year 3. Jermaine Ifedi was never a league starting right tackle in this league. Justin Britt's a guy you moved through 3 different positions before you finally settled at center with him. James Carpenter, you move off left tackle to left guard back in the day. They've made a lot of mistakes in the offensive line, and a lot of them has come out of just not doing things appropriately with the guys that you're targeting. So I'd look for them to just better improve on targeting the right players rather than, trying to find guys they can move all over the place for position flexibility and whatnot, which has been a little bit of, I think, the problem in selecting the wrong guys at the position. RW3 with Sherm, $4.5 million plus $2.5 million max. I wouldn't do that, Undercover Goat. I'd want to stay around the $5 million. I'd give him maybe $1 million or $2 million over that, but then it's a voidable year thing, which then we take the hit on it next year. I want to keep his cap hit around $5 million, just so you can keep squeezing as much as you can. Beep Bop. I doubt LJ gets cut. I'm sure they'll just have him play full-time 3-tech. Maybe, but he's got to play it well, Bebop. That's going to be the key to it. And that puts pressure on him because you go back to college, he wasn't playing 3-tech at college. He was playing defensive end. So there's not a lot of history of him playing that position. Certainly no guarantee that he can play it well. GoHawks05 scenario. Seahawks Eagles add defensive tackle in the draft, take a step back and let go of Fletcher Cox, and we scoop him up for an even more satisfying pass rush. I like it. I like it, Go Hawks. And you're right, that would be cold. That'd be real cold. Little Laban, could you see them bringing back Russell Okung? No. Dwayne Brown's coming back. If Dwayne Brown hadn't been coming back, Laban, then you maybe look at Okung as an option. He definitely would have been an option. But with him, with you bring back the other guy at this point, now Okung probably signs somewhere else. Why do I? If one of Alton Robinson or Darrell Taylor has a second-year jump and gets 10 to 12 sacks and 60 to 70 pressures, Seattle has the best defensive line in the NFL. Bar none, why do I? That's all it takes. And it's not a wide gap to say that. It's not like one guy you're counting on to make that jump. You say between this collection, one of these guys makes some major jump, and you've got the most deadly unit in the league. And it's absolutely, I don't know how you could argue against it with the talent that they've assembled there. Sean Harker says Dallas is a well-run franchise too, so if they didn't want him, I guess he's trash. Yeah, right, Dallas being a well-run franchise. Why do I? Clowney might not play 10 games. Smith is such a better signing. I like it much better, and again, it comes down to I'm not a guy. If I get a guy who gives me an equivalent player at a way more depressed value, you're talking about Clowney on a 1 year, $10 million deal versus Aldon Smith on a 1 year, $1.75 million deal. I mean, that is crazy value to me. Crazy value. Clowney's a little bit better of a player, but he's not a wide margin of a better player. UE2K, I think Giovanni interest might put UNC running back Michael Carter in the mix. Well, if you're telling me, I like the thought, 2K. Like the thought, you're talking about a third down specialist that we've been discussing on this stream. Carter would give you the third down specialist. Both him and Dimitri Felton are the true running back receiver types of this draft, where they can both do both. So it'll be interesting. Insidious says, I feel we will be a lot better if we could draft a corner in our early picks or sign one. Well, it's a draft, Insidious, that's loaded with corners. So there's a lot of Seahawk corners in this draft. 6 foot plus size, running that 4.4 to 4.5 range, 33-inch long arms, history of playing in a single high look, history of playing in heavy zone-based principles. That's what you have in this draft. And I think Seattle's very keenly aware that they have a lot of these guys in this draft, and that's one of the reasons they maybe haven't been as aggressive looking at corners in free agency, though let's admit it. They're never aggressive in free agency with cornerbacks. They always want to look to the draft and bringing those guys in. They've only signed Kerry Williams and Quentin Dunbar in the free agents really throughout their history for the cornerback position. So it's just not the way that they tend to roll that way. And I think that's because of the way that they run their scheme. Why do I? The competition at defensive end will make them all so much better. Many guys on 1 year deals looking for snaps to get that big deal next year. They will be so hungry. That's it. You get these one guys on that prove it deals, man. I always say in the NFL, prove it deals are beautiful things. You tend to get the best level of production out of a player who's trying to prove something. And you're right. You've got that. I think Dunlap will feel good about his rep, but I think Kerry Hyder, Aldon Smith, Mayowa, Taylor, I think the young guys that are on the edge of potentially being cut if they don't perform, you're going to see guys fighting it out. No one should feel comfortable in that roster coming forward. Adrian D. Will the signing of Smith, and Adrian, thank you for your patronage. I appreciate it. Will the signing of Smith make either him or Taylor go to the Sam linebacker? And who do you think will be their respective position, and who will be in their respective position next year? And what will the cycle be? I think Taylor's more of the Sam linebacker here. I think Smith's probably more of your starting Leo, Adrian, and how you'll see that play out. I think you're going to go back to the 2013 mold. Early down, you trot out 2 one-tech defensive tackles, 2 big man mountains to not get blown off the ball and eat up double teams. And then on passing downs, you trot out 2 3-techs. Or you trot out a Kerry Hyder type that you kick to defensive tackle, or LJ, and you got LJ and Puna Ford, or you've got LJ and Kerry Hyder. You know, you've got a nice rotation. So it's going to be less about who starts, Adrian, and more of just the rotation, because it's going to be rotation and it's going to fit to the opponent you're playing and where you've got the mismatches up. Like I was saying, there might be times where you've got Dunlap on one side, but then the next week you put him on the other side, depending on the deficiencies of the tackle play that you're going against. But I think they're going to go back into that 2013 model. Big boys early downs and run stuffing, lighter passing downs, get some more pass rush up and down that defensive line all the way through. Nathaniel Parks, DJ Reed contract, did he get tendered or what? I believe he is tendered. I don't even know if he needs to be tendered right now, Nathaniel. I think he's just on contract. So I don't think there was a match situation that a team around the league could do to get him. I don't think. Why do I? The Los Angeles Rams scheme threw less to the running back than Shoddy did last year. The need for the running back 3 depth, pass catching running back depth might be overstated. It might, but they did target Giovanni Bernard wide, and I think they did that to get a third down back. I don't think they're looking at why the Giovanni to be the number 2 back, but they would have run with all 3 of the running backs on this roster at that point. I really believe that. But it's a solid point in that they didn't work those running backs as much last year. Some of that has to do with why them playing so much of the play action last year and really embracing that. But if we embrace it to the same degree, we'll probably see it less as well. I think you'll be a little bit of a mixture. Robert Rowett says, love it. Hashtag NFC West champs. I love it, Robert. I love it. Feel it. Get that confidence flowing, dude. You should. Randall says, I think Maurice Horst was a fringe first-round guy out of Michigan who slipped over a heart condition. The other guy they cut, Key, slipped for off-the-field issues. I think Auburn. And heart condition is the one thing that Carroll tends to stay away from. That's been something in the past that's scared him away on certain players. I think it might have scared them on Montez Sweat. And there was a linebacker back in the day that they moved on from that they were worried about, I think, with that as well. So that would probably give him a moment of pause. But again, I don't think, Randall, you're going to go 4 deep at the defensive tackle position when you have this many edge rushers, especially with this many edge rushers, with a few of whom who probably can kick inside. UE2 cases, I think Michael Carter could be our Akers. Won't be a starter at the beginning of the season, but could be by the end. He's got some juice. He's got some explosiveness, man. He's definitely a fun guy to watch on tape. Brian Roberts, sorry guys, beat, hecka sore. I'm beat, hecka sore. Long day at work. I'm a crash. Much respect, Brando. Oh, thank you, Brian. Well, thanks for making it despite being so tired. Glad you. Hopefully the weekend can come real quick for you and you can chill out and get some R&R, man. But thanks for hopping on in. Mark Hawk, has Malcolm Smith signed with anyone? If they sign Sherman, Malcolm Smith could be a nice pickup if KJ prices himself out of Seattle. That's where I've logically gone with this as well, Mark, in the respect of I'm not expecting Malcolm to come in and be a starter. What I'm expecting Malcolm to do is I have Jordan Brooks at the will on early downs as the run stuffer, and then when I go to nickel, here comes Smith in as my coverage linebacker, which is where Malcolm Smith excels at, or at least once did excel at. So that would be something I'd be open to. He wouldn't cost a lot of money. He knows the scheme perfectly well. He knows what he's doing. I mean, hell, by the time he arrived with the Seahawks, he had something like 5 years already in Carroll's scheme, and he's stayed in that scheme for most of his career. So he'd be great. I'd be fine with him as an alternative option. Y2KHA is the 5th-year option based on where you were drafted, what position you play, or do all first-round picks have the same 5th-year option in their contract? Y2K, all first-round picks have the 5th-year option built within the contract. This is one of the reasons why you're going to see more quarterbacks taken in the first round than you should. Kellen Mond should be a second-rounder. David Mills should probably be about a third-rounder. But they're both potentially going to get taken in the first round because those teams are going to want to have access to that cheap 5th-year option to get out of having to pay for a quarterback on those big money market deals that we're seeing out there, $35, $40, $45 million deals. So that's basically what it allows it to do. But yeah, everyone does. Jeffrey A. Thistle, I think Ramsey and DK were pretty even. Oh, yeah. Sorry. The Wizard, LJ Collier isn't too bad. I think he got a lot better this year once he moved to the interior. Here's what happened with that Wizard. He flashed, certainly, but he had a lot of snaps last year to flash. And if you look at his Pro Football Focus grade, it's one of the league worst out there as far as defensive ends go. He doesn't generate consistent pressure. He doesn't get good pass rush win rate. Next stream, I'm actually going to be posting on our stream live. We're going to react to it. All of us are on the next stream of the last 2 years, my reaction to the first round picks of LJ Collier and Jordan Brooks. So we're going to be doing that next Thursday. But I was watching the tape and I just remember, boy, I tell you guys, I was out on LJ Collier out the gate. I was calling him bust like 30 seconds after I was drafting. So it's going to be fun putting that tape up. But the reason I was so on that board with saying that at the time, Richard Wizard, and the reason why I believe this still to this day is he's an older prospect coming out. He was not a guy that won with bend or quickness. He was a guy that won with power. Power is the quickest thing to get neutralized at the NFL level that you're bringing from college. Everybody is strong in the NFL. Not everybody's quick. Not everybody's fast. Not everybody's got the ability to deal with a real bendy guy that can get low off the ground. So what I saw was a guy that was very limited as a pass rusher and limited in his top end that you're selecting in the first round. And outside of him having a first round status attributed to him, people would be a lot more out on Collier, even more so now if he didn't have that pedigree. It's that pedigree that's kind of kept him, I think, a little bit above float over his first 2 years, in my opinion, because he's not really showing out to being a very consistent player. A flash here, a flash there, it's just not going to impress me. I want to see a little more consistent play, especially out of a guy who didn't come in as a young prospect. I can give some rope to Rasheem Green, who came into the league at 20 years old. I can't give that same rope to a guy like LJ Collier, who's actually technically older than Jamal Adams, I believe. So just don't see the development there with him, and I think there's a really good chance at this point that he's probably going to get cut. Micah Clark, Seattle is probably going to make Darrell Taylor the Sam linebacker. I would say so, and that's reports we've heard that they are going to probably do that as well. This has been reported upon that it would go this route. Michael Vinzar, damn, we suddenly got a good D-line. Michael, not only just a good D-line, you have a top 5 D-line on paper right now. Top 5 on paper and maybe even a top 3 unit with potential to push up into that number 1 status if you get a development or 2 out of the young guys. You should feel hyped on this. Everyone should feel hyped on this. Awesome signings. Rest in peace, Travis. 10 sacks this year. Calling it. I love it, man. I love it. Seahawks Network. If I had a dime for every time someone asked Brando about Mo Hurst, I'd buy the Hawks off Miss Jody. Hey, we got a lot of Mo Hurst love in here, man. That's for sure. Which of the defensive ends can play defensive tackle? I'm crazy pass rush packages on 3rd and long. Kerry Hyder has said that he's looking to embrace some of the Michael Bennett role. He could do some of that. LJ Collier has some potential to do that. You could maybe see a guy like Aldon Smith bounce inside a little bit to do some of that, potentially. But that's probably about it. You're staying more traditional with your other defensive tackles at that point. Insidious says KJ can walk. You might. Elliot Clark, we need a center, wide receiver 3 and a corner, and we are in business. I think pretty much the chance in agreement with you on that, Elliot. That seems to be the general place where we all stand as far as the remaining needs go. But I expect them to address it. And the nice thing is, as I've said on this, Elliot, is that all 3 of those needs are all positions that are very deep in this particular draft. Fish, but if we do get a running back in the draft, I would rather get Jarrett Patterson than Carter. He has the build of a 3rd-round running back. He's very speedy, and he has burst. He ran a 4.38 and showed catching ability. I got to look at him. I haven't watched Jarrett Patterson fish, but I will add him to my list and do some scouting on him. Michael Smith, LJ Collier's first season, he had a high ankle sprain. Then the second one was COVID. I think Collier can at least be a rotational guy. I see some upside. Rasheem Green has been a big disappointment. IMO, he is all hype. Well, it's 2 different guys, I think, Michael. Number 1, I would say. Rasheem guy is drafted in the 3rd round. There's a lot more of a bust rate out of guys out of the 3rd round than when you're drafting a guy like LJ Collier in the 1st round. Yeah, he did have the high ankle sprain at the start of training camp, but under the parameters of a high ankle sprain, and this is per LJ Collier, who said that by halfway into the season, he felt fine. The ankle was fine. I heard him in an interview of that year say that. So it was not through the back half of the schedule affecting him as far as he could not operate on that ankle. And he still did not play well through the back half of that first season. Last year, did not play well as either. I thought at least with this guy, as far as his floor, he'd be a good run-stuffing 5-tech. That is kind of a come-and-go thing for him. Sometimes he's good with it. Sometimes he can get pushed off the ball. That's very disappointing to me because I thought that was the very minimum what he would supply. Also acknowledging the fact that he's never going to give you a lot of pass rush. He's not a technician with his hands. He doesn't have bend. If you watch him on the defensive line, he is consistently the slowest guy off the defensive line off the snap. These are the things, and these are the reasons why, folks, 2 years ago, the second he was drafted, I called him a bust, and he still remains a bust, and he will continue to remain a bust. I don't know what I've got to prove to make this point go forward, but it's the truth of it. He's not going to be a developmental guy. You mentioned Rasheem Green, Michael. Rasheem came into the league at 20 years old. Collier came into this league at 24. There's a 4-year difference between them. And you got to take that into account, and it does come into account. This is the reason a lot of people in this draft say Rashawn Slater is a better tackle than Penei Sewell. The reason they're saying that, because he's got 2-3 years on him. He's 23 years old. Penei Sewell's 20 years old. He's still just growing into his body, and that's why I'm out on Rasheem almost as much as I am on LJ, but I've at least got more room than I do for LJ, who I don't have any more room for excuses with him as far as him as a player. He is exactly what I thought he was, and I don't see anything more coming out of him. He can kill it this offseason and say it's the best offseason he's ever had in his career, and I just don't think it's coming along. But appreciate your thoughts on that, Michael. Elliot Clark, don't play zone. They're not going to move out of zone. It's the bedrock of this defense. This defense is not a man-on-man scheme. Y2K, if we still bring in KJ Sherman, a number 3 wide receiver for the all 17 million-ish, we'd be set. I agree. Those would be great moves to happen, and I don't think it's going to cost that much money. Wani Pascal, Hawks have a Super Bowl team. Changed my mind. Why would I change your mind, Wani, when I agree with you 100%? Why would I ain't going to try to change someone's mind, and I love that mind. I like where you're going with that. So, no, I'm on board, brother. I'm on board. Yes, this is a Super Bowl contending team here. U2K, James White re-signed with the Pats? Okay, I didn't see that one. G-Rod, Sherman's done? Maybe. AI says, who's our backup quarterback? Probably Geno Smith at this point, AI. They'll probably bring him back. Micah Clark, I think moving Darrell Taylor to Sam linebacker is the move. Can play on some snaps as pass rusher and see what he's like, especially with those preseason games that will help us see what Taylor looks like. That's where the coaching staff's on board with you on that, Micah. They're in the same boat there as far as their belief in that as well. So they're going that realm with this. And let's see. It worked well with Bruce Irvin. He had never played Sam before when they moved him into that role. Elliot Clark, is Sherman's damage too much to repair? I'm not against a return, but I don't want toxic stuff in the locker room. I think it'll be fine in the locker room. I'm not worried about that as much as when he left. I think it's a different situation. I think with Sherman coming back, a lot of what he's doing and coming back at that point is to repair a little bit of the PR here locally and how it was when he left. He didn't flip anybody off. He didn't flip Carroll off on the sideline. He had gotten in arguments on the sideline. He had some things, but it wasn't to the degree of Earl Thomas. So I think you could still bring him back, Elliott. I don't think that he's in that same zone as Earl was. Jeremy Bohm, looks like the Hawks have played this free agency period about as well as could be expected. That's where I'm at. They've far surpassed my expectations and hopes, and I think they've gotten way more creative than I thought that they would have, and that's why I applaud them on this so thoroughly. That's why I'm so happy about it. You guys know I'm not a homer. I'm the first person to jump up and down and call something that smells like crap, but this is not that. And you're right, Elliott. Gerald Everett and Gabe Jackson are massive upgrades at both of those two positions. Randall McDaniel, can't do a live stream without mentioning those Mariners. My 87 win prediction looking good so far. It is looking good so far, man. That's one thing I'm looking forward to getting back to Washington. I get to watch more of those Mariner games. Drunk Squidward, they should extend Jamal Adams. Drunk Squidward, according to Brock Hewitt, I think this is going to be the next move we're going to see up on the horizon. So they're working on the parameters. I expect it to probably get done just before the draft. If not before, then just after the draft. But I'm expecting him to get signed to a new deal. Jeremy Bohm, pass rush could be nasty. The pass rush will be nasty. You aren't doing a wish I may, a wish I might. You're not looking for a falling star. You're grabbing certainties this offseason. You didn't go dollar store shopping. You didn't let Clowney walk and then say, we'll grab Mayo and Irvin. And look, we fixed it. They're nowhere. That was the realm last year. They're out of that realm. They're in a wholly new place as far as where they're operating from, and it's beautiful to see. Elliot Clark, our pass rush is stacked as F now. Legion of Boom, version 2. I think Legion of Boom is a little different. I think it's more because you got more of the pass rush as the strength of the team rather than your secondary. But we've got Elliott. We got to start working on our nickname, man. We got to start working on the nickname here if they start becoming a dominant unit. Micah Clark, I feel like picking up AB would make us the Super Bowl winners. That would put our team as the number 1 seed easily in the NFC. I don't know if I'll say easily, Micah, because with Tampa Bay, they just went and won a Super Bowl and they've not lost a single player from that roster. The first team in NFL history, recent NFL history, to do that. So that does give me pause to say, oh, well, we're far and away if we got AB, the number 1 kid on the block. No, not necessarily, but we're right there with them. We're right there neck and neck with them in that respect. And there's no true front runner at that point, in my opinion. Darren Bale says, Nate Burleson says potential will get you cut. It will get you cut. Matt Stafford was sick of being sacked in Detroit. Now he's about to get smacked again, laughing out loud. That's right. He's about to get bent in half on the field twice a year. Bent on over. 312, I'm heavily rooting for either of you guys or Tampa to get AB because I don't want to go to the Ravens. I don't want him to go to the Ravens. Well, thank you. We need all the good vibes we can get, 312, for him to come to us. So, love it. Wani, can someone explain to me how does John Snyder does it? Adopting to new philosophies, specifically building in these voidable years, Wani. That's what he's done this year, is he's been willing to sacrifice future cap space for today. And that's been a line that they're not willing to cross in previous off seasons. Not to the degree that they've crossed it this off season. They're going for it now, unlike they've really ever done. And in that, they've opened it up to be able to squish and squeeze and compact as many players as they can get onto this roster because of it. And again, just another thing to completely applaud this front office for doing so and getting this done. We asked for it, they've delivered. I can't be nothing but happy about that. Fish, we should go after Trey Burton. He would be a great tight end number 2, so we don't have to waste a pick on a tight end. Fish, we're not going to draft a tight end in this draft. It's a pretty weak draft for tight ends, number 1. Number 2, there's really not a guy that's going to fit as an inline guy that they would probably look at. They've got other bigger needs. Right now, you're stacked up at 3 tight ends as we stand right now. You spent a 4th round pick, I believe, last year, 4th, 5th round pick on Colby Parkinson. He's slated to be your number 3 tight end. You signed Gerald Everett as your number 2. You've got Disley here. They're not going to make another move at the tight end right now. They're set. Elliott Clark, pressure is all on Russ now. It's a big upgrade. Let him cook. Don't throw interceptions. Super Bowl time. It pushes back to him. He will have the best supporting cast that he's ever had around him this year. Most likely, as we stand right now. And I am anticipating an Antonio Brown coming in, and maybe a Gordon in addition. But with the addition of Everett and the Gabe Jackson, I think he's going to have it as stacked as he ever has. And there will be no excuses at that point. You're given a top line, front line offense. You've got a defense that's going to hold the water for you. Get it done. Seahawks Gaming, we had $2 million in free cap space to start the offseason. Fantastic point. You start with $2 million in cap space. I think we had a little bit more than that, Seahawks Gaming. I think some sites reported that, but there was more than that. But you start at that place. You've got to create room somehow, some way. You only have 3 draft picks. That is the little bit of the genius of this offseason from Snyder's standpoint, is accomplishing all this, as I've said, with the hand tied behind his back. And we can say, okay, well, he was the one who tied it behind his back. That may be the case, but he just untied it as well. And it's great to see. Elliott Clark, Seahawks going 13-4 minimum. That's where I was at before the signing, Elliott. I might have us pushed up to 14 wins by my next stream. You never know. Micah Clark, at this point, we don't need to blitz Jamal as much, and we can actually use him in coverage a lot more, and we can't forget he was very good in coverage because of the terrible injuries he played with. Solid point, Micah Clark. This is the thing. There's been an ongoing narrative. There's one offseason narrative I could absolutely take a sledgehammer to. It's that Jamal Adams is not good in coverage. Yes, he struggled in coverage last season. That's 1 year of a career that spans multiple years in the NFL, multiple years to college. What do you take as a data point? Do you take the data point of all of those multiple years and the cumulative of that? Or do you take the one season where he had multiple injuries, including lower leg injuries, which we know impact you in coverage? I'm going to fall back on the former. I'm going to fall back on him reverting to what he's been. And I think it's Micah, something that just gets a little lost this offseason with Adams and people in the way that they assess him. I think people are looking to try to take an argument and move it into a simple state with Adams. They see him as this player that's not easily fit-inable. He's not Cam Chancellor. He's not exactly this. Oh, he's a 3-4 blitz-heavy scheme guy. And so they want to simplify it. Or he's a box safety guy, and you're paying all this money for a box safety guy. You got to look at a little more nuance to me than that. It requires a little bit more of getting into the details of the player and what he really does bring to the football club, past just trying to say he's a box safety, you should be better put in a 3-4 scheme, therefore he can't play in a 4-3 and he can't thrive in a 4-3. I think he can. I think he's that kind of special talent. 312, I think you guys should fire Pete Carroll. Russ wants to run a 2050s offense and Pete wants to run a 1970s offense. He's not getting fired, he just signed an extension, 312, so it's just not happening. U2K says Trey Bird's not a good blocker, and it's debatable if he's an upgrade from Disley. I say we get a young buck tight end and don't pussyfoot around. I just don't think we're going to do anything at the tight end position at this point moving forward. Elliott Clark says, if the 49ers draft Mac Jones, I will love it. We're going to be in celebration state, Elliott, a couple weeks from now if those Niners pull the trigger on Mac Jones. I will be so happy. I will be so happy. Please do it. Please, Shanahan, do it. Please, please. Seahawks Gaming, which is better, our D-line or the 49ers D-line? Our D-line. Our D-line. Kinlaw has not tapped into the top 10 status that he was supposed to have into. Armstead's fine, but he's not one of the best pass rushers in the league. Bosa's great, but he's coming off a torn ACL. D Ford is constantly injured and never able to get out on the football field. They lost Kerry Hyder, who was their most effective pass rusher last year. Why do I got to be scared of that? Solid. It ain't spectacular. DeForest Buckner ain't there no more. Solomon Thomas is gone. Hyder gone. I'm not worried about him. I ain't worried. Raining Tacos. How you doing? Darren Bales, what if the 49ers trade third pick and Jimmy for Aaron Rodgers? Ooh, doggy. Darren, why you got to take me off my cloud? Why you got to take me off my cloud? Huh? Don't be putting these thoughts in my mind. Don't be putting that negative. Don't put that thought in my mind. Oh my God. That maybe could happen. That would be. The Packers and Aaron are not getting along, man. There is friction there. There is definitely friction there. Michael Park says, I think we should definitely trade down for a couple of third-round picks and take someone, but I've said this to another Seahawks YouTuber. If Stokes is available within 6 picks of us, we should trade up. I wouldn't be as willing to trade up for him, Micah. I like Stokes. I don't like his tackling ability, but he'd be a fit, 6'1", Seahawks scheme zone, all that other stuff. But I'm not trading up in this draft, Micah, because you need to keep your draft picks. You'll trade back, but you will not trade up. You only have 3 picks. You're already down 1 first-round pick next year as you stand right now. So you need to you gotta make do with what you got a little bit. And so it's more to me of you trade back to the start of the 3rd round. You pick up an extra 5th-round pick. That gets you a minimum of 4 picks. And if there's room somewhere else to maybe even move next year's 6th or 7th to get another pick this year, I'd be willing to do something like that as well. (312) IMO, Justin Fields is overrated. Takes forever to process things, holds the ball for like 20 years, and hesitates to make throws to overrated scrambler as well. I'm not as certain that he's going to be a star. He scares me a little more than Mac Jones is, and Mac Jones just doesn't scare me at all, 312. I've watched a lot of tape on Mac Jones, and I think that it's incredible that he's gotten to the place where someone's going to draft him in the top 5 picks of this draft. But Fields has got some tantalizing talent to him. But I agree with you. He's got a lot of rough edges to him that he's got to hewn out here. And it's probably going to take him a while for development. I mean, this is a little bit of the problem with even getting Mac Jones if you're the Niners. You're kind of punting on this next season. You're taking that high pick and you're going, this high pick's not going to get as much impact this year, but maybe in the future, which makes me that much more confident about this year for our Hawks. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Rapidtron. Appreciate you. Appreciate you big time. Go Hawks says one of the most underrated nicknames was Saxonville. It was. If it had just lasted a little longer, it might have taken hold a little bit more, but they only made it 1 year there. Hard to have a nickname really stand up when you don't last that long. Seahawks Gaming called the new defense the Legion of Mercenaries, all guys on 1 year deals. I like it. So maybe some offshoot. I think we got to remove the Legion. We got to do, I know why you'd want to do Legion because there's a lot of them, so it's Legion, but I think we got to go into something else. We got to find something else like Mercs, kind of bring down Mercs, Bird Mercs, Merc Talons. I don't know. I'm not a good nicknamer. I have to think about it. Chris Gal, the Tsunami. Ooh, okay. And a little reference, Pacific Northwest potential that you got there. The pass rush becomes consistent, gets a ton of sacks. I like it. How about Tsunami? Tsunami? What about that, Chris? Is that cheesy? Tsunami? I'm going with Tsunami. How about that? I like that. I'm onto something there with that. 2312 says AB is the best receiver of the 2010s. I don't care what anyone says. Certainly is in contention. Certainly in contention. Tribe, Cooper Kupp, Van Jefferson, Deshaun Jackson, Robert Woods. Why is the rest of the division even bothering? I noticed, Trav, you didn't mention the losses free agency-wise that you suffered this offseason. And you're counting on Deshaun, are you? You're figuring Deshaun Jackson's going to give you what? Well, he gives you 3 good games a season, right? I mean, of course, he's on the bench for the next 14 games, but you got 3 games that you get out of him. That going to be enough? That going to be enough? And is Van Jefferson then at that point really going to instill fear into my heart? Is Van Jefferson going to be a scary guy for me? I'll give you Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp, but you also lost Gerald Everett. I don't know. Why am I bothering trying? Because I'm going to be bothering dominating you guys. That's why. That's why. Delshawn and Staten, do I think Sherman's coming back? I think we are the little bit of the favorites to get him, but it's a little close to a 50-50 state, which makes it hard to predict, Delshawn. But I think that we're probably the leader in the clubhouse here at the turn, as they would say. And I do like Cam Akers. Yeah, he's good. M. Webb, I wonder if motivation could have been a small factor for Aldon. I know it sounds crazy, but Aldon's last good game was when Dak got hurt against the Giants. It's very true. It's very true. I think he went to a place that he had a good spot to succeed in. He knows what Seattle does. He knows it's going to fit well to his skill. He knows he's not the only guy here, so he's not just going to get double teamed. We've seen with a guy like Clowney signing in Cleveland. That was very impactful for him in signing with Cleveland, is knowing with Garrett there, he's not getting double teamed like he has been previously. So it absolutely could have been a motivation in where he picked to know it was going to be a place that he could flourish and flourish for next offseason. He'll be 32 years old next offseason. If he comes off some crazy year where he's back into the 13 sacks a year territory, which he has the potential to hit, he goes out there and gets a massive payday out on the open market if Seattle doesn't just re-sign him. So smart on Aldon this year. I think it's smart on any player to sort of punt this year down the line and try to play again to next offseason where the cap will go up quite significantly, I would say. We're going to probably get into where we'll be from going from 180 million back up to around probably 208 million as far as where the cap will settle out next season. Seahawks Network, can Jefferson actually be pretty good? A target of mine for the Seahawks last year. The book on me for Jefferson Seahawks Network is that he was a guy who's got a father, I think, who played in either his father was a positional coach or played in the NFL. This allowed him to come along and really develop fast and hit the ground running in the league. What that meant was that you were going to arrive at his top end really fast, but his top end wasn't going to be much past that. Not a real sudden athlete, not really fast, good route runner, good hands, does everything really solidly as you would expect a guy who's been so well trained as he has. But as far as being a game changer type talent, or even the type of game changing talent you get with a little bit of Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp and their ability at times to dominate games and the way they dominate the underneath routes and the intermediate routes, I don't know if he has that level of play to his game necessarily. I'm not as convinced of that in that respect. Solid, yes, but more of the Josh Reynolds than in the Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods role, in my opinion. Mold. Micah Clark, honestly, the best thing for us to do, and this guy I've seen on film is supposedly a 7th rounder or undrafted wide receiver TJ Vasher from Texas Tech, would be an ideal pick for the future. There's a lot of wide receivers on this. I haven't taken a look at him as of yet, Micah Clark. I'm sure I will get to him. This wide receiver class is so stacked. There's going to be a couple of undrafted free agents. I've also mentioned this would be a year like the year you were able to get both Ricardo Lockett and Doug Baldwin as undrafted rookie free agents in the same draft class. I think the same thing is going to be true about this draft, where there will be receivers who hit the streets and you maybe get multiple you'll be able to pick up multiples. And especially if it looks good where they see a pathway to making the roster, which I think you could. Oh, I got to compete with Freddie Swain. I can beat him out. I can beat Freddie Swain out. So they're going to probably have some guys also in the undrafted free agent side of things. But I'll take a look at Vasher. There's a few guys I like up in that 5th, 6th, 7th round of things at the receiver position. L.A. Clark, you got to laugh. The media is still trying to say Russ will be traded. He ain't going anywhere. No, he's not going anywhere. The media is just desperate for clicks at this point, is how they look to me. Wow, Vasher's got 6'6" size, huh, Micah? I need to take a look at this guy. I don't know. I missed him. So I'm a little late on my process this year. I started my scouting way later than I meant to do. Next year, I'm going to get out way further ahead of it. And so I can get to every guy and I don't miss guys. I did better this year than I did last. So you can see, so if you look, this was my last year's book, the white book. This is 2019 scouting, right? And then you can see I'm much thicker here with this year's scouting as far as how many guys I'm getting through. So list expands out this year. By next year, year 3, I'll have pretty much everybody accounted for. I'll have seen film on everyone and I won't miss anybody, but I'm still not quite there this year yet. 312, really? I thought Ramsey did a good job on DK last year. DK only got four receptions for 44 yards when guarded by Jalen Ramsey last year, including the playoff game. Ramsey didn't do bad on him, 312, so it's not that. What was happening is, I think, and what people are reacting to in the chat is that we had this, at that time, a lot of Rams fans in those games, after the games come in, and they start telling me how Ramsey made DK his son. And they started overstating a little bit of what Jalen Ramsey did. And when you track that game back, look at the number of targets he was targeted in that game, 312. And so if I've got a cornerback that's shutting down a number 1 wide receiver, I kind of want to see 10 targets in that game. And if that guy ends up with 1 or 2 catches at that point, then yeah, you shut that guy down. But if the guy ends up with 2 or 3 catches and he only got targeted 5 times throughout the game, well, that's a quarterback showing hesitancy to attack that cornerback. And that's what happened in the first Rams game against them. And it also happened in the Cardinals game with Patrick Peterson. That lends back to me more to Russell Wilson than it does DK being shut down. But Ramsey did fine against him. He didn't the dominating thing part of it's been a little overstated. Tribe says, I actually hope the 40 whiners take Fields. He wasn't even good. He wasn't even a good Buckeye. Would guarantee the basement for them. Well, they're in a weird situation now because I think the same thing. I think that they're no matter what quarterback they take, the only guy that really, really instills some fear in my heart if they were to take him would be Trey Lance, because Trey Lance showed with that year that he had in college, he can fit within a scheme that's structured and set up for him to attack it in a very specific fashion and be a one-read quarterback, and he can actually flourish in that role. I don't think he's going to be the guy they target as even 1 or 2. He would probably be the third of those quarterbacks there. But it's no guarantee with Fields. I think it's a complete fail with Mac Jones. So I'm not scared by it at all with them making that move. I think they got a little desperate. Deshaun Watson went off the board. There wasn't a good quarterback out there for them to make a trade for. They got a little desperate. James Valvis, anyone leaving out Brady in the best quarterback class just trolling? Agreed. Denise Snyder, how much did they pay Aldon Smith? Denise, they only paid him $1.75 million. We gave him a bag of peanuts. And he was like, I don't mind cracking these shells. I'll crack them myself. We didn't even have to de-shell the peanuts. We just said, here. It was all, we just put a little salt on it and handed it to him. And he's like, this is good. I'll have this. This works. So get stoked, Denise. That's a fantastic deal. Fantastic. Elliot Clark says, haha, Aaron Donald's going to get suspended by the NFL, so there goes Rams pass rush. Well, they'll have a little bit of pass rush still, but that's going to, no team gets more decimated by losing a single player on their unit than Aaron Donald leading the Rams interior of that unit. That will not be good for them. And a big loss for them that we don't talk about with the Rams, they lost their defensive coordinator. Maybe one of the great bright young minds on the defensive side of the ball from a coaching standpoint in this league, and they lost him to the Chargers. So that's also going to have a bit of a hit for them this season. James F. says, I think we can get a 5th round pick for Rasheem Green. Might be a little bit high, James. He just does not have the production on the football field to probably merit something that high. If they could get a 5th round pick right now for Rasheem Green, I think Schneider would be on it all day long, because you would save $1 million off the top by getting him off the roster. He saves $1 million off of our roster if we move on from him this year. And maybe that $1 million is better spent elsewhere, especially if he can't really get into the rotation. But probably a 7th rounder is about as high as you're really going to get for a guy like Green at this point. L.A. Clark says, NFL going to spend Donald for a minimum 2 games? Hard to say. It's there is a little bit of a pecking order to this with these superstars and them getting a little bit of preferential treatment. And I think he would fall under that range of things. Jeffrey Nicholson. How you doing, Jeffrey? Regardless of charges, Aaron Donald broke the NFL's personal conduct policy. I see a 3-game suspension at the very least. I certainly can see at least a minimum of a 1-game suspension that could go up above that. The thing we always have to consider with this, we saw this with Jaron Reed a couple years ago. It doesn't require proof, doesn't require prosecution pushing it forward. It can simply be based on hearsay, and that can be enough to get a guy suspended. So, he probably will be in this situation because of that. But do they put him out for 3, 4, 5 games? That's the hard part to make a prediction on. But I could see it happening, Jeffrey. It certainly is within the realm of reason. Michael Clark says 3/4 of Collier's sacks were when he was lined up in the 3-tech. I didn't know it was that many, Micah. But if it is that many, look, when he flashed, he looked really good. He also had another play, I think, in the Cowboy game where he was able to, out of the 3-tech position, push that defensive tackle into the backfield, and he sort of caused a safety, I think, on that play too. But that'd be great. That'd be great. I will say a little bit of the stuff on the 3-tech when he got those sacks. I'm thinking on a couple of those games where he just essentially he wasn't getting any push and the quarterback kind of ran up into his arms. But I'm open to, let's see what he can do. Jeffrey Thistle, if we re-sign Sherman, I hope it's an incentive loaded. I don't know if he's got a 17-game season in him anymore. Very well might not. And if in massaging and taking care of Sherman through the year and you've got the depth of the cornerback room to take it, but then to have Sherman hitting the ground running come playoff time and be fresh come playoff time, is that worth $4 or $5 million on a 1-year deal? For me, Jeffrey, it is. For me, it is. I think he still has more in the tank than some people do think he has. I understand that there's some risk and injury risk concerned with him in that realm of things, but I think he's a guy who takes care of himself and trains hard and gets his body as close as he can to be ready to roll. And he knows the scheme backwards to front. I'm on board with it. Blockbuster. How you doing, Blockbuster? See you in the chat. We're having a GOAT discussion again here in the chat. Is Brady the GOAT or not? I don't think we're going to hash this one out in the chat, folks. This is what's going to be debated. Go Hawks 05 says, I think the Bears are going to draft Kyle Trask. Trask. Kyle Trask. They could. It's one of the more surprising draft scuttlebutt rumors that I'm hearing is that potentially Kyle Trask could get up into the first round as well. That some team might do it. I'm on board right now with thinking the Bears are going to end up probably dialing in on Kellen Mond. I think he will last to 20 and they'll probably overdraft him there. But the Bears they can't get their quarterback position right. That is an organization that just does not know what to do with the quarterback position. Y2K says the C line doesn't have a lot of pop to it. The Y2K, I like it, but it just doesn't have quite the juice as a nickname. Y2K says because we're coming in waves and we're the Seahawks. I like it. We got to go just something more. It's got a little bit of a phonetically a little more pop to it. Lively Brady debate here. I love it. Cool Breeze says, do you think the pass rush depth will allow players like Brooks and Adams to be more effective? Yes. I do from a couple of standpoints, I think. Number one, let's just speak to Adams' part of this, Cool Breeze. You don't have to blitz as much. Yes, Adams set the sack record last year, but he did it blitzing at twice the rate that he blitzed at with the New York Jets. And when you understand that Greg Marshall is one of the more blitz-heavy defensive coordinators in the league with the New York Jets, you really understand they were blitzing him way too often last year. And they were doing it out of necessity, certainly early on in the season. Now you've now hemmed that up. You don't have to blitz as often now. That's going to clean up everything else. That means now you get to drop more guys into zone. So instead of sending 5, 6, 7 guys at the defensive line, and now you've got 3, 4 guys in the back end to cover up all those holes, now you get back more to the schematic foundations of your defense, which is to drop as many guys into zone as you can. That's what this defense wants to do. Creates pressure with the front four, drops a sea of hands into the secondary, closes down those passing lanes, closes down those passing windows, and just makes everything really hard and really, really stressful for offensive players because there just isn't any real room to work, especially when it comes to passing the football. That is going to help out. That is going to help out the whole team, not just Adams or Brooks, but the whole team in general in that respect. And it puts them less out in islands, specifically Adams and Brooks, who were at times put on islands because you would be in blitz situations. And those guys got beat up because of that. That's how you ended up at times with Adams on Stephon Diggs on a key third down against Buffalo, or on Edelman running up a seam route 50 yards down the field, or Kupp likewise 50 yards down the field. I don't think you'll run into those same kind of situations this year because you don't have to be as exotic in the blitzes you're running, or you're not going to have to run them at the same volume you once ran them at. Lance Johnson, listened to an interview with Quinn Miners yesterday. Sounds like a hawk. Dropped down 10 picks to get a fifth and have an 8 to 10 year starting center. Or left guard, Lance. Or left guard. Yeah, I think he's got maybe some ability to play both of those positions, but you don't have to sign me up on Quinn Miners, Lance. The mentality's there, the physicality's there, the explosiveness that they look for in linemen's there. He can move in this Waldron scheme, as we're going to want our linemen to move as we start to move away from those big man mountains to now more of a man hill with movement. But Miners is a great prospect, and it's hard to pick his part of his game past saying, well, look, he played with a lot lesser competition there in college, and it's hard to assess him in the same way of David Moore, where Grambling, where you're playing against guys that are going to be doctors and lawyers and such. And so it's hard to say, okay, he's dominating these guys, so therefore he's going to dominate NFL competition. But with that said, again, I love his talent. If you come into that second round and you walk away that second round pick with Quinn Miners or Creed Humphrey or Landon Dickerson, I will be very, very happy. I will be very satisfied with that. Rainy Taco says the tight end room looks good. Gerald, Everett, Disley, Parkinson, Wilson, maybe an upgrade over Luke on the cheap, but that's not too bad overall. Nope, it's good. It's solid. It's got some potential to it. Everett's only going to be 26 years old next year, still a young guy. Parkinson, we didn't even really get to see much on him on the football field. I think he could potentially be a really good red zone threat for Seattle with his ball skills and going up and high pointing it at like 6'7" with long arms. So I do like. Please do smash that like button. If you happen to be watching right now, live or recording, it helps me out considerably. Lance Johnson, regardless of who the 49ers take at number 3, I'm thrilled that they give up 3 number 1s to get there. I am too, Lance, and it's part of that. It's part of that desperation that I speak towards. They looked at this offseason. I think they were looking at trying to make a heavy play for Deshaun Watson, but that closed down and there wasn't any other open outlets. They look at this draft and they probably like the first 2 quarterbacks a lot more, but then you start to talk yourself into it because if there's not a trade out there, if you don't want to wait till next year, your options start to come down really quickly to stretching for a quarterback in this particular draft. And to give up those amount of picks to get up there and get that done, for a guy that's not going to be an upgrade over what they've had in Garoppolo, you should be thrilled by that. This is the kind of moves we hope our division foes make. They've made so many moves in recent years that have been knock the ball out of the park type moves. It's nice to see them start to kind of break their bats, swing and miss a little bit. L.A. Clark, what we going to trade up for, though? I don't think we're trading up. That's not going to, they're only trading down. Hawks Nest, exactly. Mac Jones is going to the 49ers is the best outcome. It is. It will be an amazing outcome, Elliot, if it goes down that way. I will be so happy. I will be so happy. I can't think it's real yet. I'm still of the opinion like there's no way they could go down this way. There's no way they'd take Mac Jones number 3, a fringe first-round quarterback that they've talked themselves into, but it is moving in that direction, I think. I'm not buying the smokescreen thing of it. I don't buy the smokescreen because there's no reason for the 49ers to smokescreen. I don't understand the people that try to say it's that. I think that they're being pretty, as Shanahan said, there's not really any reason for us to hide what we're doing now. Brandel says the D-line and the presumed pressures will sure help our defensive backs. If we go a little young there, it's not a better boost. Yeah, they will help out the young guys. And way more than we've seen recently. I think it's hard for people, Randall, to wrap their heads around a defensive line helping out the defensive back so much because we just haven't seen it recently. And we've seen those guys asked to cover way longer than they probably should be asked to cover. But now that will flip around this year. And you watch how many cornerbacks, you watch Trey Flowers go out if he's asked to play multiple games and have his best year of his career by far. Suddenly turn into a league average, upper level league average player because he's not having to cover as long. He just sticks within what the scheme asks him to do, jumps a route from time to time as he is able to do, and he might look a lot better. L.A. Clark says, new defensive aim, the Dark Knights. I like it. There's a storm coming, NFL. Can you feel it? Can you hear it? Brace yourself. Mike Thon, it takes some time to come up with a nickname, man. We're spitballing here. We're spitballing here. It just takes a little while. At least Chris likes my tsunami. Chris likes my tsunami. Blitzburg was a pretty dope nickname. That's for sure. Rome to upset. Niners actually give up 2 first-rounders, not 3. Well, you give up 2 first-rounders, but then you're also giving up your first-rounder in this year's draft to move up. So you're right. It's technically you're not giving up a first-round pick, but you kind of are as well, because it's not just those 2 first-round picks that are getting you to that draft place. It's also that third extra selection. It's them knowing they're going to still pick in the top 15 picks and trading back. Rome to Upsetter says, Niners are getting Fields. It'll take the league by storm. You feel like Rome to Upsetter, Fields is ready right now to tap into his potential? He's ready to, we've watched quarterbacks for the last few years usually scuttle through for the first year or two to kind of get themselves. You think he's coming in, he's just lighting it up out the gate? Because he's not going to do like the stuff that Lamar Jackson did with the Ravens. He doesn't have that same speed or ability with the ball in his hands. He's not going to do run option with him all day and have him throw the ball 15 times a game and he's going to get it done. He doesn't have that in him, in my opinion. I love the confidence, though. Elliot 312 is an ardent Steeler fan, so yeah, he's going to take the Steelers over the Seahawks. Darren Bales, Higbee, 3-year starter, moving away from 2 tight sets, back 3 wide. That's interesting, Darren. One thing I'd say with that, Darren, is if they're going to go back to the 3 wide receiver set, what is going to be the wrinkle that they're going to use that was the original reason why the Rams in the first place moved to 2 tight end sets, moved to that as their personnel grouping? Because what happened was the Patriots solved their 3 wide receiver sets in the Super Bowl with the 6-man front, and they never figured out an answer for that moving into the next year. So do they move to the 3 wide receiver set this year because they feel they've got an answer to that schematically, a wrinkle? Or is it because out of necessity and them losing Gerald Everett and not having another good tight end there as another number 2 tight end to run out that same personnel that they ran out last season? To me, that's an interesting question and one I don't have an answer for necessarily. Randall says Thunder and Miking. Raining Tacos nicknames are great when you can earn them. They are, and I maintain we'll have to wait for them to play a little bit before we can throw these nicknames on them. But I don't mind us coming out, right? We don't want to have them be dominant and not have a good nickname on hand, ready to roll with. And we got a big enough audience here where we can push this forward. Raining Tacos, McVay looked tired at the end of the year. Losing Donald for a few games is going to hurt bad. It is Raining Tacos, as well as they've lost guys this offseason. They've lost starting linebacker. They've lost starting safety. They've lost starting cornerback, essentially. I think Trey is a slot guy, but he's one of the better slot guys in the league, I believe. They've lost their starting center. Whitworth's going to be 49 years old to start the year at left tackle for them. I think they only lost the backup running back. Lost your tight end, one of your tight ends. They've taken some hits this offseason. Raining Tacos, Rasheem Green is probably worth more than a 7th, though. If he flashes early, you may be able to up that a little bit when someone loses a starter. We need the depth, though, or guys have a few miles on. I don't know what would lead you guys to believe that Rasheem Green is going to get more than a 7th-round pick. The most sacks he's had in the season is 3. He's not been a dominant run defender, and he's not been a guy that get consistent pass rush. I think he's heading into year 4 this year, something like that. 3 or 4, so I don't think that there's, league-wise, I don't think that there's as many people as high on him. As well, he's not going to fit in every scheme. He's only going to fit in 4-3 schemes. So that takes off half the teams off the board of even looking at him as a trade possibility. I just don't think there's a lot of value there. Darren says the best coaches want to come to the Rams, rub shoulders, and get coffee for Sean and get a good job. Well, there's been quite an exodus of coaches this offseason, Darren. There's been quite a few guys that have walked out the door this offseason for the Rams from the coaching staff. If that was the case, you sure wouldn't be bleeding as many as you did. Wilson 3, Sherman 25. How do you feel if the Seahawks get Dez to blow up the X? I think he's probably done. I don't think he's anywhere near as fast as he once was, and he wasn't a fast guy coming out of college. I mean, admittedly, last year on the Ravens, he wasn't going to get the most out of his skill set having Lamar Jackson throwing him in the football. If they bring him in and they look at him on a workout and he looks okay, I'm open to maybe giving him a try in training camp, but I probably would look a different direction than that. Raining Tacos, I think what we've been missing and I hope we get from someone is a real practice and weight room leader like we had before with the Legion of Boom. The separation is in the preparation was corny, but true. Yeah, a little more grinders, a little more guys that are all in on the process would be great. EV2K says the Sea Dogs. It's not bad. Again, we need something phonetically got some punch to it. Something with a little bit of, something spicy. Are there any free agent corners you would like to see outside of Sherman? Are there any that even exist, or is it only Sherman and corners in the draft? No, Casey Hayward is sitting out there right now, Chris. Casey Hayward's played predominantly his career with the Chargers. He's played it there where you had Gus Bradley there for years, so he's played in the Seattle Seahawks scheme. I think they went to more of a different defensive scheme last year, which is, I think, part of the reason why you saw his Pro Football Focus rating numbers start to dip a little bit and him not to be at the same level of play he once kind of was. Never a dominant guy, but a guy who potentially gives you a little bit above league average starter if he can tap into what he kind of has or has been in this league. And he'd be an okay guy behind Sherman as a consolidator, a consolation prize if you had to go with him. So, yeah. I don't know if there's a lot past that. Especially considering there's so many guys that are good zone corners in this particular draft. But he'd be a guy. Dark RH in the house. Well, good to see you, buddy. Dark RH has stopped using the target excuse. TK was getting targeted in the other two matchups, and Ramsey still won. Well, why don't you post how many targets he had in both those two games with Ramsey there, Dark RH? I'd be interested to hear how many targets that was. Josiah Jones, who's the one former Seahawk you'd give an honorary Super Bowl ring to? Wow. Former Seahawk I'd give an honorable. Well, I mean, Largent's my favorite Seahawk of all time, Josiah, so I would probably be leaning towards giving it to him. So he'd probably be my number one guy. But there's also a part of me, too, that want to give to like a couple of the unsung guys that played here for like 15, 16 years. So Joe Nash played here like 15 years, and Max Strong was here like 13 years. I might also lean to giving it one of those two guys, too. Reward all the time. 312, let's be real. The 49ers getting Mac Jones means they are an overpowered super team. No more excuses for George Kittle. If he doesn't win next year, he's officially out of the GOAT debate. I don't know overpowered super team. I don't get the overpowered super team part. You'll have to explain that one to me. Maybe our definition of super teams are a little bit different, but there's no part of the 49ers offense currently that has super team status. You have potential in a couple of receivers. You have a great player in Kittle, but who's your running backs? Trent Williams is a great offensive lineman. McGlinchey's okay. Your center's old. Your guards aren't great. You don't have another tight end outside of Kittle if he goes down and gets injured as he did last season. I'm not up on them as much on that. U2K, DK did get separation quickly, and Russ didn't have much time to pass 50-50 balls to Ramsey. Not a good idea with the stop the turnover mandate. Stop the turnover mandate and DK not getting separation quickly are really nothing to do with the fact that Russell didn't target him. That's not valid reasons, and that doesn't speak to Ramsey shutting him down to me then, UE2K. Our offense wasn't designed last year for any receivers to get quick separation. We had a long developing plays in the way that we set up our scheme. So as far as 50-50 balls with a guy like DK Metcalf, because he's not a guy that's going to be a pure separator at all times, there are times you're going to throw 50-50 balls to him. You're going to trust him on his size, length, to be able to take it away from another player. But again, I'm open to just saying I'm happy with us to say on this given point to say we just agree to disagree, because you're not going to convince me. I watched the game footage. I looked at the targets, and they back up my point on this. It's just where I'm going to stand with it. Raining Tacos. Sorry. Josiah's got a nickname idea. What about the Emerald City Exterminators? I like it. See, well, it's got a little bit of that phonetic I'm looking for. Okay, Josiah. So I think we're on the right path. We're on the right path. It's a little bit of a mouthful. It's a little bit of might be an extra syllable or two. We're getting there. Unmad Bro 23, we should get AB for wide receiver 3. I think you Mad Bro, we're getting more and more people that were at once time hesitant to that thought process are now starting to embrace it. And I'm one of those folks. I think that would be a pretty smart little deal to go with on that side of things. Micah Clark says the great thing is Hawks Nest, if one of the guys gets hurt, we have so much good depth that can recover, and we'll be fine with the depth we have on the D line. Agreed. You built in some redundancy. You built in for that injury to come up and still be able to sustain, and that's a great thing, Micah, because not only did you not have the front line guys over the last couple of years, but you've not had the depth behind them either when you have sustained injuries, and that's something that's gotten fixed as well. You had 2 cases, the Thunderbirds. I like it. If we could combo Thunderbird with something defensive line based, UE2K, I think we're on the right track with it. Hawks are the ace. Has it 15-2. Here we come. That division is ours again. Go Hawks. Let's effing go. I love it, man. I love it. 15-2, huh? Okay. I'm feeling you on that. I'm feeling you. I could be talked into that. Go Hawks. First half of the year, we were region of room. Why you got to bring up past stuff from Go Hawks? Why you got to bring up past stuff? Dark Rage, I'm not worried about our free agent losses because you have so many draft picks to fill in around them. Because you have so much money to go out there and spend in free agency to overcome those losses. How about the loss of the defensive coordinator, one of the young, bright minds in the league, one of the real smart defensive coordinators, the other coaches that you've lost? No confidence lost there, Dark RH? Nothing. D-Nugget coming in with a $3 donation. Oh, Elliot Clark. God, I said D-Nugget. D-Nugget and Elliot Clark. Okay, so D-Nugget, $3 donation. Thank you, sir. I salute you and I appreciate you. You're always coming in strong with the dono game, and I thank you much for that. It says, like the chat for the great Brandino. Well, thank you for mentioning that as well and reminding me. Please do slam on that like button if you like what you're hearing here. If you don't, I get it. Don't hit the dislike, but just, I get it. But thank you again for that $3 donation, D-Nugget. And you better believe Go Hawks. Go Hawks today above all else. I'm hyped. I mean, we should be hyped to hell here. Let's go. And then following right up, Elliot Clark with a $2 donation. Thank you, Elliot. You are awesome. He says, love your chat from Australia. Following. Thank you for the follow, the subscription, Elliot. And thank you for the $2 donation. You're very kind. Very kind. Appreciate you hopping in. Welcome addition to the chat. Ring of Fire, says Randall McDaniel. Okay. I'm kind of there. Again, I think we're kind of like, if we can combine some of these things a little bit, like kind of combine. We're on the right path. We're on the right track here to a great nickname. I promise you on that. We gotta work with these names a little bit. Ring of Fire, the Roth. Raining Tacos, with regards to Rasheem Green, by worth more than 7th, I meant in-house. Whoever we get with a 7th, we can fetch that most likely won't be a factor. The only thing I would count, so Raining Tacos, I'd say that you're normally on every other draft of the last 10 years, you'd be correct. This potential draft, you're not correct in that respect because there's so many guys that are going to swing out into the 5th, 6th, 7th round range of things. So when you're talking about, for instance, right now, maybe you could be plucking up a starting cornerback for a couple years on a cheap rookie deal with that 7th rounder that you pick up in this draft for Rasheem Green. That's got more value to going and getting that now versus making the trade for a 7th rounder for Rasheem Green at the beginning of training camp for a future draft where that 7th rounder isn't going to be valuable because the same players aren't going to fall as much because the game film will be there. You're not having a whole year where so many guys are opting out or so few games are actually being played at the college level. That makes this year a particular outlier as it concerns 5th, 6th, and 7th rounders, in my opinion. Raining Tacos, our new offensive coordinator, has a fine resume. I'm not worried. Nope. Darren Bays, by your logic, the Seahawks in trouble. They lost their offensive coordinator for a guy who's never play called in the NFL. By my logic, I always get, sometimes people, I don't understand what you guys are saying exactly. So if you're relating my fact that the Rams lost one of the bright, young, defensive-minded coaches in this league, one of the truly, really smart cats out there, and they lost that off their staff, and they lost other coaches off their staff, you're drawing an equivalency between that and Schottenheimer who ran a 1987's offense, who has not been a good offensive coordinator anywhere that he's been, who now is not getting another offensive coordinator job, but has to be a passing game coordinator. You're Darren Bales. You're drawing an equivalency between those two things. Am I right? Am I getting you on that? Wayne Rudy, how can you talk so long? Keep up the great work. I appreciate the passion and the knowledge. Well, Wayne, it's the chat, man. You guys keep me going, and you guys are smart, and you guys have great ideas. And it's, I end up looking. I don't ever look at the counter. I look up. 30 minutes might have gone past. I look back up, and it seems like 10 minutes have gone by, and I'm looking. It's been 4 hours into the stream. So it's pretty amazing how quickly time goes with just talking to you guys. But it's not hard for me because it's just I enjoy the hell out of it. It's fun talking Hawks, man. Fun talking all the possibilities. Can KJ re-sign? Asked Rain. Yes, Seahawks can still re-sign KJ. The beautiful thing about this new deal with Aldon, Wayne, is that it's only costing us $1.75 million on the cap this year. You had about $8 million, approximately $7 to $8 million prior to this signing. So this lowers you down to about 5 to 6, but you could still work in KJ at that point. And let's not forget, Wayne, at any point in time, you can convert Russell Wilson's base salary to bonus and get an additional $10 million under the cap if they so want to do it, if they are so inclined. And you mad, bro, the cap space is somewhere between right now $5 to $6 million in workable cap space with the potential of creating $10 million if you convert Russell's base to bonus. So you could get all the way up to $16 million or so. I appreciate D Nugget. He said, thank you, sir. We need to feed Brandon for all his hard work. Well, you always feed me, man. So thank you. I appreciate you. Ooh, UE2K might have the best one so far. I think he's got the leader in the clubhouse, folks. The Syndicate of Sack. Ooh. I kind of like that. I'm kind of feeling that, man. I'm kind of feeling that. Darren, whether Ramsey got Bales Staley the coaching job or not does not remove the aspect of Staley being potentially a really smart mind and one of the bright minds on the coaching, on the defensive side of the ball. And thinking that you're going to replace that out with another guy and get the same kind of equivalency is difficult to count on. Doesn't tend to play out that way. You don't tend to go stacking up the amazing coordinators upon each other. But maybe they do. It is a loss. It is something that has to be overcome, though. Wayne Rudy, how many picks do you think the Hawks will end up with in the draft? I would say you end up with the 5 picks. I don't think that you're going to be able to do a lot more to generate more picks because you just don't have the kind of capital to get it done. But a 2nd to the 3rd round, pick up an extra 5th. Maybe you move back a little in the 4th to the top of the 5th, pick up an extra 6th. That sounds like what about you'd probably look at, Wayne. That feels about right to me. Go Hawk says we need a little mini nickname for when Aldon and Alton are on the field together. We do. We're having a hard enough time. Go Hawks. I'm working up the nickname for the defense. We got to accomplish that one first before we get down to the secondary nicknames. I like Chris though. Something like Ace in the Hole for a nickname. Yeah, something kind of. It's got to be off that A or AL. Something like I don't know. YDY says, I'd be shocked if GS does not turn the 3 picks into at least 6. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to get that many unless you're taking some future draft capital to make that happen. 2, you get 2 extra picks off the 3, I think, but to get to that 6 is going to be tough. Real tough. Elliot Clark, I think we're looking good this year. We're going to cause some chaos. Oh, I love it, Elliot. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. They're in a position they're going to make a lot of offenses uncomfortable constantly. There'll be no room to breathe. No, oh, he's off the field now. We can do our offense normally. No, he went off the field for another dog that you're bringing right back on the field. And you just keep rotating them through. Nobody else in this division, nobody else in this conference can offer that same kind of rotation. Anybody's got as good a defensive line are relying on the front line guys first and foremost and just don't have that stackings behind them. Micah Clark, what's your record prediction for us? I'm thinking 14-3, 2 division losses and an AFC team loss because with this current pass rush, I'm not too worried about Green Bay in Green Bay now. I'm always worried, Micah, about playing Green Bay in Green Bay. But with that said, I landed in the same place you are currently right now, where I have us at actually 13-4, but that was before the Aldon Smith signing. So if I think about it a little bit more, I might be talked into getting us up into the 14-win range of things. I'm at 13 right now. That does win us the division, I believe. But like you, I see 2 losses in this division, and then maybe 1 or 2 outside of it. But we're pretty close. We're pretty close of mind on that. Wayne Rudy, do the Hawks target a defensive back or third wide receiver with their first pick? I tend to think offensive lineman is going to be where they go rather than that, Wayne. It's not out of contention that they look at defensive back or third wide receiver. The value would be there for those positions. But the thing with it is that those position groupings are so deep, you can be at the back end of the draft and still get not equivalent players, but players with some upside still. Some really, potentially still really good players at those 2 positional groups. Whereas with the offensive line, I think a little bit of the talent starts to drain away as you get into the 5th round on that. So it puts to me more of the onus on looking at center, left tackle, maybe even left guard. You mad, bro? Do you think we're going to reconstruct Wilson or Bobby's contract? Hard to say. Not Bobby's, I don't think, you mad, bro. I think they're counting on him playing out his last year and then it being a minimal dead money hit next year to where they can save $16.5 million once his contract is off the books next offseason. As it pertains to Wilson, this is the question of the moment. Because if you do restructure Wilson, then that means he's here in the long term. And this is not just a 1 year. This isn't just a season of hope where you're hoping you can bring back and mend fences and bring everyone in the fold and Carroll can be happy and Wilson can be happy and we can all be happy and he can remain here through the course and the rest of his career. That we can't speak on to right now because we don't know. They've not converted the money to bonus, which you would have expected them to do. One of the reasons coming up to this point that you wouldn't have converted Russell Wilson's base to bonus is because you're looking at next season, the potential of a trade still being opened up. Because then it's down from $39 million this offseason down to $26 million as far as a dead money hit goes. That's a little bit easier to swallow next year. So there is a lot you can take from it, whether he does get extended or not extended, but it's absolutely impossible to predict whether or not an extension is coming down. We just haven't heard any info on it. Why Dude Wise is going to be a blast watching Seattle win the NFC West again, though, isn't it? It's going to be very nice. It's going to be so sweet. Just start getting a nice run of division titles. Let's stack up 5, 6 in a row. How's that sound? Maybe even a decade. There's a nice long run. Rainy Tacos, fair enough. If we get a 7th round starting quarterback, I'm down for sure. You got the Taylor kid out of Washington, probably goes in the 7th round. Somebody mentioned Nishan from Oregon State, probably goes in the 7th round. There's a few guys in this draft, Bynum from California, Raining Tacos. And all of these guys, 6 foot plus, played in his own scheme, exactly as Seattle looks for in corners. So I know it's a leap to say find a starting cornerback in the 7th round, but this is the odd year where you potentially could do that. Darren Bales, who broke 3 Seahawks records and went 12-4. The Sack Pack. Yeah, I like your other one better, buddy. Zach Pack does sound a little bit like the Packers. How about the Seahawks? Makes their 4th sack of the first half. It's all right. Dark Rage says Seattle has one last season before their deathbed. We all know what's coming. Our dominance. That's what we know it's coming, Dark Rage. And your team finally having to pay the piper for all your go forward now moves over the last 2 and 3 years. You finally got to pay the piper. The bills come due. And that talent's draining. And those draft picks aren't there for you to reform and re-put them through. That's why these coaches are leaving your staff. They know what's coming. It's your coaches that are telling you, Dark Rage. The writing's on the wall. Darren Bales, are you sure Shoddy got fired and didn't quit because Pete runs the offense? Well, I don't think, who knows on that, Darren? Again, I'm not behind closed doors. I can make a guess. I can make an educated guess. When the quarterback in the end of the season, after the game conference, says we didn't make enough adjustments and essentially throws his offensive coordinator on the bus. And then the coach in that same after the game post-conference says we didn't make enough adjustments and throws his coordinator on the bus. And we have a situation like on a key 4th and 1 in that Ram playoff game where Carroll is arguing with Schottenheimer about the play call. Egg, what became first, the egg, the chicken, cart before the horse? I don't know, Darren, on that respect. But I'm going to gravitate towards the aspect of whoever got him out of here, whether he quit or not, I don't really care. He's gone, and his old ass, defunct, archaic, ancient, predictable, vanilla game plan is gone. Gone. That's the important part. And now you're bringing in a guy who's going to update the offense to a modernized stance. We go, Darren, I've said this time again, you go from a 1987 offense to a 2021 offense. That's the difference. That's the difference. Ooey2K, Reign of Pain. Okay. You're kind of on fire here. I like both of those two, the Syndicate and the Reign of Pain. Those are my leaders of the clubhouse. Elliot Clark, Soldiers of Fortune. That's pretty good too. That's pretty good too. All right, we're getting stronger with these nicknames. I'm liking it. D Nugget says, I really hope that we can do real well. I'm hopeful, but still a little scared. I think this year's Super Bowl appearance is up for grabs. I think KC and Tampa Bay will not be there. Green Bay, maybe the Bills. It's always up for, who knows? That's why they play these games, and football is one of the toughest to predict of any of the major franchises out there because there is so much parity in the league, and it's so easy for a team to be so bad and suddenly become very good. So you should feel nervous, but you should feel good. A good nervous. Chris Gow, how much do you think Stafford changes the way Rams play next season, and how will it impact the way we match up against them in our divisional games? He does make them better offensively. I do think that they've drawn back in other places on that team as far as a talent standpoint goes, but I think he's at least 10 to 15 to 20% better than what Goff was as a quarterback. I don't think that he's going to be an MVP candidate or that he's going to suddenly light the world on fire with this untapped potential that we haven't seen in his 12, 13 years of playing with Detroit. I think that there's still some stuff that's some downside to Matt. And again, I think the injury thing is a thing where it's going to pop up more and more as he gets a little bit older. He's played a lot of football games, but they make it better. Make it better, Chris, somewhere between 10 to 20%. But again, that 10 to 20% then gets eaten up with the losses. Gets losses with a safety gone, with the cornerback gone, with the linebacker gone, with the center gone, with the basically joker tight end, their move tight end gone, with a wide receiver gone. You take those hits now and it kind of offsets what you get in the gain on the quarterback play. Russ said it should be the Seattle sack attack. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's not bad. I like the Syndicate of Sack. I think other Soldiers of Fortune and Reign of Pain a little bit more. Darren Bales. Russ is gone next year. He loves Seahawks, but can't build his brand in Seattle. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I hear you guys tell me about Russ getting traded. I hear that. I hear you. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Or we go and we win a Super Bowl. All fences are mended. And we're just on the start of another run of a dynasty. I know that scares you. That scares you, NFC West division foes. It scares you in the heart of your being because you know it's there at any one time and it could happen. Yeah, you've talked yourself into we're dead and we're gone, but now suddenly revitalized. Suddenly now, like the mighty phoenix rising from its own ashes to become anew again, we rise to the sky, and you are not ready. Dark Rage, there's more parity in the NFL because there are only 16 games, a lot more frauds and pretenders. Cough, cough, Pittsburgh, cough, cough, channel. Okay. I think there's more parity in the sport because the cap is harder set than it is in other places. When you're able to spend as much as you want to spend, I think that makes it a lot harder. I think it's harder to draft. It's harder to do certain things at certain times. So I don't know. I didn't even think it's really a contendable point that whatever the reason is, there's just more parity in the NFL. Darren Bales, Rams lost 8 starters 2 years ago and still number 1 defense. Yeah. It's about that this starts to come up to a point where you reach a point where you can sustain the losses, and they still had their draft picks at that time, but now they have a couple of years of that time period of giving up those draft picks that they had used prior to fill back in those spaces of guys that they had lost. Now they don't have those same draft picks. Now they got to get done in a way that they weren't able to before. But we'll see. I love your guys' confidence. I love that you think that Matt Stafford alone is an addition this offseason, and losing 7, 8 guys, and that just suddenly the brilliance of McVay is going to mean that they suddenly are able to be just prolific because of that reason. I mean, I'm mentioning that Seattle's going to do better this year, and I'm going it from the standpoint of we went 12-4, and we've just upgraded our roster, and I'm doing it from a logic, reasonable standpoint. The Rams fans who come on here, and I love you guys. Come in. I love chatting with you guys. But give me something more than just, we're like, good, dude. And like, Stafford, man. How do you do it? You lost your defensive coordinator. You've lost offensive coaches. You've lost coaches beyond the hirings of what Seattle did in grabbing your offensive line coordinating coach. You guys have lost a lot of parts and pieces. How do you operate with such confidence that you just take those hits and it's just a speed bump? You parse right over the top of it and just continue at 60 down the road. If I was in your situation, would not be sitting and operating as confidently. So I don't quite understand where you guys get with that. I know you're a home team and we're all homers and we're all biased and all that, but usually you're going to have to point to a little bit more. Johnson is one of the more respected safeties in the league, and that's one of the more lauded signings of any free agent signing this offseason by a team. Trey Hill is a very valuable cornerback for you. Michael Brockers is a great one-tech and has been a decade a great one-tech for you. He's been at the foundational piece of stopping the run for you up in the center. You couldn't run up the middle against the Rams for years because of Michael Brockers. He's gone. Gone. Gerald Everett, great move tight end, gone. Josh Reynolds, gone. Starting center, gone. Left tackle's going to be 45 years old, but you still think he's going to play all-pro, top of the line? It seems like you're making a little bit of a wide leap of logic to just tell me that I should take it for granted that that's going to be the way it is. And maybe you guys are just counting on that young talent to develop, maybe. But me, myself, I don't see it. I see a step back. I know what it looks like. I saw it in my Legion of Boom days. We saw it with our own team. This is why it's so familiar to me. I saw it in 2014, 2015 as the talent started to drain, as teams started to come in and pay our guys and pull them away, tear them off. Drain, and we weren't able to then replace that talent level. And that's where you end up in 15, 16, and 17 with the Hawks, even 18. And I think the Rams are heading down a similar trek because you did a lot of go-for-it-now moves. You've pressed your cap up into it. You took a record-breaking dead money cap hit at the time of the trade with Goff this offseason. A lot of moves that hurt, that are negative moves for you guys. And maybe it does turn. Maybe it does turn for you. I'm open to the possibility. You're a talented team. You've got some great frontline guys there who certainly can get it done. I just need to understand a little more of the logic and reasoning process at play to embrace it and to not think that you don't take a step back. Go Hawks, pad Stafford. That's right. Everyone's saying the same thing last season when they lost 7-8 guys and went 10-6 and beat the Seattle Seahawks in the wild card round. Dark Rage, I wasn't one of those guys, so maybe other people were saying it, but that was not what this channel's position was at the time. I saw you guys as true threats last year. I loved the Cam Akers draft. I liked how you guys moved around and you were able to bring Michael Brockers back into the fold last year when he was initially going to the Baltimore Ravens. There were moves that I liked in what you did. I didn't think you had lost the kind of key ingredients in the prior offseason. What was the equivalent last offseason in key ingredients you really truly lost towards this season? And you didn't, you maybe lost some guys, but not to the same realm. Brandon Cooks was a guy that wasn't getting as well the production for you guys as you were getting out of Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods. And you had Josh Reynolds waiting in the ranks, drafted Van Jefferson, so you could sustain that kind of loss. This year's losses aren't as easily sustainable, I don't think, Dark Rage, because you don't have a replacement as readily available and sitting there ready to go. Nor do you have the money to go out there and buy it, nor do you really have the draft capital to go out there and pick it. I could be wrong on this, but that's how my logic deduces this. Dark Rage, you went 12-4 because of a fraudulent schedule. Dark Rage, you guys played the same exact schedule as us outside of 2 games. Really? You're figuring those 2 games it makes us a fraudulent schedule? What does that make your 10-6 then last year? It works both ways, man. Can't just use it on one end and not have it apply to the other, if you're going to call it that. I don't necessarily disagree with you that we had a lesser schedule last year, but guess who had the number 1 schedule the year before that, Dark Rage? Guess who had the number 1 schedule the year before that and who sustained the most injuries in the entire NFL that same season and who still got to the playoffs and won a playoff game? Seattle. Dark Rage, Whitworth will be an all-pro. I appreciate Reynolds and those guys, but it's not going to make a difference. Why not? Why won't it make a difference? This is the thing, Dark Rage, is magnanimous statements need to be backed up with something. You can disagree with what I'm saying and say, no, you're wrong. But then, okay, counter that. We lost Gerald Everett, but we've got this young move tight end who's been developed in the last couple of years who's going to slide in his place. Okay, we lost Austin Blythe, our starting center, who was a perfect fit in our scheme as a move center. But we've got Ye to replace him. Oh, we lost this Johnson. Oh, we lost Trey Hill. Who's the replacement? Who's the Ekubon replacement for what, your will linebacker? Who's going to be the will replacement for Ekubon? But and what you're saying on that, Dark Rage, is you don't have a guy you can even really point me to as far as any kind of certainty who's not just a complete question mark. And when you're arriving with a lot of question marks to pieces you've lost off of a previous season for players that play very good, these aren't just like, he's an okay player. These are very good players. Johnson's one of the better safeties in the league on the low key. And Hill's a very good, they just are. Can't believe this is like debating on that. And your confidence in Whitworth being a 40-year-old all-pro is great. There's been a lot of all-pro left tackles in this sport at 40 years old, hasn't there been? Oh, wait, no, there hasn't. There's never been that. So you're going to count on something that's never happened in NFL history. But I'm taking wide leaps of logic in my deduction here. Michael, honestly, HawksNest, we probably would have won Super Bowl 54 if we were healthy and actually would have beat Green Bay. We legit were the 2nd most injured team in the NFL during the end of the season. Imagine if we were healthy. Agreed. Linebackers are weak, but we have 3 picks in the first 4 rounds. And linebacker is one of the weaker positions in this draft, Aaron. The top line guys are going to get taken at the end of the first round, the high at the second. And it's a remarkable drop-off in talent. Once you get into the late second round where you're picking, late third round where you're picking, and late fourth round where you're picking. Not great talent there. Go Hawks says, honestly, 49ers gave Ekubon and Bosa a dope nickname. It's Bosa and Sosa. I do like that. Elliot Clark says, I'm calling it Packers are going 11-6 at best. Chris Gal, Dark Rage, not sure if these are actual sincere points or just trolling now. Laugh my ass off. No, I think Dark Rage believes it. I do, and he's confident in his team. I don't knock him for that. But, with me, Dark Rage, it's about I want to see the meat on the bone. We can all say statements about our team, but we want to back up those statements into something with some tangible things. And we don't always have the available stuff of tangibility to relate it to. But I don't, again, I come back and ask you, you're going to rely on rookies to take over for veterans, upper level starters in this league, and you're not going to take a step backwards when, historically speaking, that's not been the case in the NFL because you're so reliant upon the brilliance of McVay and the drafting of Snead. That's where we as fans talk ourselves into our teams being a little bit better, I feel like, than they really actually are at that point. Dark Orange says, we have the best safety depth in the league. We will take a hit there, but it won't be astronomical by any means. We already have Ramsey and D. Wills, so I appreciate Hill, but didn't really need him. Well, we will see. And if you are proven right on this, Dark Rage, you know me. I've told you, if I'm wrong on this, then I will stand up and hit the table and say I was wrong and eat my crow on it. But again, I wasn't one of those people last year saying you guys were going to fall off from the losses you had last year because I didn't see as much quality in losses last year as I do this year. This year, you're losing frontline starter guys. You're losing key components of this team. And I don't think those are as readily and as easily replaceable, especially when you are as quiet as the Rams have been in free agency. And they've not been quiet in free agency because they're sitting on a boatload of cash to spend and they're just being patient about it. They're not spending money in the free agency because they don't have the money to spend in free agency. He says, dang, we got better safety than y'all. All right, so we are 4.5 hours in here. I think we've hit our mark. I've gone through all the questions. But let me, we'll respond through just the last stuff. So get in your last kind of stuff again here. I'm going to be going until next Thursday will be the next stream that we do. So I'm going to be moving, getting to a new location. So that'll be kind of fun and hyped up to do. So please do join me on that. You slam on that like button if you're watching this video and record or you're in here right now. Please hit the like button. It does help me out considerably. We are really doing great on our growth. We've cooked right past 4,000 subscribers. We're going to get to 4,200 here really quick. And you guys are doing awesome in your support. Thank you for all the new folks that have signed up and shown your support. It's fantastic. We had a bunch of people in here donating today, D Nuggets and Berries and Randall McDaniels and some new folks in here. Elliot Clark's, just awesome. Awesome. Dark Ray says, Brockers with a bad move. Blythe, sure. Reynolds not going to make a difference. Brown not going to make a difference. Who else? I can keep going. Ecubon, not going to make a difference, I guess is what you're saying. Johnson, one of the high top 3 graded safety in this league last year, but you're saying he's not going to make a difference. Hill, one of the better, highest graded cornerbacks in this league last year, but you're saying that's not going to make a difference. What about Gerald Everett? That's not going to make a difference. So you're going, not making a difference. You saying that isn't you actually backing up your point. It's you making magnanimous statements without any factual backing. Who is the player to take over for that spot? As of yet unnamed player in said draft that you will pick? Well, you operate from such confidence that guy just slides in and plays out the gate at the same level those guys played at, not at a better level, at the same level those guys played at. And if they're not playing at the same level, if you have 7 positions that are playing at a lesser position, lesser level, because you've got to go draft young guys and just fill in around that, how do you not see that team taking a step back when the only real key 2 additions are Stafford and Deshaun Jackson? That to me, I think is, and again, I'm not expecting you to come to my side on the point on this, Dark Reich, at all, but I think you can understand, at least from my standpoint, why it might be a place where I believe and think that this is too many losses of sustained. The coaching staff losses, the free agent losses, the lack of draft capital, the lack of salary cap space to operate within. Sooner or later, it comes due when you're working up against those kind of limitations. And I just think this is the year those limitations come due. But I appreciate your perspective, Dark Rach, and you too, Darren. Why did we get 4 comp picks if they're not good players? I don't know who I said when I said they were not good players. I said this is the losses you sustain this year, Darren, are worse. The players that you lose this year are more going to be impactful to hurting the Rams team this year than the losses sustained last year. You can get comp picks last year. You're going to get 4 comp picks this year too. The comp picks this year are going to be more valuable than the comp picks last year. You're going to probably end up with like 3rd, 4th, couple 4ths maybe, which is great in one respect, but it also means you're losing a lot of talent out the door in the other respect. Micah Clark, TheSeahawksNest, the only team I actually thought we could have traded Russ to this offseason was Miami when they had the 3rd pick. So they they could give us a 3-18 Tua and a first next year and a good player or another first. I had thought that they were the front runner at the start of the offseason too, Micah. I think that the thing with that, though, is that Russell Wilson has a no-trade clause. He's got to sign off to the team that he goes to. And I think after playing for a defensive-minded coach through the first 10 years of his career, he's going to want to go to more of an offensive-minded coach to the next team he potentially goes to. So that just X's off. This is why the Jets were X'd off, despite being a major market where he could have his star grow wider and bigger. This is why Miami, another big market, could have had his star grow wider and bigger. They didn't get the mark because they've got defensive-minded coaches. Dark Rage, hey, remember when you Seattle fans were saying you guys would rather play us than the Washington football team in the playoffs, and I was saying otherwise, and then y'all got cooked 30-20? You were right on that one, man. I also remember you, though, that same year, see Dark Rage, I remember you in the chat, and I remember you also 3 weeks prior to that completely selling on your team and saying you were done with the team. So I remember you saying that the team was trash at that time too. You seemingly swung back really quickly back on the horse, which is nice to see. But you weren't necessarily confident all the way through the season with that prediction model either. You swayed a little bit in where you were. But look, you were right on that. I will give you credit. D-Nugget, do I think Sherman's coming back? I think it's a 55% chance he comes back. That's where I'm landing on with that D-Nugget. So at 55%, I know that's a little bit better than 50-50, but I just don't have a good enough read on it to say for sure. For sure. Don't trade Russ. I don't really know how comp picks work, but are we going to get one for Shaquille Griffin? The way comp picks work, and I'll close it out with this here, comp picks work like this. You basically lose players. They're signed to other teams inside the compensatory period. And the NFL's got a secret sauce formula that they work to determine what that player value is for. So what Shaquille Griffin initially signed for, you would have gotten probably like a third-round compensatory pick. But unfortunately, Seattle signed a lot of free agents to go up against that. And so those get balanced up against it. And when you look at the free agents they signed, from Kerry Hyder to Aldon Smith now, I know those aren't major deals, but they'll probably be enough of other secondary moves you've made to offset that compensatory pick you would have gotten for Shaquille Griffin or for Carlos Hyde, to where we probably aren't looking more than maybe a single seventh rounder to probably not getting a single compensatory pick as we stand right now. That's the downside of being aggressive in free agency. T-Nugget says, I think J.J. Watt gets injured. Murray fizzles out. LA does look okay, but Arnold Donald on the rocks. Still 1 year for Stafford. San Francisco goofs up the draft. Another window for us. Love it, T-Nugget. Love it. Love it. All right. We're going to wrap this up. Thank you again for everybody watching. I appreciate everybody's perspective. Darren, Dark Rich, we do accept and love having fans from NFC West teams in here. So you guys are always welcome here. Love the chat. Love lively discussion. We got to work on our good nickname here for this defense. We got to start putting one together. We don't want to be caught off guard with that when this defense comes out and starts dominating. We don't have an awesome nickname to apply to them. I do appreciate you guys watching. It's another fun session here on the stream. You guys are just amazing. Thank you again so much for your support. Thank you for all the donations. Goodness, we had almost, I think we met Carl, Ernie. We had must have over $100 in donations today. You guys are amazing and awesome. You're always subscribing, hitting the like button, donating. You're doing everything in your guys' channel, just like our general manager is, to do everything everything in your power to help this channel continue to grow. I do really, really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to all of you guys for what you do to help keep this channel where it is. And please don't you ever forget, because I know some of you guys out there forget. I know Darren's forgetting. I know Dark RH is forgetting. Don't you guys forget. Don't you ever forget. Don't you ever never forget